Classic, the first stop on the QS, the Longboard Qualifying Series. And there's some beautiful views of Pismo Beach. Run Amok doing a great job with his drone angles, looking down towards the pier, and eventually he'll fly out and show you how good the waves are. It's dropped in size about half, and it is pumping for the longboards.
It's such a beautiful morning. I kind of foresaw it happening yesterday and woke up and there it was. There's these beautiful longboard peelers. Been seeing some of the contestants already getting out there, kind of getting their I would say getting their feet warmed up, but really they're chilling their feet down, but getting some really nice rides. So this is going to be an amazing finals day. But you guys can see the beautiful shot here of the pier. You can see how glassy. The wind really backed down last night and just left us with really nice groomed conditions. Perfect, really, for showcasing the dance that is longboarding.
The beautiful dance of longboarding. Yes, I agree, Carla. And like you said, it's frigid. Today, I think it's 38 or so it's chilly up here on the Central Coast with the offshore. But the good thing is the water is, in the mid-50s, so it feels like a jacuzzi after you change into your wetsuit in the car on the freezing asphalt. Look at that.
Yeah, it looks like Frankie Seeley actually getting a warm-up wave. Nice start to the morning. Just really a lovely day. It's going to be an awesome finals. We're going to see some really good surfing, I have a feeling. Good tens and turns.
A sign of things to come. The judges are all settled in. They've been watching it all morning, too, deciding what is the score, what's going to create the score.
Yeah.
Toes on the nose.
Yeah, it's really is helpful for the competitors because the conditions have mellowed out a little bit and it's a bit more manageable. There's more they can really do on the wave. Their footwork is going to be 10 times cleaner. What I'm really going to be looking for is those 4 uninterrupted steps to the nose without that pause in between, and then hitting those critical 10s, hitting those 5s, and then obviously combining that with the strong rail work and just really utilizing the wave, having a smart wave IQ. And today is really going to be the day that they'll be able to offer that.
I always wait for when someone gets that perfect, steep, long wall to hang heels. That's the one.
Yeah, you can see the site, the contest site area there. We're in that little blue box. We're waving high, you just can't tell.
That's right. Midship containers. They created these about, 6 or so years ago, and they've become a staple, and they're such a functional tool for these events because they just pack it up, truck it away, and store it until the next one.
Yeah, and it makes it super clean, super efficient, a lot less waste and stuff. The whole event, they do their best to try to be eco-conscious and, reusable. We've got, as you mentioned, I think yesterday, our kegs of water, just, fun to go fill up your water from a keg.
Yeah, this whole area very environmentally involved, which is great, Use less trash, use less plastic, and even the hotel we're staying in, the Vesparo, very conscious of it. So this whole area, and why wouldn't you want to celebrate nature in honoring it being clean, right?
Yeah, Pismo is the host city here again. I believe last year they took it to Morro, but they're back here in Pismo. We're super happy to be back here for the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. The clean air and the great waves, the wide open beaches, it makes the Pismo Beach just the perfect place for an event like this. It's classic California. It's got your wine and your waves. It's just a really good destination for that. You got to make sure you stop by all the businesses that are in town too. We've been, making our way and eating at all the various yummy restaurants, and there's, the town is just really cute and quaint, and the Central Coast is just one of my favorite areas of California in general. It's always a joy to be coming from the south and be able to be driving north as opposed to the other direction, because you really do get to cover some ground in a couple hours, and you can just see the view there, rolling empty hills of California. It's really quite stunning. Then you have to the north here, you got Shell Beach. That's another surf spot, and further up Avila Beach, and there's a bunch of golfing up here, and to the south we've got the sand dunes, and it's just an incredible area. It really is.
And that whole hilltop that they were just showing on the drone, there's national park there, and there's amazing hiking trails that once you get up into those canyons and valleys, all that shrub oak that's the green that you see on the top of the hills makes these tunnel canopies through the trails like you're in a Hobbit movie, you know, that's what.
Yeah.
So there's just no end of, you know, hiking and horseback riding, mountain biking, fishing. This area provides it all.
Yeah, and as you see him pan back into the lineup, the girls just kind of went through a bit of a rogue set left over from the past couple days. So we're gonna still see a couple bigger waves today.
We're going to see some of those sets. Maybe they'll become those 10s. We'd love to see a 10 in a heat. 7:29 surfers, and we have a 7:30 start. So we're getting pretty close. Hold your positions there in the lineup, and we will expect the countdown really shortly when they look at me, when the head judge says go.
20 seconds.
Well, we're 20 seconds away, ladies. All right, I'm going to count you in. We're at 10 seconds now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are on, Carla. Finals day here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic in beautiful Pismo Beach. We can't wait. It's quarterfinals day. Finals day, I mean to say. This is quarterfinal number 1. Cash Hoover in the red, Kira Wallace in the blue, Pua de Soto in the white, and London Lorber in the green. 2 young women, Cash in London, 15 and 13 years old. That's amazing to think, competing at this level. And maybe this is her first QS event for London. I'm not sure.
I believe it might be, yeah.
And she's already, you know, encoding finals day into her DNA.
Yeah, I mean, it's not very often that the things fall as they do. And here you can see Red kind of taking a look on a little insider. But we're going to see better waves than that today. Looks like the getting herself going. That's white. Pua de Soto.
Straight away. Not a far drive for her. As we found out, she's at Pepperdine, going to college. And look at that. A series of a little 10 to start right off the jump, and then a couple of cheater 5s or 5s on the nose. What a way to start the heat. Comes unstuck at the end, though.
Yeah, definitely a good start for Pua. She's got her first wave underneath her. Father's a world champion, so definitely some big shoes to fill, but she's got a really good kind of mindset, just kind of goes with the flow. She surfs a little bit of everything. So she's just going to make her way, you know, try to build on her score line. See the replay here of Pua. She's getting that nice long 5. Kind of reaches for a 10 there. Maybe it was just a tight 5. Gets another step up for the cheater 5 there. Brings it on back. Resets her line again. Sets it up. Gets a little shuffle step up to 5. Not able to keep it kind of glued on there during that whitewater inside section, but definitely a decent start for Pua Makamai.
And I love the example. That was a great wave to kick off with all the terminology, you know, like tight 5 where toes are over the nose with 1 foot, but the back foot's kind of right there behind it. And then there's the cheater 5 where there's a bit of more separation, 2 or 3 feet between. And here we go. London Lorber, our 13-year-old.
Little London Lorber getting her first ride. So she's going to at least kind of got those jitters. I know she surfed before the heat. She came in. She was real chilly coming in. So hopefully she's got that adrenaline running, and it's kind of helping to feed her fire in this quarterfinal heat. Like you said, probably her first WSL event. Pua coming in on her first ride at a 4.75. London coming in at a 1.25. Time check, 20 minutes and 35 seconds. Up and riding. Looks like we got a fade here from blue. She's still got her hands on the rail. That's Kyra Wallace. She gets to the tip. Get a bit high in the section there, so she's got to bring it back down into the trim line. She's going to wrap it into the curl to set up again. That wave kind of closes out on her, so she's kind of going to work it into that left. Not a lot of reform on that inside, so she decides to pull out and get herself back out there. We're going to have a priority situation now set. Red in priority, second priority with white, third priority green.
Well, and you saw she's wearing the booties there. Kira Wallace gets a 2.5 on that opener, wearing those booties, which makes it a little harder to shuffle your feet. So you definitely have to step between, running to the nose and back.
Yeah, and that's going to be important for, the difference in scoring. You want to see that clean cross-stepping versus the shuffling. So priority change now. Priority sitting with green. Priority green, then red. Green, then red. Time check, 20 minutes, 15 seconds. Last of Pua comes in at a half a point. So she's got 2 waves. She's in first place. She's got a 4.75 and a 0.5. In second place with a 2.5. Needs a 2.76 to take first place. That's blue, Kyra Wallace. Currently in third place with 1.25. She needs a 1.26 to advance. That's London Lorber. And we're still waiting for the Cash Hoover to get her first ride. So that'll change things up as soon as that happens. Plenty of time on the clock, 19 minutes, 35 seconds. Coming up next in the next heat, we're going to have heat 2. We're going to be seeing Alea Anderson, Kaitlin Mikkelsel, Chloe Coleman, and Summer Romero. A little bit slower action today, but I'm sure the girls are thankful.
Well, yeah, I forget who we saw. Was it Ella?
Poor Ella Pucci
yesterday suspended priority because she got caught inside, or she was almost outside, and just more and more waves came. She got washed in and paddled for 13 minutes, and finally the heat was over.
It was rough. Alrighty, looks like we got red. Cash Hoover taking a fade into this little right here. She's going to try to work that section to try to get to the tip. Squeezes those toes over the nose. She's going to rebound it right back into that curl there and try to set up for that nose ride once again. A little bit out on the shoulder there, but she's got that tip time there. She gets the 10. Running into that next inside section. Love the drone shot. Really.
So nice.
Yeah.
Poise and grace there. Look at that. 15 years old, and I'm just thinking as she's riding along, wait till she's 18 and 22 and comes into herself.
Right, totally. Yeah. It's been fun watching a lot of these girls kind of grow up and grow into their surfing and into their competition. London here taking a spin, so that's going to change the priority situation since she went for a paddle on that. I'll give you an update momentarily. All right, new priority sits now with white, and then blue, and then green.
It seems like that might happen quite often today as the tide again is rising up to one of those huge king tides later this morning, maybe just around a 7 foot or so, and you're going to see surfers thinking they're identifying a wave, even on the longboard, and then they won't be able to catch it. Beautiful replay of Cash's last ride. I like this bit where she had that cheater 5 and then just for a tick got up for a short 10.
Yeah, and the wave kind of stood up enough. It was appearing that she was kind of out on the shoulder, but because if you could see the whole length of the wave, she was coming into that inside section where it was getting shallow and it was going to start to close out anyhow. So nice surfing by Cash. We'll be announcing that score when it's time. We have 16 minutes, 55 seconds on the clock. Alrighty, we got Red taking a peek here. She's still looking for a second ride. This might be a good little choice here as she sits under priority, get some tip time. She's going to try to rework it back into the curl. Another nice shot there. Looks like that's probably from the pier. Really great angles here at Pismo with the drone shot and the pier shot. All right, Kyra using her priority. She is in second priority, which would be above London. Unfortunately, that wave kind of flattening out. So priority still sits with white, then green. White's taking a look.
Well, looking like a beautiful backup for Pua. Opened with the 475, and she's on sort of a medium set wave. I like it. Gets the cheat 5, the tight 5. Elects to go left towards the pier. We know we'll see a lot more of those waves come into play. That one kind of fizzles out on her.
Yeah, she got a bit too high up on the face there when she went for the nose ride, and I don't think the wave has quite the push or the speed behind it, the momentum to, you know, you have to still set your line low enough to be able to have the tail be pushed by the water, by the wave. And when you get a little too high up there, you're just kind of floating.
And we've seen a few times where all the surfers have been paddling in and then holding their rail with one knee up, gliding for another 20 yards, waiting for the wave to maybe stand up so they commit. A few scores came in. Cash, your opening wave was a 4.5. Your secondary, your backup wave, a 2.05. Pua, your last wave, a 2.6. So at the moment, Pua's in the lead, but Blue is up. Kira has something to say about that right now on this nice splashback. That's the Bucky quote.
Yeah, Kyra there, pronounced Kyra.
What did I say?
Kira.
Sorry,
it's Kyra.
Yeah.
Kyra there, sneaking on a nice little right there. So she's looking for a 4.06. As you had mentioned, Cash had gotten the 4.50 and the 2.05. Pua sitting with the 4.75 and then a 2.60. Priority at the moment sits with Green. Green just has the single wave, the single 1.25. Green, you're looking for a 5.30, and you are in priority. In third place, we're waiting for a score to drop, though. That's Blue. She opened up with a 2.5 and then has a throwaway 0.55. So you can see the replay on the screen here. She's got some nice turns on there, really nice cross steps, got a nose ride, a little bit of a shuffle back. But this is definitely going to throw away her 0.55, no doubt. So we'll update that situation momentarily. Does still stand Cash Hoover with that 4.5 and that 2.05. And as I mentioned, Pua Makamae with the 4.75 and the 2.6 sitting in second priority. So priority green, right, red. Situation change as far as who is in second. So Kyra coming in with a 4.75, putting her into second place. So London, you need a 6.0 to advance. Cash, you need a 2.76 to advance. And to win the heat, Kyra, you need a 2.60. Time check, 13 minutes. Action on the horizon. Green in priority. She may be sitting a little too far inside. Looks like all of them are a little bit too far inside. Maybe not Blue.
Yeah, that one was
Whee!
unexpected. But Blue on the corner doesn't get into it. Everyone gets washed through on that one. Priority still with Green, then White. Blue was in fourth priority when that wave swept by her. 12 and a half minutes left. Judge is so consistent that that 4.75 of Kyra's last wave right there on par with Pua's opening ride. Very similar. But I really like that carve down that Kyra got and into then the cross step right away. Beautiful seamless rail work.
Yeah, definitely. Beautiful surfing, smooth surfing coming from Kyra. She's going to want to get another one that's similar or rather better to get her rid of that 2.5. She had that opportunity there on that last wave. Unfortunately, just kind of misjudging it, and the pearl kind of happened there. She went diving for pearls. Time check, 11 minutes, 45 seconds.
Here in Pismo, you go diving for clams.
Yes, that's
because
true.
everywhere you walk, any square inch of this beach, you dip your hands down in, you will come up with a handful of beautiful big clams that you cannot take from the beach.
That's right.
But yes, they are delicious and edible, and that's why the clam chowder at all the restaurants right here is so good. It's not just the butter.
I'm a fan of the butter, so it's super awesome, and I love how have signage and information up along the pier and whatnot, letting tourists know and people know, like, if you do find the clams, you can't take the small ones; they have to be of a certain size, and when you're going to put them back in a certain way. You got to put their little mouths up so they can breathe, and put them under a certain amount of inches of sand. So yeah, it's like you said earlier, they're really like eco-conscious and environmentally aware of kind of the pristine, they know they need to take care of this coastline that they've been, so lucky to have.
I mean, this whole area from, San Francisco, the whole California coast, all the way down through San Diego used to just be profound in its sea life and, the fisheries, and going back to the inception of, when Hearst started, it was a whaling area there in, San Simeon.
Alrighty, looks like Green going to take use of her priority. She's going to try to get a second wave here. That's London Lorber. She's currently our youngest competitor in the event right now. Pretty stoked. London making it all the way to the quarterfinals, and I believe her first WSL event. She's going to drop another kind of low score, 0.75, so she's going to want to improve on that situation. She's under priority now, but that can also work to your benefit, finding those little insiders.
I wonder, the pressure of having priority, always kind of challenging unless you're really on your, A game with it. Right now, though, Pua up on another one. Glorious. Look at how much speed she was carrying on that.
Yeah, she had a nice late takeoff, spun it around, didn't have any fear, went for it. Got that stretch 5. Now she's going to try to work it onto the inside.
Well, it's going to line up really nice for her. This inside will stand up and give her... Oh, I spoke too soon. She got a little high on the lip there.
Yeah, I mean, she's doing really good. She surfs all kinds of boards and waves, and she just keeps getting a little high up on that face there for those nose rides. Just needs to set her line down a little bit more mid-trim line, and then she'll be able to hold on to those. But really, she's going to have 2 of the highest scores of the heat, so far. So she's got a 4.75 that she opened up with, and she just dropped a 3.75. So still sitting in first place. Makes the situation for the other girls a little bit different. In priority right now is red, blue, then green. Currently in 4th place, needing a 6.0, is London Lorber. In 3rd place, needing a 2.76, Cash Hoover. And in 2nd place, needing a 3.76 to take the win, is Kyra Wallace.
Well, still a really tight heat. Regardless of Pua getting her 2 waves, she still is sitting first with an 8.5 2-wave total, which, generally is not a safe place to be. Same with Kyra Wallace, and second with 7.25. So the door opened for anybody in the heat to come from 3rd and 4th up into advancing.
100%. The heat is still very much open. 7 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Girls just need to find kind of a little bit of a rhythm. I think it's maybe throwing them off a little bit, just that yesterday was just a bit more chaotic, and the energy level was much higher, and now you kind of almost to bring it down a little bit. But here we go. We've got blue in priority. She's going to go ahead and take use of that priority. Gets up and riding on her backside there. Carefully negotiating that section there. Going to bring it back around into the curl so she can set up for the nose ride section. Not quite finding it yet, so still curling it back around.
I love where she stands in the middle of the board to carry speed so nice. Look at this inside 5 on the nose. The camera kind of panned off it, but the wave stood up, and she got a nice glide there with 5 over the nose. I love the way she's carrying her speed rail to rail, so easy and buttery.
Yeah, she's definitely got a smooth transition between that kind of going out into the shoulder, then back into the curl again. It'll be a decent score. I think she might get rid of that 2.50. I don't know if it'll better her 4.75. We'll let you know when it drops. Currently in priority, green, red, white. You see the replay here of that nice bottom turn. She coming back into the curl here.
Well, what stands out too in that really flowy style is look at the poise of her hands, and she stays right inside both the inside and outside rail. She's not leaning her shoulders one way or the other. So it's all from the hip down and the ankles.
Yeah, and you make a good point too, because there is a lot happening in the hips down, the ankles, and then the feet and the knees. But there's also a lot that's important in the upper body. And what's important with her upper body is she keeps it really in control. I always like to talk about the extension from shoulder to fingertip, and that there needs to be mindfulness of that arm, and you want to not stop that mindfulness at the wrist, let's say, and let the wrist be flapping around, or at the elbow, if you will, or wherever. So she really maintains that extension and that fluidity throughout that ride. So she does better her 4.75 even. Kyra Wallace coming in at a 5.05 puts her into first place. Pua, you're now in second place, would need a 5.05 to take the win. Cash, you're now looking for a 4.01 to advance. And London, you are still in priority, but you're looking for a 7.25 to advance. Time check, 5 minutes, 5 seconds.
So you would have to say, in the scheme of this heat, London still right in it, but she needs 2 waves. She could just get an incredible one and get that big score she needs, but she's within the wherewithal for 2 waves with the time on the clock and the amount of waves.
Right, and we got Blue up and riding, decided to go on this left here. You saw Green was paddling for that wave. Blue there, cutting it short right before the pier. London in green losing that priority because she did try to go for that wave, not catching it. So priority now sitting red, white, and then green.
Well, it's one of those funny things, too. They're all sitting there together. There's some waves that are easy to miss. We've seen that a few times from a few of the surfers. It's okay to not sit in the pod, and you can get busy all over, especially on a longboard. You can cover ground quickly.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
There's inside ones, there's other peaks, and, threes are everywhere.
Yeah.
And you can build from that at least.
Yeah, definitely. And I think something, too, to keep in mind is we talked a lot yesterday about adaptability. And yesterday you really needed to be, have the ability to adapt quickly in changing conditions and winds and tides. And today it appears a bit more, it's a bit nicer. It's not so chaotic, but that can make you complacent. And so you still need to be able to adapt in these situations and realize, say, for instance, you keep paddling for a wave and not catching it. Well, then you need to change the strategy of how you're paddling in for that wave. But without any trouble catching this wave, that'd be red up and riding. Cash Hoover. She's looking for a 4.01, so she's off to a good start so far. Sitting now in priority, white, and then green, then blue. Red taking it all the way into the inside with some nice control. She's going to kick out and try to get herself back out there. We'll let you know how that score drops. She's looking to get rid of, she's got a 4.5 and a 2.05. She's aiming for something at least a 4.01. So hold tight, and we will update that score.
Well, she definitely had the wave to possibly achieve the 4.01. So the judge is going to deliberate on that one. 2.5 minutes left, ladies. Priority is with white, then blue, then green.
You see the replay here. Nice 10 we saw here from red. This is going to be a great score, I think, for Cash, something she's going to need to kind of set her up into the top seeding to be able to advance into the semifinal. London, she's a newbie here. This is her first time, I think, at the WSL, so it's going to be a great learning experience for her, and hopefully she'll be able to take everything that she's learned this weekend into the next event that she participates with. Time check, 1 minute, 55 seconds.
Look at that. So the score comes in. Cash, you got a 5.65. You jumped up into the lead. Pua, you have priority. You're in third now, looking for a 5.05, and here she is. She knew. Wow. Hanging 5 right there. Drops out of the sky. Gets a little hung on the heels there.
Yeah, a little bit tough there, a little hung up on the top, but we got Blue answering back with a nice fade, left go right. She's going to try to stay closer to that curl there. A little bit of a frothier wave here. She's probably not going to be able to get much scoring potential on that one, but with 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock, she's going to work the inside.
Yeah, she got the left reform, the bonus chip, and Pua back in the lineup quickly, so she's got 1 minute now to scramble around and look for that 5.05.
Yeah, it looks like she's going to go ahead and bring it on in with under 1 minute remaining. She's kind of contemplating whether she should paddle out again.
50 seconds, that's you'd have to be a sprinter of all sprinters to get back out there and safeguard your second place position at the moment. Pua with second priority, Cash with first priority. Pua, you have 40 seconds. You're looking for a 5.05. We'll wait to see if that score doesn't change anything for Blue.
Red getting a nice long 5 to a nice holding 10. She's going to want to bring it back into the curl here to the critical part of the section. Gets a little tip time while she does that.
Wow. Waves on the horizon, and she's going to likely better her 4.5 on that, Jim. 12 seconds left, surfers. 10. I'll count it out now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it doesn't look like Pua's wave was going to get her the score she needed. Cash seems like she might better. She was in the lead already, and Kyra on the beach breathes relief.
Yeah, great run of a heat there. Some nice rides. A little slow to start for some of the girls, but we're in second half of the heat, really coming along. We're going to count down the next heat in 5, 4, 3. And green, Summer Romero, winners of the last heat. Cash Hoover getting that 6.5 right at the end of the heat there. And then Kyra Wallace also making it into the semifinals. So congratulations to those ladies. And then we'll see what happens here. We've got a couple of the younger guns with a couple of the more seasoned guns out in this heat right now. Kaitlin and Summer been a part of the surf longboard scene for quite some time. And then the younger newcomers, Chloe Coleman from the East Coast and Alea Anderson coming all the way up from Pacifica.
Well, straight away into quarterfinal 2, that was a fun opener there. You know, they're kind of setting the table. The guinea pigs of every event are the first heat. The judges keeping it, you know, refined. They don't want to extend big scores too early unless they see it, but it always grows into the day, and the surfers build on the potential of what they saw their competitors in the heat before them do, and you just always see heat scores climb higher and higher as the day goes on.
Yeah, I think it was great the way that whole heat kind of went down. You did see how the scores kind of grew. Cash finishing off the heat with that 6.5. So things are building. The momentum is building. The judges are getting stoked out. The surfers are stoked. The sun's rising. It's just, you know, it's going to be a great day.
Well, and it's going to get tricky for the competitors in the sense that as the tide keeps rising, every heat, it's another, little bit further and further up, which means that middle inside section is really going to become the feature. Although there will still be some strange, bigger sets that crash out the back, you got to make a choice. Are you going to sit out there and have those waves wash under you and miss them, or, adapt and come inside a little more where they're standing up on the inner sandbar?
It looks like we had a little not paddle battle, perhaps, but White getting the left here into the pier gets that 5 to tight 5. Bringing it back around in the curl. She's going to cut it short there before she gets too close to the pier. But nice opening ride, kind of gets things going, gets her energy underneath her, the adrenaline flowing.
Well, and you saw that she took off, thought maybe she could get around the section to go into that right that went away from her, but it pushed too far over.
But she opens up with a 3.5, so not a bad way to just kind of like throw a score down.
Beautiful opener. Hey, start with a 3.5 and build from there.
Yeah, we got some action. Looks like happening. That's like you said too. The choice too is like how far do you paddle out to prepare for some of those rogue sets that do come. Looks like we got green right up here. That's Summer Romero. Gets the tip time. She's going to bring it back, but then out the back on the bomb there, that's red. Alea Anderson at 15 years old gets the tip time, comes off it, not able to come off the bot there, but green just working it all the way to the inside, really showing her experience or her expertise. She's a longtime surfer, longboarder, likes that left there. She's going to milk it all the way to the inside.
Wow, she picked a gem, that one. That was one of those inside ones, just tucked up enough and the water had washed off the sandbar, and she maximized that ride for sure, Summer.
Yeah, so while we're waiting for that score to drop, we're going to take it down to Bucky for the Heat winner interview.
Hi, guys. Yeah, we're here with Cash, winner of Heat 1 of the day. Nice and early in the brisk offshore winds. You were just telling me how it felt even colder than yesterday. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was a lot colder than yesterday because I was just like sitting there waiting for like a good decent amount of waves because it was so soft compared to yesterday in the past few days when it was like those big sets just coming in and you were paddling for your life.
Yeah, and even after you got a couple good scores to get out in the lead, your last wave was probably your best wave, came in at a 6.5. So how'd it feel, just the actual waves out there, the performance you did?
The waves were really fun. Like, I really like smaller kind of just like smooth kind of waves, and those last few waves that I got felt so good after like just like having waves crash down on me all week.
Ladies priority situation sits with blue, then white,
yeah,
then red.
good job out there. And any shout outs you want to give to everybody at home?
Yes, thank you Morro Bay for keeping me warm because I do not know what I would do without being warm. Yeah,
right on, Cash, keep it going. Back to you guys.
Cash feeling nice and toasty in her Mamala wetsuits. A shout out to Angela Horacek. She's a real big supporter of the queens and always backing up the ladies, so that's really good. We're still waiting for a score to drop for Summer, and it looks like we have a score waiting for Kaitlin. Here's a replay you can see on the monitor there of Summer's last ride. She gets some tip time there, some cheater fives there, brings it back around into the whitewater, and we'll see her. She gets this nice little rebound, little reform off the left here with a nice little nose ride.
Oh, she
Sneaks
aced that
it up
wave.
there.
And she did well. There were some funky lumps,
There
ribs
were.
midway through, and
Yeah.
she saw her almost get bucked off. Dealt with it really well.
Yeah, sitting under priority is red on the inside here. So she's kind of choosing something you were talking about, is trying to find those little insider ones because these are clean little waves. So this might be a smart decision. She's not able to really find her trim line there. So, but she'll get another, little stick on her scorecard, and that just kind of helps her build on her way. Time check, ladies, 17 minutes, 40 seconds.
And
Priority blue and then white.
Well, and the big news, the wave we were talking about, Summer Romero, a 7.0. So now she's got the high mark of the day so far. Beautiful opening wave for green. Look at these sets firing through. Someone's going to get this.
And that looks like that's green.
Again, the bonus wave. Wow, long 5. tight 5. And she might get around this section, grabbing her rail to do it.
Right as she gets around it, the thing folded over on her, but really good effort on green there. She got the work done in the beginning of the wave, so I think she'll be pleased with that second wave kind of to butt up against her, that 7.0 that she opened up with. We're still waiting for a score for our blue. Priority sitting blue-white. Time, 16 minutes, 40 seconds. All right, we can see Kaitlin up and riding right now. Gets under that lip and into the open section there, wraps it around. Wave's kind of flattening out there, but she's just going to try to hold on to it. Decides, nah, that thing's done. I'm going to get back out there. So we'll get a score down for Kaitlin. Priority sits white, then red. Coming up next in heat number 3, we're going to see Avalon, Frankie, Delilah, and Liv. Then our final heat for the quarterfinals, we'll see Malia Loggins, Sophia Todd, Reed Van Wagoner, and Mingwei Brown. Stick around for that, but up and riding right now, that'd be white. Chloe Coleman using her priority, gets a nice tip time, comes around that section. This wave's really lining up nice cut back into the curl there again. She's going to set it up again for another nose ride. She's hoping to get around that whitewater, decides to straighten it off. That's all she wrote there, but a nice wave for right. She's trying to back up that 3.5 that she opened up with, looking for a 3.51 in order to take the lead, but that's all going to change because we got more scores dropping for the ladies.
Oh, it is full action. We do know that priority is with red, second priority with green. Summer, your last wave, a 5.5, so a healthy start with a 7 and a 5.5 out in the lead. We'll wait for this score for white, and then we'll really know what red and blue need. Well, and Kaitlin's score coming in, like you said.
We've seen the
lots
replay.
of moving parts.
Yeah, lots of moving parts. Kaitlin opened up with some nice work in the beginning of her wave, petered out at the end there, but up and riding live here. We've got Alea Anderson in red, 15 years old. I believe this is one of her first WSL events as well. Gets some tip time there. She's kind of bring it down, gets a little too high up on the face there. Still waiting for scores to drop, ladies. In priority green, then blue. I'll give you a situation update as soon as we get those most recent rides on the scorecard.
Well, you saw there on that wave, she had that down carve and almost seemed like she was in two minds. As the shoulder's moving away from her, she's thinking, wait, I have to chase it. But actually, if she would have cut back a bit farther, the power source was just...
would have given her...
Then she would have ripped into that inside. But it's tricky how the wave moves across the sandbar.
As we take a look at the replay of White's wave, really actually well put together wave. The wave really lined up quite nice for her, giving her a lot of canvas to work with. So we're just waiting for those scores to drop. Looks like the opening ride for blue. Kaitlin, you come in at a 5.35. Chloe White, your last wave comes in at a 6.50. And the last of red comes in at a 1.65. So here's the situation with 13 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. In fourth place and in fourth priority, Alea Anderson. Alea, you need an 8.35. Up and riding right now, that's blue. She's currently in third place. She opened up with a 5.35, and she's looking for a 4.66. And this wave is looking pretty good for that right now. Up and riding also in the back there, that's White. That's currently second place, Chloe Coleman. She's looking for a 6.01 to take the lead. And your heat leader right now in the green jersey also sits in priority. She's got a 7.0 and a 5.5. That's Summer Romero. Give you an update shortly as we've got waves riding in here. Chloe taking it all the way to the inside.
Wow, what an exchange that was. Kaitlin Mikkelsel smashes it on the end, and then Chloe does well on hers also, both of them finishing high in the corner. So Kaitlin definitely getting a nice back up to the 5.35. She needed a 4.66 to go into second, but Chloe answering, and she might increase on her 3.5, so we'll see where it shuffles But yeah, you see how when they're paddling out, those inside ones are hitting that sandbar, and they turn into really nice waves. This is a nice replay there of Kaitlin.
Yeah, super.
Crisp offshore and a nice finish.
She's stoked on that one. That was
Yeah.
a great ride for Kaitlin. She's going to be amped on that score. She's trying to back up that 5.35. She only needs a 4.66 to advance. So I think she's going to feel pretty confident that that will have done it. And it looks like, Kaitlin, you did, girl. 7-0 on that last ride. Great job. That puts you into second place. So situation is this. Summer, you're in priority. Second priority sits with Red, Alea. You're in a combo situation, need a 12.35. Don't look at it that way. Just start chipping away at it, get some waves. In white, that's third place. We're waiting for a score to drop. She had a nice score right now, Chloe Coleman. So we'll hold tight a second. She's looking for a 5.86. So we'll see how that drops from the judges. But as I mentioned a minute ago, Kaitlin on her last wave just drops a 7.0. That had moved her into second place. We're waiting still to see how that score of white looks like it's going to be close. So we're going to drop it not quite enough to move into second place, Chloe, but your last wave comes in at a 5.4. So 10 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Red, you're in a combo situation. You need to get a couple good waves. White, you're in third priority. You need a 5.86 to advance. Kaitlin, you're in second place. You need a 5.5 to take the lead. In Summer, sitting in priority with a 7.0 and a 5.5. 10 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock.
What a tight heat from first to third. A 12.5 two-wave total for Summer, and Chloe with an 11.90 two-wave total. So they're all in that sevens and high sixes and mid-range five. So close heat. Chloe Coleman knows what she needs to do. She needs a 5.86 now, and she already has a 6.5. So she knows what that wave felt like and looked like when she took off. Kaitlin, I like that at the finish when they do the close up and you see the competitor, riding out, clapping, or a fist pump, that little soft claim to themselves, knowing, gotta complete this. 9.5 minutes left. Priority is green, red, white, blue. I like the pace of the heat. Bucky was in the event up in Morro Bay, and it was so perfect, and there was thousands of waves, and they were just having fun surfing. So they might have needed a 5, but they would take off on a 2 and a 2 and a 2, and each surfer had like 15 or 20 waves. It was insane. We're like, stop surfing, just take what you need.
I like to say, you don't need to get 10 twos.
No.
You need 2 tens.
That's what was going on, and it's just because it was so perfect. Eight and a half minutes left. Priority still the same. Green, red, white, blue. Summer in the lead. Kaitlin in second. Chloe in third. It's a tight battle with all three of them at the moment, though. Chloe needing a 5.86 and Alea needing 2 waves to get to 12.35. And that's right in reach with this much time. In second priority, she could nail a 6, a 7, an 8. Who knows? Sky's the limit. You can get a 10 out there. There's always a 10.
Green taking advantage of that priority, getting that stretch 5 there. It's a little far out in the shoulder, so she's going to bring it back into the curl. None of the other girls, unfortunately, making that wave behind there. That one behind almost seemed like it was a little bit more lined up. But none of the girls opting to go for that one, or perhaps not quite ready for it.
I wonder if it's, from a surfer's view when they're out there, what are they seeing? So they saw that first peak that Summer got, and then I think the next one was so close behind it that they just didn't know it was going to stand up that much. When the water pulled off of Summer's wave, all of a sudden it was breaking on them. they couldn't adjust and paddle south.
Well, and in my experience, more times than not, when you have those wind swell kind of close together waves, the back one isn't usually the one that's going to be the clean one that lines up. It's the first one, and you wait for the back one to catch up to it. But that was kind of a little different scenario. You see a nice cheer 5 here for Summer, her heat leader, waiting for a score to drop here. Solid beginning part of the wave, but not able to kind of stay with it. Got real fat there. Was ending up closing out, so won't be her highest score, and probably won't even go into her top 2. No, last of Summer Green comes in at a 4.65, so not going to factor into her score line. She still sits with the lead. She's got a 12.50 total. In priority, though, right now is red, followed by white, then blue. There's 6 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, now that the judges have kind of set the table, set the scale, and they've defined what can be done on the outside, how you can weave through the middle, and then how to finish on the inside if they're not getting there, unless it's beyond exceptional on the outside. Yep, you saw that reflect in the score, the 4.65. Like you said, she didn't make it to the inside, but still some good work done on the outside. Chloe still needing a 5.86. 6 minutes left in the heat. Priority is with red. So can Alea get that big score to get herself back in the heat and need a mid-range score to follow that?
Yes. She has some work cut out for her, but again, these are all lessons learned. She's early in the game here and in her professional, her competitive journey, so she'll want to take all the different things that she's experienced over the weekend and the different surfing that she's seen and done herself and kind of add that to her repertoire and take notes and improve for next time. She's young. She's got a long way to go, so she's just in the beginning. So always too important. It's always winning is important, but how you lose is just as important, if not more so.
Well, where do we learn from? We learn from our failures mostly, not our successes. We do, we encode the successes, but the big lessons come from the failures.
Absolutely.
In life.
100%. 4 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock, ladies. Situation still the same. Priority with red, then white, green, blue, then green.
And that's when you get into the world champions, the top competitors in the world. In any field, the odds are stacked against all of them. And that they can be consistent above 50% or 60 or 70% in their win rates and their heat total or their, move advancements and finals made and all that. And that is so difficult. You think about baseball pitchers. They fail. To be a super successful anything in baseball means you're achieving your goal like 3 out of 10 times or 2 out of 10 times.
All right, up and riding right now. Heat leader, that's Summer. She's staying busy without a priority. She doesn't have a priority, so she went ahead and snuck this little inside of there. Gets some 5 to kind of wide place 10. She's going to rebound off the white water there. Or smooth finish. She's looking for that reform there on the inside. Not sure this one's going to do it for her. She's going to milk it all the way inside. We got 3.5 minutes remaining. Priority red, white, blue.
Well, I'll be interested to see where this score goes because that was a great example of one of those inside. The other 3 surfers didn't even see it as a wave at all. Summer gets it, and maybe it's not going to go into her score line because she already has a 7 and a 5.5, but it's just an indicator of whatever the score comes in at, they're out there.
Yeah.
No one even saw it.
Yeah, and I think it's too like a testament to like the biggest wave isn't always the best wave. So, especially in longboarding, we're not looking for 1-2 maneuvers. We're looking for a canvas that's giving us enough time to do as many maneuvers as we possibly can. I want to do the footwork. I want to bring it on the rail, bring it in the tail. So looks like that score is coming in not too bad. It might, like you said, it might not factor into her deal, but last of green comes in at a 5.4.
So it's a throwaway 5.4 for her that no one else even saw as a wave.
Yeah, so really something that the other competitors should be kind of like taking note of. This is an entirely different day today as was yesterday. We had some really bomber sets, and even though we do, that one wave there, a little insider was nice and clean, there's those rogue sets are still coming. So, all right, looks like we had red take a paddle there, so I believe we'll get a priority change.
We did. Priority white. Well, that's critical for Chloe going into the last 2 minutes of the heat because she still only needs the 5.86. Kaitlin hadn't built on her score line yet, so can white find one? Here we go. Up and riding, swings it left, then right. Nice cross step on the wave fizzles out. She got stuck on the left side, couldn't get over the knuckle to the right, and the wave, you could see the energy backed off and went weird.
It did. It kind of backed off. It didn't really give her the face, and she kind of sensed that right away, and knowing that she's kind of under time, wanted to get back out there to give herself another opportunity so that she can find that wave that has the 5.86 that she needs. Priority sits with blue, then red, then white. Situation is the same. Combo needing for red. White needs a 5.86, and blue, you're in second place, needing a 5.51 to win the heat.
Well, Kaitlin, X marks the spot deep on this pier bowl right. Big cutback there, powerful cutback. Will she get space to get to the nose? There we go. Relaxes on the tip for a minute, swings it back again, and she's kind of got the right above the left, as you can see. Yeah. But that wave offers a ton for Kaitlin, so will she extend her second place position with 30 seconds left?
Yeah, or will she move into the lead with 20 seconds, as you said? We'll see how that score drops. A little bit of action out the back, and priority is red, then white. Red was trying to get in on that, but not able to. Neither is white, but sitting on the inside. Green giving a look. No one able to kind of squeeze in that.
Wow. I'm gonna count it out right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that heat concludes. We have the score to come in for Kaitlin. It came in quickly. She gets a 6.85. She does go to the lead. Summer in second. And that's how that one concludes. And we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be back with heat number 3, quarterfinal number 3 on the women's side of the draw here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic in beautiful Pismo Beach.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for jumping online with us. Jeff Baldwin and Bucky Berry in the booth now. We are here at a glorious Sunday morning, final Sunday in Pismo Beach. We just saw Kaitlin Mikkelsel and Summer Romero move into the semifinals. That was a nice heat, super tight between the top 3 surfers in that one. It could have gone any way. And you must be getting fired up, Bucky. But right now, in the water, Avalon Gall in the red, Frankie Seeley in the blue, Delilah Hutchins in the white, and Liv Stokes in the green. Quarterfinal, heat number 3. Going into the men's quarterfinals right after this, or, well, after the next heat.
Yeah, the waves have looked so fun all morning. The ladies have been ripping, making it look fun as ever. Kind of getting pretty fired up to get out there.
Yeah.
Still got a little while. Going to be kind of at the peak high tide. Watching the pier bowl, watching the sneaky lefts coming down the beach.
Yeah.
Might have to play around on all of them.
Well, you got it kind of an advantage because it's cold to be sitting outside, or maybe it's actually warmer sitting outside than where we're sitting inside, but you are going to have your eyes on it all morning long. as the tide's rising. You're going to be watching every heat. You know, some of the other competitors might be too, or they're tuned in online back at their wherever they're staying.
Yeah, I was talking to Julian yesterday, and him and Lucas were sitting at the hotel watching the webcast on the TV and looking out the window to see the same wave from the Vespara.
Yeah.
The Vespera.
Yeah, you go onto
Pretty cool setup over there.
You go onto the Google Chromecast and click on YouTube, and away you go.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool, the element of sitting in your warm hotel watching the cold waves. As I see Avalon taking a look, she's warming up with how hard she had to paddle for that thing. Oh, and she's not going to get it. That higher tide making some of these ones. Chloe in the last heat had one that looked like it was going to stand up and be an absolute gem and just disappeared right out from under her. So the high tide becoming a factor. It rises real quick today. I think we're at about 4.5 or 5 feet now, and it's still going to go up to 6.9 later.
Yeah, so the competitors going to have to be cognizant or aware of their heat strategy or how they're going to change the strategy through their 25 minutes. We've seen in the first 2 heats a few priority changes due to missed waves. So obviously it's a little bit tricky to judge. Here we go. Liv Stokes up on her first wave. She went towards the pier, swings it back, looking to stay with it on the right, and that current that comes off the pier just kind of pushes water up the face. So you're either on the right side of it or the wrong side of it.
As here we go, we got Avalon taking a look on her backhand up in red. It's nice turn, lots of spray off that turn there. Real full rail commitment, headed back to the foam. She kind of was stuck on the little kind of upper wave of the double up, so it kind of lost its power. So she's going to kick out, head back out, but got her feet in the wax, as they say. Liv with a quick one, getting her feet in the wax on that mini one that kind of vanished on her. So we see some more sets coming in. Looking. No, she's not going to go for it.
Well, yeah, it seems like that outside sandbar kind of moves. Oh, late takeoff. She's going to get around the whitewash. Oh, pops the fin out. Maybe it looked like.
Yeah, Delilah went for the hard bottom turn, and there just wasn't enough there to push off. So tail came skipping right out. The one advantage is she's right back in the lineup. So everybody with a quick little wave under their belt. Nothing of real significance yet. Couple waves coming in, but with that tide changing, like we said, we already seen a couple of girls kind of, I don't want to say misjudged because it's not their judgment, it's the wave kind of deciding not to work out for them. But a few of those waves have already happened in this heat, so it's definitely something for surfers to be aware of. Yeah, and while we got a little lull, actually, let's see, we got a little wave right here. White taking a look. White's up, and she's going to back out, and Frankie's not going to hit. Let's head down to Carla.
Well, maybe Kaitlin's not ready, but that's okay. Avalon, you got a 2.25 on your last wave. Delilah opened with a 0.5 and a 0.25. Liv opened with a 1. Priority is with Avalon. And second priority with Liv.
As we see Frankie taking a look. Little inside run, but this one might kind of stand up and break for her.
Yeah.
Right up to the nose. Oh, a quick 10 there, too, for Frankie. Walks it back, keeping the flow going.
I think that's smart. She wanted to get started, 6 minutes had gone off the clock, and she looked outside, didn't see things, and straight away, oh, ouch.
All right, and now let's head down to Carla for the winner of that last heat. Kaitlin, now that Frankie's done with that one.
That's right. We got Kaitlin Mikkelsel here, winner of that last heat. Fun heat. The waves look really fun. A little chilly out there. We're talking about it's a little chilly. Now you're a mom. You've got Maddox here. He's here with us. It brings a whole nother kind of aspect and element to the game. How did it affect you at all this morning, if at all? You got some really nice waves. You got that 6.85. I think it was at the end there. How's it all working?
You know, it's really different being a mom because, like, your energy's not 100% focused on yourself anymore. But at the same time, I feel like Maddox keeps me really calm because I'm having fun playing, like, matching dynos with him and stuff like that in the morning and the evenings. But it's fun to have the support crew here, have my little one here, like, having him see me surf and be excited hearing him cheering from the pier. It's just, I don't know, it's just brings joy to your heart to show your kid that you can still do something like this.
I think that's really cool. It's just being able to share the experience, and it changes the perspective a little bit. And being able to go out there and not focus as much on yourself probably helps you surf even that much better. And you did that. What do you have a game plan at all going into the semifinal? Are you guys going to go do some more matching dynos, or maybe it's a new game on tap?
I'm probably just going to go get warm right now and then see whatever he wants to do. But yeah, it was just fun out there and just staying focused, I guess, on having fun. The waves are really, really good. I'm surfing with a lot of my friends, so can't complain. Just got to go out there and do my best.
Well, yeah, and before I let you give shout-outs, a shout-out to you and Summer, the seasoned girls in the heat. It's something, we've got a lot of really young talent, and so it's cool to see you ladies still being able to put it up there, and I know you've got plenty of people you want to thank.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I love Summer. She's always been a mentor of mine, to surf with her is amazing, but I just really want to thank my husband, my son Maddox, my mom who's at home. Hi, Mom, you're probably watching, and my dad for all their support over the years and still cheering me on about 20 years later.
Well, keep it up, Kaitlin. We'll see you in the semi.
See you out there.
See you. Back to you guys.
I love it. Mom love.
Yeah, Kaitlin been doing this a while, surfing the club contest with her when we were kids. All that stuff. It's really cool to see everybody starting their families. And, you know, like she said, it's so cool to be able to still be doing what you do well while your kids can enjoy watching you. That was one of the cool things I think Mike Tyson brought up the other day about his fight, was his kids never got to see him do his thing. And so that was their opportunity to see Dad be the baddest man type of thing. So it's always cool to get to have that element involved, as we see the replay of Frankie.
Yeah, it was a
wild
really
kick out.
And again, she got one of those inside waves that no one else even identified. Out the back though, live. Well, we're doing the replay on the webcast, and white, red. Wow, what a wave for Avalon.
Unreal nose ride right there. That one stood up really well. That might have been the best stood up wave and let her really lock in that real close 5 and 10. And this thing's still peeling for her.
Well,
Avalon surfs a lot down at Sano with us, and she's just absolutely ripping this mininess all the way to the beach. Steps off finally, looks out the back, not much going on. Good surfing there by Avalon as we wait for that score to come across.
Well, we're still waiting for Frankie Seeley's last wave. Again, one of those up and under ones that no one else saw, and a wave for Delilah. So 3 scores to come in. Priority is with green, then blue, then white. There's 15 and a half minutes left here in quarterfinal number 3. And if you're just getting up and making your way into this chilly, beautiful Sunday morning at the pier, thanks for joining us. We are into quarterfinal number 3 at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic qualifying series. Stop number 1 for the Longboard qualifying series, WSLs. Here we go. Hand stayed on the rails for a while, making sure she got it. Will she get through? Doesn't get through. Liv Stokes, that wave fades out on her too. We see some peaks on the outside. Priority is with Frankie Seeley. And Frankie's first wave dropped in finally at a 4.5, and here she is up again, ready to back that up. Outside right, looking to get over and into it. Can't just... What, the link of the board and just so high on the face?
Yeah, you combine that high tide where it's softening out with that offshore wind getting underneath the big nose of these longboards. You combine those two things, and those type of things will happen if you don't really, you almost got to really force yourself under the lip when you have these offshore conditions with those bigger nose boards. Got to really make sure you're under the lip, so if you do get any lift underneath, the wave's going to hold you down in it.
Yeah, people underestimate offshore, especially people that come from areas where they infrequently have strong offshore. They go to an area where there's strong offshore, and it's, you know, how they time everything is not quite settled in. 2 extra strokes down the face. You know, where you make your first turn, you can't get up high and tight on an offshore wave.
Yeah, you got to nose ride lower in the wave, especially with longboarding. You really got to make adjustments. You got to, like I was saying, you got to really make sure you're in more of a hook than you typically would look for. The cool thing is you can be in more of that hook because the wind will hold the wave up. That section you might not make by trying to stay in that hook will stay open for you more. As we see Delilah using her priority on a beautiful looking wave. We'll see if it stays up. It's got a little double up underneath her. She's making things happen though, coming to the power source. Working her way to the inside. With that high tide, that right pier bowl's kind of vanishing on the ladies a little bit. And it looks like this is Liv in blue. Color coordination with the blue board, blue jersey. Oh, no, she's in green. Take that back. I knew it was Liv, but yeah, she's in the green jersey. Frankie in the blue. Beautiful roundhouse there, hitting the foam pretty hard, showing full commitment. She's going to kick out and head out.
Well, what happened in between all that? Avalon, highest score of the day, an 8-point ride. So our first excellent score, which she earned every bit of. So Avalon out in the lead with a 2.25 and then the 8. Priority is with blue, Frankie. Second priority with red. Delilah's backup wave was a 3.9, and now she has another score about to drop in. And also Liv has another wave about to come in. Here we go. Is this red again? Avalon fired up, charged, hearing she just got an 8, and she's about to do it again.
Yeah, beautiful nose ride to start there, and a nice cut back to the foam. Bounces all the way off of it. It's trying to disappear on her, but it's got a little low road double up she's trying to get herself into. Might even turn into a little left for her. What's she doing with it? She's moving those feet well. That's what's cool we get to see today is a lot more footwork. Another nice nose ride. Bashes that little oncoming mini section. And without, I don't even think she had any form of priority when she grabbed that. After her 8, and she's going to back that up with another probably second best score of the heat as Delilah's last one comes in at a 2.25. Liv, your last one comes in at a 4.6. You're still in third, looking for a 1.55. As we wait for Avalon's last score, Frankie's sitting out there. She's in fourth with priority. She has a good score, the 4.5 though. And as I say that, the second highest score of the heat, just as we thought, a 6.75 for Avalon. We'll let her hit that white water. Now she can probably hear us a little better. Avalon, that was a 6.75 to add to your 8. So you are out in front. You now have Delilah in second place. You are comboed. You need a 14.75. So the battle for second place can commence as we get down to 2:52 remaining. Liv in third. She's got second priority, looking for just a 1.55 to move into second. And Frankie, you have priority, looking for just a 1.65 to move into second. So Avalon dropping the hammer.
Really taking a commanding lead with a 2-wave total, right, of a 14.75. Big scores, and nothing feels better than, you know, utilizing priority to get your best wave and then being low in priority and in the flow, and the wave swings right to you, taking advantage.
Yeah, she lucked out. The normal peak where everybody was sitting, that wave swung just a little wider than the pier bowl and would have closed out on the girl sitting deeper and just absolutely stood up perfect for her. Turned to that 6.75. She's being real efficient with her surfing. 3 waves ridden. Well, 2 of the 3 above a 6, so really efficient surfing.
And where this heat sits now, though, although she's running away out there, Delilah, Liv, and Frankie in a tight little battle because both Liv and Frankie only need a 1.55 and a 1.65 with just under 10 minutes to go into second. So you can see those second to fourth rotating quickly with each exchange as we move in through to the finish of this heat. Blue making a jump, paddling hard to get over to this right. It's going to be a late foamy takeoff. Can't get it. You saw the nose buck up. So Blue All right, well, priority's still the same. Blue, green, white, red. Just under 9 minutes left. That set kind of surprised them all, it seemed like. Nobody in position for that long right. Well, looks like we got a nice replay here of the 8 that Avalon got.
Yeah, while we have a lull, we'll get a good look at this. Nice, stylish cutback back to the foam. And this is where it stood up really nice for her, where she got to lock in that close 5. You can see the lift under the nose of the board there. Lots of air between her and the water. And then right here, it gets a little quiet for her. She's kind of just keeping the board moving. And then on the inside, it just stands up again where she gets another nice 5. All that was like a reverse hang heels. All that was on the left on the board was her heel. Whole foot off except the heels. So. And then all the way to the inside, kicking out. And here we go. Frankie. Oh, no, sorry. That's going to be white. Oh, but Frankie uses her priority and gets her off of it. And now she's got a nice little 5 there. And this inside could set up pretty nice. Right up to the nose. Nice 5. Gets that lift. Brings it back to the foam. And look at it still. This inside could become a nice little run for her as well as out the back. Looks like Liv in green taking a look as Frankie's still making her way to the inside. Liv with a nice stretched out 5 out the back. Holding it for a while.
That was sexy.
And then a nice slash back towards the foam. Redirects back to get some cross steps going. Bashes the oncoming section. She's going to be challenging Avalon now a little bit. That was a really nice ride we had by Liv. Long nose right out the back. Good cut back. Not all the way to the foam so that she could reset up pretty quickly. Couple more cross steps and then the finishing bash there. So a couple nice waves ridden by Frankie and Liv in that battle for second place. As of now, being held down by Delilah as we wait for her score to come in on that last wave too. Not going to be much as Frankie took over.
Well, and Frankie utilizing, knowing she had the higher priority, and even though Avalon had already ridden for a little ways, she said, "Sorry, my wave." And then Liv, I don't know. For me, I think that was the longest nose ride of the event that I've seen so far.
Yeah, definitely
she
right
held
up there.
that so long and high, and you saw her hips move. It was beautiful.
Yeah, here's the replays. You see wrapping those toes. It's like she's gripping the nose, holding it and controlling it. And then here, this is kind of cool. Cut back, but cuts it short so that she can whip it back around, get those other cross steps to regain the speed. And then this is the nice finish here. Full commitment. Brings it down. All pow, as they say.
All pow. 5.5 minutes left here in this heat. Where will it go now? 3 surfers got some incredible waves. First indications of Liv's last wave on par with Avalon's, maybe even a little bit north of that. That's what the judges want to see. Scores in. With that wave, Liv, you got an 8.75, so that's the new marker for the day. Beautiful ride. You go into second with that. Frankie, your last wave, a 5.25, goes into your scoreline. You're in third now, needing an 8.11 based on Liv getting that 8.75, and she has a backup 4.6. Avalon still in the lead with her 8 and 6.75 and holding priority with 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Delilah, you need a 9.45, and you have second priority.
Yeah, and wow, now it's kind of become a Liv jumping into that second place and also only needing a 6. So she doesn't even need to back it up as well as Avalon did to sneak back above her. We thought Avalon was running away with this. She's still sitting out there with priority as we get just under 4:20 to go in the heat. But Liv, yeah, Liv with some really good surfing. Frankie doing some really good surfing on the wave before that, using that priority, but Liv making it insignificant as we see Avalon taking yet another look. Nice 5, gets the 10 out there. She holds the 10. Now she's going to bring it back to the foam balls. It looks like this section's standing up nice and steep for her again. Nice 10 there, wiggles it a bit for Steez. Bringing it back into the foam here, and look at this inside little double up. Another nice nose ride by Avalon, keeping it very stylish, very calm, very cool. Still holding that nose ride, gets back just in time to make the turn. And Avalon trying to extend her lead a bit now that Liv only needs a 6 to get back in it. 3.5 minutes to go. Now we got Delilah sitting out there with priority. She's in fourth. She's looking for a 9.45 to move into second. Frankie, you're in third with third priority, looking for an 8.11 to move into second. Liv looking for a 6 to take the lead. You're in second priority. As we see Delilah taking a look here, using her priority. This thing actually has a pretty nice little wall on it, and she's up to the tip. Nice 5, getting some speed out of it. but might have just got herself a little too deep on that setup as it runs away from her. Good start to it, and Avalon just gonna absolutely putting on a show for us right now. And like I was saying before, super efficient surfing. That's her 4th wave ridden, and it's looking like, there it is. It's an 8.25, so it betters her high score of an 8 from earlier. So Avalon with an 8.25 and an 8 now. She's throwing away a 6.75. Liv, you're in second with priority. That 6 you needed has now become a 7.5. As we know, she already did it, still holding the highest score of the heat. And here she goes. Oh, no, she's going to back off there. We'll see what the priority situation is there. And yeah, priority changed. Frankie now with priority. Liv with second priority. Frankie looking for that 8.11. Once again, Liv, you paddled for that wave. You have dropped down to second priority. Frankie, you now have first priority, looking for that 8.11. Delilah, your last wave came in at a 2.55 as we're at 2 minutes remaining. Quite a flat ocean right now as we see. Well, 2 minutes to go. Frankie needing a big score. Liv needing a big score. Everybody needing pretty giant scores.
Flat ocean, but somehow amongst it, with the beautiful waves that do come in, an 8, an 8.25, and an 8.75 in this heat, and that's not to mention the throwaway 6.25s and 6.75. I mean, what a fun heat this is with a minute and a half left. Priority with blue, second priority with green, white. Frankie, you need that 8.11. So blue knows that those scores are out there because 2 of her competitors have just gotten 3 waves of that substance. Here she is on the inside, seeing if she can find a spot to put all 10 toes on the nose, or at least 5. Big carve down there. Oh, that was green on the inside. Green and blue.
Yeah, so green with a nice one all the way through the inside. Frankie grabbing one as well. We'll see what those scores come in as, if it's going to change anything.
Well, it might be a photo finish. We don't know. Liv had the first wave, and then Frankie had the one on the outside that didn't get all the way to the inside. With 30 seconds to go, can Frankie get the 8-1 she needed on that last wave? Sitting out the back all alone, Delilah needs a 9.45, possibly a 10 on the horizon. We will see.
We got something happening right here. Delilah taking a look out the back. Frankie on the inside, grabbing one on the way back out.
I'm going to count this heat over. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got surfers up everywhere. Bucky, the judges are going to have to log in scores. So next heat, hold your position for a while till we let you know. Everyone riding their waves out. I know we're going to go to a quick commercial break after we tally the scores and jump back in for quarterfinal heat number 4, Bucky.
Yeah, really good surfing there all the way to the end. Still waiting to make it official. Frankie looking for a 8.66. Grab that little one.
SlowCal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SlowCal Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Yep, just hold your position, surfers. We're going to count you in shortly. Welcome back, everyone on the web. We're jamming into quarterfinal heat 4 on the women's side, the final one. And we just saw a great heat there. Oh, my gosh, Avalon Gall and Liv Stokes, 8.25 and an 8.75. About to count this next heat in. Hold your spot. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are settled in for quarterfinal heat number 4 here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic on a beautiful Sunday morning in Pismo. Thanks for joining us live on the web. Thanks for coming down for your Sunday to enjoy the ocean and the finest longboard surfing here in Central California.
Yeah, and this is going to be a cracker of a heat. We're going to see some really good surfing. In red, we're going to have Malia Iligan. In blue, Sophia Todd. And half of the family, Reed Van Wagoner out there in white. Jack going to be surfing in the quarterfinals later. I believe quarterfinal number 4 as well. And Mingwei Brown out there as well, as straight into it. It looks like Mingwei taking off right here in green. Nice fade left, brings it back right in a spring suit. Stylish cut back there just to set up this nose ride. Didn't want to bring it too far back. Look at that speed line she's got on the nose there. And she's going to kick out before that inside run. Got her feet in the wax, got a score under her belt. Now she's going to kind of head away from the other surfers, do her own thing, it looks like.
Well, it looks like she's just kind of using the current. So why paddle into the oncoming wave when you can go a little south and swing around? Smart strategy there.
Yeah, you always feel good when you get a real wave under your belt right to start. Oh. All right, the window is open. We feel like we're more amongst the surfers now. Really, we opened that, and it feels like we're right there in the lineup with them all of a sudden. We got the same little chill factor going on now.
Well, we can hear the ocean. We can feel the ocean. We can smell it. It's nice.
Yeah, it's always one of the best smells, is getting a nice whiff of the ocean in the morning. All right, and we're going to go down to Carla with our winner of our last heat, Avalon.
Avalon Gall here, heat winner from that last heat with some of the highest scores we've seen actually of the whole event. Tell me a little bit about the experience out there right now.
I just had so much fun surfing, and we've been surfing windy, closed out waves all week, and it's so nice to get some fun rides and surfed with some great girls, and I just had such a fun heat. Yeah.
It's been, yeah, like you said, it's been a bit of a wild weekend, but today softer, a little bit softer waves. We've noticed some of them kind of rolling in. Did you have a strategy as far as where we're going to sit? There was a couple rogue sets, but some nice insiders. What was your approach?
I've actually never have strategies. I kind of just go out there and surf and pretend I'm just free surfing, and I just got lucky with some good ones, but it was definitely hard to paddle into some of them with the high tide.
So are you going to go with the same strategy into the semifinal?
Yeah, I'll try to do the same thing.
How about some shout outs to your friends and family?
Oh, of course. Say hi to Mom at home and have my dad here and everyone. And yeah, can't wait to see you soon.
Awesome, you guys. We'll see you in the semifinal. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Avalon putting on an absolute show out there, dropping the biggest scores of the weekend, like she said. And while that was going on, Mingwei, your score came in at a 4.5 on your first wave. Nice start there. She's back in the lineup, just chilling. And Malia just had an absolute cracker. We'll wait for that score to come across as we see the replay of Reed's first ride as well. That was going on during that interview. Nice footwork going down the line. This is what's cool about it being more longboard conditions today. We really get to see a lot of the feet work. Cross-stepping, maneuvering, and look at that right on her backhand, just all the way through. Standing up again for her on the inside. Great surfing by the ladies out there in this heat. So we're waiting for scores for Reed to come in and Malia. As we see the replay of Malia's wave, starts off with a nice 5 there. Nice flow to this wave here. Nice wall there for her to get around. Stylish cut back there. Puts a little extra oomph on the end and then brings it off the foam. And Reed's first score starting to trickle in, and it's going to look pretty good. Sophia's still out there waiting to get the heat started. And like we said, Ming, you have priority out there. You have a 4.5 on your first wave. Sophia, you're in second priority. As Reed, your first score comes in, it's a 7.0, so you're out in front. Malia, your first wave comes in. It's a 6.25, so you're in second. Ming, you're in third with that 4.5, looking for a 1.75. And down in fourth, Sophia Todd. Not due to a lack of good surfing, just surfing overall, still waiting for her first wave. Down to 19.52 left in the heat. Welcome back, Carla.
I'm back. I've been getting my steps in this weekend, going up and down the stairs. Yeah, it's been a wonderful day, wonderful weekend, great surfing. This is our quarterfinal heat 4. We'll see the men's coming up next. First heat of the men's, we'll see Chase, Christian, Kai, and Richie. That's Kai McPhillips, not Kai Takayama. I think we see him later.
Right there in heat 2, we got Kaimana Takayama joining Aiden Cruz and Julian and Daniel. I was talking to Daniel yesterday. I've known him forever. It's Daniel. Reading his name and watching him out there, I was like, I think I know this guy. And then Carla finally dropped it to me. Yeah, they call him Daniel. I was like, I knew something was up out there. Talked to him after the heat. We had a good laugh. Sometimes funny when my real first name is George, and it's funny sometimes people go several years. Oh, as I see Carla's look on her face, she just found out. So there's always that type of stuff going on. You see stuff written down and don't know who it is.
Can we have a moment of silence for George Berry?
No, he's still here.
Junior?
No, Dad's Joseph. George is Grandpa George.
Grandpa George.
Grandpa George. Never met him. I hear he's a good dude, though. Fire captain and all those types of things. Just looking down the beach, it is a stunning day today. Like, looking all the way down to the headland to the south. The lineup the last few days has been pretty empty because of the unruly conditions.
Oh, not
When
today.
you look down the beach, there's people surfing down the beach. There's people on the pier enjoying the show.
Yeah.
There's people just going for walks in their pants and shoes and have no care about getting them wet in the shore break. They're just going to ruin the socks.
All right, looks like White's going to maybe take a spin here on this little insider. That's Reed Van Wagoner. She's got the high score of the 7.0, looking to get a second score in here. Get some tip time, but gets stuck. Not able to make it through there. Out the back, Green is in priority. It looks like Green is going to go ahead and take advantage of that priority. She's trying to scrap into this wave. She gets into it. Mingwei Brown goes for some steps up, redirects it back into the curl to set up for that nose ride once again. She wants to get that critical nose ride. Nice power carve back into the curl. Resets again for another tip. Kind of fades it off the top there, but it's going to be a good backup score. She's looking for a 6. Looks like she's looking just for like a 1.76. Again, all the girls are kind of looking just to get their second scores on the board. Sophia yet to get some waves on the board, but she's sitting in priority, so she'll have the first choice. We'll let you know how that next score drops for both Reed and Mingwei. Looks like second wave for White comes in at a 1.85. Still keeps her in the lead. Now in second place with a 4.50, and the last wave coming in at a 4.15. That was Green, Mingwei Brown, and up and riding right now, currently in third place. That's Red, Malia Ilagan. She's sitting with her first wave at 6.25 and then getting this nice long nose ride into the 10, throwing some body language in there. Going to try to get around that whitewater, gets into the open section for that inside. She's going to set it up again, gets a couple steps in, decides to rebound off the whitewater. Nice finish for Red, Malia Ilagan.
Yeah, that was some unreal surfing. I always tell my students when I'm doing surfer sealing, if I'm pushing them alone and they're standing up, stand up proud, chest out. And that's what she did on that hang 10. She let you know, I'm hanging 10. I'm letting you know about it. I'm locked in. As out the back, Reed been locked in all weekend, right up to the tip, a nice 5, walks it back. She's going to splash this one all the way back to the power source. It kind of dies out on her. Every once in a while you see they get a kind of above the, I call it the overrunner as compared to the underrunner. And sometimes the overrunner doesn't allow you into the underrunner.
Right.
And you got to kind of bail out, and that's what happened to Reed right there.
Yeah, being able to kind of spot those moments super early on and kind of navigate and direct your board so that you're staying, like you said, like in the underrunner or the undertow one. That'll kind of let you, feed into to that next wave. And so here it looks like we've got Green taking a look here. She's currently in second place, looking for a 4.36. Gets a nice long 5 here. Smaller wave, but clean. Waiting for that score to drop for Red.
Yeah, Mingwei, staying busy with the spring suit on, keeping warm.
Girl.
She's a Ventura girl, though, so she's used to the frigidity weather.
She's
Not
used
this.
to cold, but I mean, like this
Not
is next
this.
we're like past point conception and then some. And she's like, yeah, I'm not sure if I want to wear my spring suit or not. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I'd be in a 4-3 and a hood.
Yeah,
And we see a replay here of Red's nice long nose ride that she gets into the tight 5 there, throwing some body English. What I like is that she's held strong through that white water and kind of makes it around it. No rail grabs, keeps the hands up and off the rails, and then kind of sets it up. She looks for another nose ride, but kind of chooses to rebound the whitewater. So we're just waiting for that score to drop for Red. We're also waiting for one for Green. Last of White came in at a 2.25. So situation's this: last of Red, you've come in at a 7.0. That's put you into the lead. In second place, White, you're needing a 6.25 to take the lead. In third place, Green, Mingwei Brown, you need a 4.76 to advance. Blue still waiting to get on the board, but you are in priority. Priority Blue, White, Red. Here is White. Gets some tip time there. Tries to set up for a little rebound on the whitewater, but not quite on the tail enough to get that nose to hit it. And finally, Blue up and riding, getting some tip time there, but not being able to stay glued onto the board, so she's going to try that again. Priority Red, Green.
Yeah, so Malia, that second one even betters the first one, matches Reed's first one. And so Malia with priority in the lead. Reed in second, holding on to that 7. Her last one just a 3.15, so plenty of time to go for these girls. Sophia, she got that first one under her belt now, 0.8. The feet is in the wax. She's going to wait for some better rides. 13.12 to go. Mingwei out there looking for a 5.66 in the spring suit. Reed looking for a 6.25 to move into first. And Sophia still looking for a 9.35 to creep into advancement.
Blue taking a peek here on the inside, sitting under priority. Sophia's just trying to get that second wave under her belt. She's going to work hard for this one. She's going to choose to go to the left there, not really able to get any speed to get into that trim line. Priority still sitting with Red, then Green. As Bucky mentioned, situation for third place, that's the Green, needing a 5.66 to take an advancing position. She's struggling to get in a wave right there, not able to do it, but she's sitting under priority, so she decides to give it a go. Priority Red, White. Time check, 11 minutes, 50 seconds. White scrapping in for this little wave here.
Yeah, nice little right she found. Even as a goofy flare, there was a left and a right. She picked the right. Looks like it was the call. She's going to swing it back here, and this section right here is where it's going to set up. Get some footwork going, gets that speed down the line. Wanted to go for the kind of harder cutback, but looks like she opted against it. Decides to kick out. That just wasn't the one she was fully looking for. Just trying to keep moving, keep warm.
Yeah, she's trying to keep some distance in between herself and third place. She's wants to throw away that 3.15. She sits already with a 7.0, but throwing away that 3.15 will put a little bit of more, spread between herself and Mingwei Brown, who currently needs a 5.66. We'll see how that changes when White's wave drops. Taking a paddle here and using her priority, that's Red. Currently your heat leader with a 7.0 and a 6.25. She gets some tip time right off the bat there. Decides to kick out, get back out there. Priority Blue, Green. Yeah, we're looking really close to that peak high tide. We've got about just less than an hour before we even reach its peak. But then once that tide starts going down, it's going to drop pretty quickly. So we'll start seeing things change. Right now, kind of slowing things down, kind of swamping things out a little bit. 10 minutes on the clock, ladies. 10 minutes in priority. Blue, green, then red. Blue, green, red. Looks like Blue's taking a scratch here. She's going to get it on this inside. Tries to get some tip time. She's holds her ground. She's got that high critical 5 there. Not able to stay with it, though. She comes off the nose. A little bit of action maybe happening on our horizon with 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Priority sits green, red, white. White's going to go ahead and take that under priority situation and get this wave on the inside while the other ladies are on the outside. White with a really nice nose ride there. Comes off a little shaky, but they're still holding on to it. Going to rebound into that inside, leaving green all out to her lonesome. She's going to use that priority, try to snap into this one. Does a nice little fade into the right. She's going to set up for the nose ride. Gets a nice pocket into the 10.
Oh, I like that 10 a lot, Mingwei. That was pretty cool. Brings it back to the power source off the foam. Another section setting up ahead of her. That's that kind of deep spot. So goes for the cutback to keep it going. Off the top, has to wheelie it down and tries to save the nose and keep it out, but it does bite. She's going to do a short little swim there. Still 8:55 to go, so plenty of time to get to her board and get back out there. She's a good, strong swimmer, as we can see.
Definitely. She's going to want to try to get it before this little wave comes. I think she's going to get it just in time. Grabs it.
That's how it always works out. It's always just stressful enough that you got to really reach out to get it.
So the situation stands like this, ladies, with 8.5 minutes on the clock. Red is out there. She's taking a paddle. She is currently in the lead, decides to pull out. In 4th place right now, needing a combo situation. That's Blue, Sophia Todd. In 3rd place, we're waiting for a score to drop, but she's looking for a 7.90. That's Green, Mingwei Brown. Currently in 2nd place, we're also waiting for another score to drop, but she came in on that previous wave that we were talking about. Was pretty good as a 5.40, so she really put a spread between her and 3rd place, but still your heat leader, as I mentioned, Red. She's sitting in priority on the outside there. Malia Ilagan, she's sitting with a 7.0 and a 6.25. Time check, ladies, 7 minutes, 50 seconds. I'll give you an update as soon as those scores drop. All right, sitting the replay here of Mingwei Brown. Still waiting for the score to drop. Last of White comes in at a 6.45. 6.45 for White moves her into the lead. Last of Red, nothing happening there. So current situation in 1st place, Reed Van Wagoner. She's wearing the white jersey. She's got a 7.0 and a 6.5. In 2nd place with priority, sitting with a 7 and a 6.25. That's Malia Ilagan. Last wave of green came in at a 4.65. Still in 3rd place. Green, you need an 8.6 to take the lead. And then up and riding right now, that's Blue. Sophia Todd, that'll be her highest wave so far. Time check, 6 minutes, 20 seconds. Red taking a look here. Taking this inside wave. She's looking to take the lead with a 6.45. But she is currently advancing. Gets around the white water. Steps it up for another 5. In priority, White. White sitting all out there. Comes a couple bumps. Red making it all the way to the inside. White going to take a spin. We see Red working that inside nose ride. White getting that quick 5 to 10 right off the bat. In priority is Green. Time check, 5 minutes. White trying to get into that inside little undertow. Connects it again. Hits that left white water there. It's still reforming. She's going to milk that. Get some more tip time. Nice ride for White. Strong ride for White. Currently in the lead, waiting for a score to drop for Red. Red looking for a 6.45 to take the lead, but she is in second place and advancing. Currently in priority, Green. Green looking for an 8.60 at the moment, but White might be coming in with a pretty high score, so that situation may change. As we watch a little bit of the replay there, blue, little backlit action. This is Heat 4 of the ladies in the quarterfinals. Coming up next, we're going to see first heat of the men's. We're going to see Chase Leader in red, Christian Stutzman in blue, Kai McPhillips in white, and Richie Cravey in green. Waiting for scores for this heat with 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Priority sitting green, then blue. Replay here of red getting a stylish 5 on the inside. Judges are checking that out, making sure they get the score right. Alrighty, score coming in last of red, 5-5. Not going to improve her situation. Still in second place, still needing a 6.45 to take the lead. Last of blue comes in at a 3.4. Now she's looking at a 9.85 to get into advancing position. Priority sitting with green, who's in third place, and she's looking for an 8.60. Time check, 3 minutes, 20 seconds. Green taking a look here. Up and riding with a slow fade, tries to redirect it back into the power zone to set up for those nose rides. Gets a cheater 5 there. Tries to nail the 10. Gets that 10. Gets stuck a little bit on the phone ball. Little dying cockroach action, but stays with it and gets on back out there.
Well, I heard you guys saying, yeah, Ming Wei with the spring suit on, unaffected, right?
Oh, yeah. Unaffected.
At first I thought she had pink legs on her weddy, but no. That's just the cold on the skin.
And that's Ming Wei. Ming Wei will be in the middle of the depths of winter at home and wearing that little getup. And literally, I'm in 5 mil booties, and if I could put the mitts on, I would. Situation, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. In priority is blue, then white, then red. Last of white came in at a 6.05, so the situation remains the same. In fourth place, needing a 9.85 to advance. That's blue. Sophia, you are in priority. Green, you're sitting in third place, needing an 8.6 at the moment. And in second place and third priority, red, you need a 6.45 to take the lead. She's up and riding.
Well, these in-between waves coming to life as the tide is rising, the sandbar moving in, and they are finding super contestable waves on the inside. Blue redirects Sophia Todd needing that 9.85. Not going to get around that section. That will not be the requirement needed to go into second.
1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. In priority is white, followed by green.
Just 110 left here in quarterfinal number 4. The semifinals nearly established on the women's side of the draw, going into men's quarterfinal number 1. Exciting stuff. They must be frothing. The wind has backed off, that offshore morning mountain breeze, and now it's just sheet glass and peaks up and down the beach for everybody. 45 seconds left, ladies. Priority is with Reed Van Wagoner, the heat leader at the moment. Second priority with Ming Wei. Will she find the 8.6 she needs in the dying 30 seconds?
Looks like White's going to go ahead and spin on this little insider, leaving Ming in priority. Get some tip time here. The White with some 5 to almost stuffing 10, but she pulls it out there.
Ooh.
We've got 15 seconds on the clock.
Looks like Mingwei is going to just elect to go on this inside one with just under 10 seconds, so I'll count this heat out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that wave is not going to do it for Mingwei. So Reed Van Wagoner and Malia Illigan moving into the semifinals. What a heat that was. Getting ready for men's quarterfinal number 1. We'll go to a quick commercial break, and then we will come back on the flip side, bringing you the action.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Just ride one time for your mind.
We'll see Kai Takayama, Abe Cruz, Julian Schweitzer, and Daniel Uchimura. But right now in the water, this is quarterfinal heat number 1, wearing the red jersey, Chase Leader. In blue, Christian Stutzman. In white, sorry, in that last wave, that was Kai McPhillips. And then wearing green, Richie Cravey. You can see the replay here on our screens. Really nice ride from Kai.
Put so much power into that redirect, that big roundhouse cutback. And Chase Leader had the left, but he knew that Kai had already been riding on that right for quite a while, so he elected to just cut out, give Kai the right away. That's going to be a nice opener for Kai McPhillips, who had a great heat yesterday also. We are down to, well, these guys all know each other so well. They've all competed against each other in these quarters and semis and finals at events up and down, not only the QS events, but the, the longboard club events up and down the coast, a healthy, vibrant, decades-old competition that goes between clubs. Chase Leader finds his first left, this reform in towards the pier. He doesn't need much to make the magic, just posts it up there for a quick 10. Nice finish. The wave's carrying a lot of speed with this high tide. We saw in the last heat also, it was, I think, Reed or was it Malia on the inside getting that reform and gaining so much speed finishing, as we just saw Chase Leader do.
Right, here we got a little paddle battle here. Looks like up and riding. That's going to be green. Richie Cravey gets some tip time right off the bat. Nice whipping turn into the white water, then decides to hit it left.
Man,
hoping to find some more hang time, but that's going to get pretty narrow into the pier. One of the first to thread the needle there.
Just dancing with it, throwing that board on rail everywhere.
And then out behind him, that's blue, Christian Stutzman. Kind of does a little wiggle woggle in order to find that nose ride section. He does. He nails the 10s. Gets a little stuck there, though, on the foam ball inside, and some of these guys electing not to wear their leashes today. It's definitely more friendly. But that's not to say you ain't going to be doing a swim if you lose it at the wrong time.
A little run through to the shore. You see that so often at the finish of a wave. If you don't ride out clean, there's so much rail that whitewash can clamp on, and it's easy to lose it right at the finish.
Yeah.
But Christian did so well to maximize the most in that little sections that he had before. A 3 comes in straight away for blue. A 7, Kai, for your opening wave. A 7.0 for Kai McPhillips opening ride. 4.5 Chase on your last left. And Richie, your opening wave, threading the pier. A 4.15. So we are into this heat. 21 minutes or so to go, and all 4 surfers got themselves a pretty good start to the heat. Kai McPhillips out on the jump with a 7.
Already 20 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Everyone has at least one wave on the board. 2 waves with Chase, opened up with a stick, and then a 4-5. But as you said, Kai McPhillips opening up with that nice 7. He's currently sitting in priority. Second priority with Richie, Cravey in green, followed by red, Chase leader. And since we got a little moment in a lull in the action, let's take it down to Bucky Berry with our last heat winner.
Yeah, thank you guys. We're here with Reed, who won that last heat, making the waves look real fun. Can't lie, I was getting a little inspired by the groovy foot stance going on out there, getting those rights, getting the reform lefts. How'd it feel out there?
Yeah, it felt really good. I'm glad to get a couple fun ones out there. It's definitely better than yesterday. Stoked to have that high tide with no wind. But yeah, just super sick to get on my Michael and show my talent out there. Yeah.
Yeah, really good surfing, Reed. Really enjoyed watching. Like I said, inspiring for us groovy footers. I like to say groovy footer. Any big shout-outs for the family out there? Your brother surfs Heat 4 as well, I think, too. So whole family affair down here.
Yeah, everyone's down here for my family. My brother's girlfriend, Ella's here. She came down to support, so thanks, Ella. Thanks to everyone here, and yeah, can't wait for my next heat.
Awesome. Good surfing, Reed. Keep it up. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much. Nice heat for Reed into the semis. We just saw Richie Cravey get his second wave, a 5.50, Richie. So with that, you are out in first place, a 4.15 and a 5.5. Kai McPhillips with the lead 7 has priority out the back, closest to the pier. Chase leader, second priority in the red. And Christian, third priority. Oh.
Yeah, we've had a lot of cool wildlife throughout the weekend. There were some dolphins splashing about yesterday. Now we've got a Sammy the sea lion maybe cruising in through the inside of the lineup. He's going to maybe give us a show, show us how the surfing's really done. Taking a peek here. Looks like that's going to be Green. Green kind of holding on to these lefts and getting some sick nose rides on him. The last one he had came in was really quite firing and really good wave IQ. Way he's setting up, getting the Soul Arch 10 there, showing some body language. Is out the back. We also have White. Richie really dabbling with the pier there.
I like how he's staying busy, too, knowing he had fourth priority, and why not just ride a little left? Obviously, what I'm seeing, he is so confident with his equipment. It looks great on the bigger waves, on the smaller waves. Kai McPhillips gets his backup, utilizing that priority. Another score going to come in for Richie Cravey, who's out in the lead with a 4.15 and a 5.5. 17 and a half minutes on the clock. 2 surfers out the back now, Chase Leader and Christian Stutzman. They're all in froth mode. It's cool when you hear the friends and family up on the pier screaming as their significant other or whoever's riding a wave. Look at that. I love that. On the replay there, Richie Cravey, even though it was a small wave, he got to the inside and beautiful Soul Arch 10.
Really like multiple threads of the needle there, just really negotiating it through the pier. Not that that's like going to be, scored or anything, but really just shows a knack for kind of getting through there.
Surfing acumen.
See a replay here of White's last wave. Kind of a little far out of the shoulder. That's why you could see that nose ride kind of stuffed and a little bit too much splash. That's why he brings it back into the curl, trying to reset into that better speed zone. But wave's kind of fat right now. We've got these little deeper spots with that really extra high tide. As the tide turns around and drops, it'll start to crisp up again and clean up again. And there's going to be that moment there. It'll be really awesome for the surfers. So waiting for some scores to drop here. Last to Green, not going to affect his situation. Comes in at 3.55. Last of White, 4.0. Puts you in the lead, White. Still waiting for a second score for Blue to come in there. And red still sitting with those two scores, a 1.0 and a 4.5. So blue, you're looking for a 6.65 in order to take an advancing position. You're in second priority. Currently in first priority, wearing the red jersey, Chase leader. Chase is looking for a 5.16 to advance. And currently in second place, Richie Cravey, wearing the green jersey, sits with a 5.5 and a 4.15, needing a 5.51 to take the lead. And your heat leader is sitting in third priority, he's wearing the white jersey. That's Kai McPhillips. He's got a 7.0 and a 4.0. Time check, 15 minutes, 15 seconds.
Well, even though Kai just got the 4 on that wave, kind of was, a flat wave, what was so cool was the way he was weaving in the flat section. Instead of just standing in the middle of the board carrying the speed, he was actually carving rail to rail subtly, and then you saw he walked up to the front and was doing that little kind of shimmy, that little wiggle on the belly of the board, which just gives you that extra sense of what's about to happen. You're like in tune with what you need to do next because you're sensing the wave in the board, and those little subtleties don't get the score, but they add to that speed, power, flow, and grace curriculum that the judges are looking for. And I think that maybe that was just something that it felt good to him to do leading into the waves to come.
Yeah, keeping that downtime to a minimum is definitely something the judges want them to be after because it gets boring just point blank, it gets boring. So we want to stay busy. You want to kind of keep moving, keeping the rail moving, being active, always trying to find that power source or the curl of the wave. So we are in heat 1 of the quarterfinals. Taking a paddle right now. Looks like your green.
Richie staying so busy. Again, finding one of these inside gems, rips that cut back, swings it back around, quick touch of the nose. I like that hand drag cut back. Tall surfer and so loose and nimble. Always surprising. Beautiful redirect. Gets his inside left, quick to the nose. Fast footwork Richie Cravey always has had.
Yeah, not done yet. Still milking it into the inside. Gets one last little nose ride there. He's going to feel good about that ride. He is in second place. He's looking for a 5.51 in order to take the lead, but he is in an advancing position at the moment. Priority sits the same with Chase and then blue.
And just like that, the score dropped in so quick, a 5.10, Richie. So you have a 5.5 and a 5.1. Kai, you have a 7 and a 4. Richie, you're still in second with that last wave, but what that did, Chase, you have priority and you need a 6.10 now to go into second. Christian with second priority. You need a 7.6, and we see both of them looking at this wave right now as we speak. Chase leader, goofy foot, going for this right. It's backing off, but he's going to carve left, gets up on the nose. Oh, I like that. Turns on the nose. That is so hard to do. Tight 5, little quick 10.
That was pretty far out. Like, there was a moment there, I was like, oh, he set it up too high. And then the steering capabilities on the nose is pretty on point. So
that was primo.
Great recovery right there. I think, he even saw it himself. It was like, oh, shit, I set up a little bit too high on that, but then sets it up a little bit nicer, redirects it, fully steers it, and then brings it all the way on the inside. He's looking for a 6.10.
And those are those little subtleties that the judges do take into account because it's a marker of, it's a differentiating point. And that was so difficult that we were both kind of like, wow, he's fully carving off the nose.
Yeah, and then here we got blue answering back. Christian Stutzman, he's looking for a 7.60. Decent score, but this is a pretty decent ride. So if he can put all the elements together, hopefully the judges will be able to give him that acknowledgement. So far, some decent nose rides, gotten a couple 10s on there, working it into the inside here. Going to try to rebound that whitewater a little bit. 11 minutes and 25 seconds. White is sitting out there in priority. We'll give you an update on the scores in a moment. Waiting for scores to drop for both red and blue.
Well, they've established a nice rotation between the waves they're choosing. Richie staying busy under priority, building the scores that he needed in second. Kai out the back, kind of just going, my strategy seems to be I'm going to take the set waves. Richie staying busy, being patient until he has first priority to maybe then ace one of those. Nice replay here of what we were talking about in Chase Leader's wave. This is the inside portion, but on the outside was when he went left, then right, and was carving while standing on the nose.
It was pretty technical right there. It was a well-played maneuver. Definitely didn't see it coming.
That's what we like,
Yeah,
right? When we kind of have a moment of, wow, that was special, that was unique, that was a different look.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I can be a bit of a critic. I get a little bored sometimes seeing the same things happening again and again. So it's really refreshing for me to see, some new stylistic approaches and just technique, proper
yes.
skill sets.
And the technique paid off. Chase, your last wave, 7.25. So that, what we were kind of looking at, the judges definitely appreciating. A 7.25 for Chase Leader. That puts you in the lead. Kai, you're in second. Richie, you're in third now with second priority needing a 5.51. So that 7.25 jumps Chase up into the leader, into the leader spot.
Yeah, and Christian coming in on his last ride at a 6.40. So helps him situation. He was still waiting for that second ride. He's currently in fourth place with fourth priority. Christian, you're looking for a 4.61 to advance. In third place, needing a 5.51 to advance. That's green, Richie Cravey. And in second place and in priority, Kai McPhillips in the white jersey. You're looking for a 4.76 to win. And as you just mentioned, Jeff, Chase Leader coming in on that last ride with some technical nose riding at a 7.25. So he sits in the lead with that score and a 4.50. So great surfing with 9 minutes on the clock in the Heat 1 for the quarterfinal. Coming up next, we're going to see Kai Takayama, Aiden Cruz, Julian Schweitzer, Dan Uchimura. And then in quarterfinal 3, we'll be seeing Steve Newton, Bucky Berry, Noah Shimabukuro, and Gavin Idone. But up and riding, getting tricky again. That'd be Red doing a fin first, slide it around, takeoff into 10.
Whew.
Somebody's feeling themselves right now.
You know what it is. It's and you got to give so much credit to the shapers that are making their boards because they're just effortless glide and the ability to swing the board rail to rail no matter where they are on the board. And from looking at what they're doing when they are carving off the tail, it seems like all of them are riding kind of a longer, rakier fin that's giving them that ability to pivot so quickly. So these guys know their equipment for the day.
We got attention to someone on the beach there. Christopher Woods. If you're on the pier, if you're checking us out, Christopher Woods, you've misplaced something and we have it. Please check in with the Surfing for Hope. Christopher Woods. We've got...
It's orange, it's square, and
it's probably pretty important to you.
Yeah.
But up and riding right now, important to this man, is Christian Stutzman. He's on a third ride that he's gotten all the way inside. He's looking for a 4.61 to advance. All these gentlemen needing really attainable scores to flip up the situation. So with 7 minutes and 15 seconds left, lots can change here. So we're just going to have to stand by. We'll drop the scores as they come to us.
Well, Chase Leader making points out of nothing. That little tiny left that he found on the inside. A 5.45 Chase on your last wave. So now Chase extending his lead. Kai still out the back with priority. In second, Richie, still needing the 5.15 since Chase just extended his lead. And now where will this wave go for Christian? He has a 3 in his score line. It's going to better that. He needs a 4.61 to go into second, so we could see him jump up and then have Kai and Richie looking for second place. 6 minutes and 30 seconds left, guys. The waves are firing. Thanks for joining us down here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. It is final Sunday, and this is it, quarterfinal heat number 1. Thank you to Beach and Biscuits of Pismo Beach for supplying our breakfast this morning. Here we go, Kai McPhillips Powerful surfer, 2 big carves just to start. He hasn't even begun yet. The wave hasn't stood up steep for him, and there we go. Cheater 5, and he pokes the nose, so comes unstuck. Could that be the critical error?
That's gonna hurt. That was turning out to be an excellent scoring ride. It's gonna definitely sting a little bit with 5 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. He definitely needed that. But the last score to come in for Blue was a 6-1-0. So Blue, you've now moved into second place. And he's up and riding right here. Gets the 5 to the 6, standing 10. Nice, statuesque. Gonna work it onto the inside, gets a little high on the foam ball. But like I just said a moment ago, things were gonna change quickly here. So let me break it down to you guys. In priority right now is green. That's Richie Cravey. Richie, you're looking for a 7.0 to advance. Now in third priority and in third place, that's white. Kai McPhillips. Kai, you're looking for a 5.50 to advance. And now, who has moved into second position, he's been sitting in fourth for most of the heat, is Blue, Christian Stutzman. And he just dropped a 6.4 and a 6.10. His last one came into the 3.75, not going to factor in. But your current heat leader still in second priority. He's wearing the red jersey. That's Chase Leader. He's sitting with a 7.25 and a 5.45. 4 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Up and riding soon here. We're going to see green, Richie Cravey.
Wow, is this it? The big surfer from Cardiff went up and vertical on that redirect on the whitewash. Again, cheater 5, tight 5. He's going to get a steep section again. Drifting on the nose. You see the spray coming off of the underbelly of the board. And look at those control on those roundhouses, just swinging it off the foam.
Yeah, you could definitely feel the energy and the adrenaline in there. He's looking for a 7.0. That wave definitely had some opportunity for that. We'll see if it's able to get that high. In priority, red, white, blue.
Well, we'll be excited to see the replay. I was looking at the monitor when the first 20 yards of that wave missed the beginning, and there we go on the replay. Cheater 5, middle of the board, again, high and tight. Good fancy footwork, redirect. These rebounds were so sharp, and he carried so much speed with them. Again, lots of opportunity to get up on those, and that's where he held it through that sort of flat to steep section. And again, so much control off the rail. Will that be the 7, man? He pretty much milked every ounce that wave gave him.
Definitely milked that. We got red taking a peek here.
It is 7.4. Wow, the score drops. Richie Cravey goes into the lead. The shuffle with 3 minutes. Now Chase in second. Christian Stutzman in third needs a 6.30, and he is up.
All right, Christian up and riding, needing a 6.3. He's out to win it, man. We've got a battle going on here, you guys. And then white out the back. That's Kai McPhillips. He was leading the heat for a long time. Now he's looking for a 5.71. Excellent surfing happening here in the first heat of the men's quarterfinals. We're going to get boom right there off the top for white. So these guys all in it to win it. They want to make it into the final today at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic here at Pismo Beach. We're going to drop some scores for you in a moment. Looks like, as you said, last of Richie Cravey, green came in at a 7.4, so that put him into the lead. We're waiting for some scores to drop for blue and white, so see if that changes the situation. I mentioned to you earlier, white looking for a 5.71, blue looking for a 6.31. Will they be able to do it? We've had lots of changes already in this heat, so hang tight. We'll let you know. Just under 2 minutes left on the clock. Looking at the replays on the screen here, the judges are going to be breaking it all down. They're going to get those scores just right.
Well, the excitement levels peaking in the red zone right now, and you think Richie's feeling good for about 2 seconds. He gets the 7.4. He paddles out watching Christian and Kai on these bomb rights going seriously. So the underbelly is really what's going to be, who's going to have the better backup, because they all have 7s and 8s. The 8 just dropped in for Christian Stutzman. He goes in the lead. Richie in second. Score not in for Kai yet, and Chase Leader is like, I'm sick of sitting. I'm just going to surf my way back into this thing. There we go, swinging it on the nose, and that way fizzles on him. that's not going to get it done.
What an exciting heat we have going on here right now, Jeff.
Oh,
Just
my.
been every one of them have had the first place nod here during the heat. Everyone's been carrying the lead. Everyone's been under. As you said, Christian Stutzman coming in at an 8.0 on that one wave. So early showing the judges that he is in it and really ready to throw it all down on the line here. Sitting in priority is green, followed by white. We've got 40 seconds remaining. We are waiting for some scores to drop for that last of white because
Kai's going to get it.
It feels like it's going to change the situation. He's only looking for a 5.9. So here it is, guys. Last of white comes in at a 7.75. That moves him back into first place. So white, you're currently in the lead with a 7.75 and a 7.0. We got 20 seconds remaining. Chase, you're looking for a 7.16. You're in fourth priority. In first priority is Richie Cravey with 15 seconds remaining. Not much happening on the horizon, so it does look like this may be where it ends up.
Well, I'm going to count it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Ocean goes flat at the end. Richie Cravey with the 7.4, but he drops to third because Christian Stutzman gets an 8, and then Kai a 7.75 that Richie had to paddle out and look at. We're going to take a quick commercial break, take a breather, and we will come back with quarterfinal heat number 2.
Next heat on hold. We'll count you in momentarily.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Cruise. We see Julian Schweitzer all the way from Uruguay wearing the white jersey, and from Hawaii, Daniel Uchimura. He's wearing green. Coming up next on deck for Heat 3 of the quarterfinals, we're going to see Stephen Newton, Bucky Berry, Noah Shimabukuro, and Gavin Idone, and then we'll round things out with Cole Robbins, Tony Silvani, Jack Van Wagoner, and Agustin Cedeno. Up and riding right now from Uruguay, that's Julian Schweitzer.
Well, it's safe to say that there probably won't go a wave unridden because every wave is so fun looking to these surfers. Apart with being such professionals, they are also frothing groms, having fun. They're not going to let waves go under until maybe the end where they know priority set. I need this type of score in the beginning. It's just a free-for-all. They just want to get themselves established in the heat, see what the waves are offering as they ride them. Still hyped on that last heat. What a fun one that was to call. Thank you guys, all of you. And thanks to everyone here on the pier screaming for their friends or family members in the heat. We love that. Thanks for coming on down and joining us here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. It is a gorgeous November Sunday, and the waves are pumping. We've got that tide coming up still for a little while longer, moving through these quarterfinal heats, establishing the semifinals on stop number 1 of the WSL Longboard Qualifying Series. And what that means is that over the series of events, at the end, the top number 1 ranked surfer gets into the championship tour on the WSL. Julien, your opening wave, a 5.5. White, a 5.5. Kaimana, your first wave was a 4.75. So here we go. Yoshiaki. You can see how that high tide has made these waves kind of flat through the middle, but that's not going to stop him from getting scores. This one really fading out on him. Trying to maximize. Not much in it. So Aiden with first priority out the back. And Kaimana was second priority. Nice drop knee, classic Phil Edwards type cutback. Oh, swings it from the left to the right, finding form and gets stuck behind the whitewash. Does he have a leash? No. So the board not all the way to the beach. You can see him making a quick swim there. Aiden on his opening wave. It's going to come in at a 1.9, and Green, your first wave, a 2.25. Priority is red, white, green. Just under 20 minutes. All right, throwing it down to Carla with our last heat winner, Kai McPhillips.
That's right. I'm here with Kai McPhillips with very possibly or definitely the most exciting of heat of the event so far. Each one of you sat in first or fourth throughout that, and you opened the heat doing really pretty strong, and then suddenly you drop down. How does that affect you when you're out there and things are going so good and then now down? How do you keep your mental game kind of strong and in play?
Yeah, it was definitely a mix of emotions in that heat. There was a lot of ups and downs, and then I knew there were a bunch of sets coming in, so I just had to be patient, and I knew one would come, and thankfully it came in the dying couple minutes.
Yeah, and talk to me a little bit about the board you're riding. I really liked the explosiveness, the way you kind of were coming off your turns. Tell us a little bit about what's working for you out here today.
Yeah, so the board I'm riding, it's a 9.9 Wayne Rich made by Surf Tech, so it's epoxy, so it has that little bit of spark. Then you get more spark than a poly out there, so it's definitely keeping me afloat, and yeah, it's working really good.
And who do you want to shout out? I know you got to do some shout outs yesterday, but I'm sure you got some more people that, oh yeah, I forgot to say that.
Yeah, shout out to my parents. My dad's actually on a plane home from Fiji right now, so he's probably not watching it live, but he'll get home to some good news. And my girlfriend and dog, they're over there watching. My grandparents, we've been camping all weekend, so yeah, it's been fun.
Well, we're super excited to see you in the semifinal. Good luck to you, and we'll take it back to you guys in the booth.
Well, thank you, and what a nice interview. Pop's on the way back from Fiji. I have some friends there right now. On the inside right now, Aiden Cruz. He knows he just has the one, and he had low priority, so that's sort of a strategic move to get a second wave, get himself into the heat, start building. And also, what was interesting in that, a 9.9. A lot of the surfers riding boards in that 9.5, 9.7 range, but Kai McPhillips going with an extra long board. 9.9 is a big piece of equipment. Aiden, your last wave at 2.05. Julian, first priority, in the lead. Kaimana in second place. Aiden in third. Yoshiaki, you have second priority, and you just need a 2.51 to go into second at the moment. So priority is white, green, red. Well, that was interesting, Carla, that when he said the size of his board, so 9.9 is extra long I mean, by like, what, 3 inches? A lot of people riding that 9.4, 9.6 sort of range.
Yeah, 9.4, 9.6 tends to be the average size. 9.9, a little bit on the longer end. I can appreciate that. I'm a girl that loves a longer board. Up and riding right here, that's the Uruguayan Julian Schweitzer. He opened up with a 5.5. He's trying to back it up, kind of hold his lead. But yeah, a little longer board Kai is riding. And a lot of guys I've noticed at this event riding the Wayne Rich.
Yeah, well, what a classic, what a epic California shaper, right?
Yeah.
Quiet, humble dude.
Yeah.
I have a Wayne Rich pin that I have on this old rain-proof Quicksilver jacket that's been there forever.
Yeah. Wayne, not as quiet of a dude as you might think. He's a feisty guy. He's ready to throw down back in his day.
Back in his day.
Oh, yeah.
I've met him in his more stately years. There's a thing down in San Diego that a friend of mine puts on called Boardroom Show.
Oh, yeah.
And so Wayne Rich being one of the, he's been involved since the inception of that. And he's done all the shape-offs and all the things where they recreate famous boards, iconic boards from eras. He's been a part of that, won the event, and also just makes beautiful, beautiful boards.
He does, and if he's listening right now, Wayno, you still owe me that board, so I'm still waiting for mine.
Whoa.
Yeah, come on, Wayno. He knows we've got a little deal. My husband's a shaper. Shout out to my husband, Ian Zamora. We got a little deal. We got a little deal happening right here, though, on the inside with Blue sneaking some inside little peelers going left there. That's Aiden Cruz. He's got a 2.0 and a 2.55, so he's just trying to kind of chip away at that. Last of White comes in at a 4.5. So, Julian, you're sitting with a 5.5 and a 4.5. You are in the lead. Kai Takayama, you are sitting with a 4.75. You're looking for a 5.26 to take the lead. And currently in third place with, I said just a minute ago, 2.55 and a 2.05. That's Aiden Cruz. Aiden, you're looking for a 2.21. And last but not least, Daniel Uchimura, you've got a 2.25. You're looking for a 2.51. 14 and a half minutes on the clock. A little slow start to this heat. Not quite as much action as we had in that first heat, which really had us all over the place.
Well, yeah, as the tide moves, every heat has a different complexion and personality, and you can see the surfers further in than in the last heat. Julian Schweitzer out in the lead, but hey, back to Wayne Rich, man. You can't rush the artist. He looks at that blank. It's all brown and dirty looking. It's in the corner. He knows it's yours. He just hasn't gotten to it yet. He hasn't felt it.
Yeah, well, it's been 10 years in the making, so let's get on this, honey.
The Polar Plungers.
Woo!
That's the way to take on your Sunday and start it with a little, zest? Come on, 5 minutes. You can do it. Watch out for the surfers coming in. At the U.S. Open, the lifeguards would be all over us. Get those free surfers. Get those swimmers out of there.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a little more casual up here.
Yeah, I think we're okay at the moment.
Longboard Classic. Fun waves peeking up outside. So many waves. You can see that wind swell action where there's waves back to back to back. White, our heat leader, up on the inside. Red behind him, Kaimana. I love it when it's back to back like this.
That's an interesting kind of scenario, having that kind of those two wind swell waves really close together, but they're actually both being ridden.
Yeah, they're almost one wave, but they are two. And behind him, Blue, Aiden, this is what he was looking for.
Yeah.
Wow. Rips the down carve, had to compress onto the deck to carry the weight the right way.
Yeah, he's trying to get out of that 2 zone. He's sitting with a pair of 2s, 2.5. We've got a bunch of scores that are going to drop. The time is 12 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock.
And
last of Julian's not going to factor in.
We get a paddle battle.
We get a paddle battle.
With all 4 surfers. This is the first we've seen since yesterday or today. So look at that. This is the ponies are on the track.
Yeah, definitely White kind of already having a little bit of the lead there. He snuck out just a little bit ahead, but you can see that power going on. It looks like Blue's really fired up. Aiden Cruz, he wants to get that next priority. Beautiful morning still here. Tide's still not quite peaking high. I think it's just about now hitting high. 6.6 high tide right about now. So that tide will start dropping, and it'll start dropping quick. In the lineup is heat number 2, taking a spin right now, currently in 4th place. We're waiting for a score to drop. He's deciding to go on the left here into the pier. That's Aiden Cruz. Gets a little tip time, a little wrap around. He's going to work it on the inside, try to hope for a reform. Doesn't, pulls out. Like I said, we're still waiting for scores to drop. Priority sits white, green, red. 11 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, what an exchange. All 4 surfers in the paddle battle. Priority reestablished.
Last of red coming in at a 7.25. That puts him into the lead. Kaimana Takayama, heat leader, as I said, 7.25 and a 4.75. Second place, we're waiting for a score to drop also, but he is sitting with priority. That's the white jersey, Julian Schweitzer. He's looking for a 6.51 to take the lead at the moment. We are waiting for a score to drop. Might come in close to that range, not quite high enough to take the lead, but last of white comes in at a 5.75. And I think you have another small score that's not going to factor in. So third place, we're still waiting for blue's score to drop. Sorry, 5.75 for blue. Last of blue, 5.75. Another small score dropping for blue won't factor in the situation. So green in priority, white up and riding on the on the left.
Well,
white and right.
He went right, then he went left. Now he swings right again. Julian Schweitzer was in the lead, but Kaimana got that 7.25. He took the lead. This one tighter than the last heat, you know.
Yeah.
Everyone's in that 5s and 4s range other than the one wave for Kaimana, the 7.25. That's the high marker. 9.5 minutes left, and they are keeping busy. Priority with green. Second priority with red. And here we go. Kaimana jumps on it again. So much power and speed in those quick cutback redirects, up on the nose, cheater 5, and posted up even behind that little section. You thought maybe it was going to offer a bit more length on that nose ride, and then the left crumbled down on him, but still a nice backup that could throw away his 4.75.
Yeah, that's right. So in 4th place, needing a 7.10, that's green. He's sitting in priority. In 3rd place, that's blue. Blue, you need a 4.25 to advance. In 2nd place, that's white. White, you're looking for a 7.55 to take the win. And your heat leader right now with a 7.25 and a 5.80 on that last ride. That's red, Kaimana Takayama. 8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. This is heat number 2 of the quarterfinal. Coming up next, we're going to have heat 3. We'll see Stephen Newton, Bucky Berry, Noah Shimabukuro, Gavin Idone, and then we'll wrap the quarterfinals up of the men's with Cole Robbins, Tony Silvani, Jack Van Wagoner, and Agustin Cedeno. Yeah, nice score for Kaimon on the last wave, but here up and riding blue. Blue looking for a 4.25, not a giant score in order to advance into 2nd place.
High and tight stretch 5. That was really cool too. Every wave, it's funny how they're doing, cheater 5, tight 5, 10, but then there's difference in each wave and what that was. That one he was really extended and had to stay really low because he was so high on the wave.
Yeah, and that's what's so fun about longboarding too, is like just to see the different approaches that each surfer has. That last wave of Kaimana, we didn't see a lot of like flashiness or anything, but if you were watching carefully, he was being super technical and really waiting for those moments that he knew he could get his board into that tight, sick, critical 10. And here right now, we've got Green up and riding. He's been waiting patiently with his priority. That is Daniel Uchimura. He's now looking for a 9.2 because Aiden just dropped a big score. We're going to update you with that right now. White up and riding. White currently in third place, needing a 6.6. So he's going to be trying to get this 6.6 right here. Does a nice floater off the top, manages to stay on strong wave and surfing from the Uruguayan. 6 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. We're going to have a couple scores drop, but that last of Blue that came in earlier came in at a 6.35, so that moved Blue into second place. So, but with those scores that just came down with Green and White, that may change the situation once again. We'll update you. We've got 6 minutes on the clock. Priority sits red, Blue.
So why did they do that to us? Why did, well, not only catch 1,000 waves and keep it exciting, but that's what we like, and as the fans out there love it. But no, Yoshiaki, Daniel, explain.
Well, and Daniel was sitting there probably kind of sweating a little bit because he'd been holding on to that priority and trying to be smart. He knew he needed a big score. He waited for the wave. The wave came through. Whether or not it's going to give him the score he needs, he only needed initially a 7, but then those other scores dropped and that changed the situation. So it looks like we have the last of White did drop at a 5.95. Last of White, 5.95. Green's last wave comes in at a 3.60. So the situation is this. Daniel Uchimura, you're in the green jersey and you're looking for an 8.5 to advance. White jersey, Julian Schweitzer, you're in third place. You're looking for a 6.16. Currently in second place and in second priority, that's Aiden Cruz. You're looking for a 6.71 to win. And your heat leader was looking like he was going for a wave, but instead White. But Kaimana Takayama in the red jersey is your heat leader with a 7.25 and a 5.80 up and riding. That's Green.
Well, just staying busy on this inside now. Daniel got the 3.6 on the last one. He was hoping for more because it was a set wave. As you said, he was waiting and trying to be smart with priority, and the wave just kind of went off in front of him and didn't give him the opportunity. And then Julian, who had a beautiful backup wave, also ended up needing a 6.16, which he didn't get, got a 5.95.
Time check, gentlemen, 4 minutes, 15 seconds, 4:15 on the clock. Situation is the same. Priority, though, sits with Blue and then red, then White. No scores to update yet. Last of Green comes in at a 5.50. So now Green, you need a 6.6 to advance. White, same situation. You're looking for a 6.16. Time check, 3 minutes, 50 seconds. Up and riding. That's Blue.
No rest for us, but we love it. Here we go, Aiden, our second place surfer, again, tucks it low with his toes over the nose, swings back into the foam, up high. It's a mushy face at the moment. He's looking for this thing to steepen up, give him opportunity to just post on the nose. Another tight 5, rides into the foamy oncoming left. Nice little bank to finish. Will that improve on his low 5.75? We'll see. Interestingly, Green, Daniel on that inside right got a much higher score than the set wave that he had priority for. So back to earlier where we were talking about, it's not about the biggest wave. There's opportunity all around in the lineup, and sometimes those sneaky inside ones hit the sandbar and stand up real vertical, and that's what you need, a vertical face to post on the nose and let the air under the board and hold that, cheater 5 or 10, hopefully.
Absolutely, 100%. 2 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, you guys. This is heat number 2 on deck or paddling out. They're probably on the other side of the pier already. Is heat 3. And then getting ready. They're probably waxing up. They're flexing their muscles, waxing their boards, as I said. Cole Robbins, Tony Silvani, Jack Van Wagoner, and Agustin Cedeno. But in the water right now is heat 2. We got Kaimana, Aiden, Julian, and Daniel. Priority sits with red, then White. Time is starting to count down here. We're getting closer. White looking for a 6.31 now to advance, a 6.31. Last of Blue comes in at a 5.90, so he does improve his spread just slightly. Green looking for a 6.75. White looking for a 6.31. Up and riding your heat leader, red, Kaimana Takayama.
Oh, look at that. Screaming around the section. He has to hold his outside rail to get through that foamy section. That wave wasn't going to give him much, but he does get a nice finish. But for a moment, there was hopes of coming up high and being able to post on the nose. Blue.
Yeah, but smart for red to use that situation right there, because Julian, I think, was sitting in that second priority. Could have taken that wave and easily garnered that score in order to bring himself up. So I think it was smart for Kai to be able to take that wave, even if it wasn't going to affect his score line. He needed to kind of keep it busy. But now Julian is sitting in priority. There's 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock.
Well,
now's really when the prayers are coming out and you're crossing your fingers and hoping that something comes your way.
Yes, well, yesterday we saw a few guys come through the heat. Donald Takayama sending them waves. We saw in that last heat Richie Cravey in that seesaw battle. He had priority, and in that minute, the last minute of the heat, nothing came, but looks like an opportunity is possibly standing up.
That's right.
Priority with White. He needs to get a 6.31 on this wave. This is his shot.
Here it is, down to the wire right here. Nice drop knee cut back into the curl there. He's just trying to set up for that open face so he can get that tip time, gets the nice 5. Wave's a little bit softer, but he's getting some good rail work. Now the key is it standing up here on the inside. Will it give him enough tip time? We're going to be counting it down soon enough. Get some nice tip time on the inside, and then we see red taking the left here. Nice boom off the top for White. Red on the inside. We're going to count it down, gentlemen. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ooh, it looks like he got up.
At the buzzer.
Yeah, he needed to. That wave fades out. Wow, all eyes on the score sheet for that last wave of White. That was critical. He needed a 6.31, and he got that wave with priority and maximized every unit.
Yeah. Key will he be able to pull in a 6.31 in order to get into that advancing position and move himself into the semifinal. Next heat on hold.
Whoa. And close to what Julian would have needed.
Definitely a tight heat. Last 2 heats for these men quarterfinals have been super tight. We're looking at the replay here of Julian. Nice rail work to try to kind of find that open face into the tip time. Gets the 5 and then redirects it around. It's definitely a well-surfed wave, and like those quick 4 steps all the way to the nose. That shows a lot of skill. He's also being careful with his arms and his hands.
Well, right there, that combo of the cheater and the tight 5 into the quick almost 10, and then the super floater pumping his hands.
Alrighty.
We're still on hold, guys. They're really reflecting on that last wave of White, so we will let you know. It's getting there. Ladies and gentlemen, a 6.65 buzzer beater for our surfer, Julian Schweitzer, into the semifinal. Carla can't contain herself.
Choo-chee, you did it.
Okay, we're counting the next heat in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right.
Well, the wait was worth it. The excitement, the adrenaline high. Up and riding already.
Bucky
Berry.
We know this guy's been frothing all weekend just to get into this moment right here, spotting the lefts. Our very own Bucky Berry, a.k.a. George.
So is that like Yoshiaki is Daniel?
Yeah, so now that I know your real name, it's never going to be Bucky ever again. You're now George. But great surfing from that last heat. We've already got 2 rides now from these guys. Bucky, blue jersey, in the red jersey, riding right now. That's Steven Newton, also in this heat, wearing the white jersey. Noah Shimabukuro, and wearing the green jersey, coming all the way out from the East Coast, Gavin Udone.
Wow. So the excitement level's high all through the quarterfinals of the women's round, and then our first 2 heats so far. We are into quarterfinal heat number 3. Thanks for joining us here on the webcast and live for Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic here in Pismo Beach. Up and riding now. Noah on his backhand. Goofy foot, that whitewash just biting at his heels, but he does get around the section. Will he get on the nose? He does. High cheater 5 along that flat last section. Swings it back into the foam.
All right, Kai, let's do this, baby. Go to the wet spot.
Nice finishing cruisy arc there for Noah, and straight up also. We throw it down to Carla for an interview with our last heat winner. Well, they're not quite ready yet. So, Bucky, your opening ride, a 3.75. Gavin, a 1.80. Steven, your first wave, a 3.5. And Noah, your opening ride, a 5. So like that, a 5 for Noah, 3.75 for Bucky, 3.5 for Steven, and 1.8 for Gavin. All right, Carla, take it away.
All right, we got Kaimana Takayama. It's a little deja vu. We were here yesterday, weren't we? But a much different condition out there, much cleaner waves. How did you feel about the heat right now?
Yeah, that was fun. It's a lot better than yesterday. You know, my heat was at the tip of the high tide, so it was a lot slower than the last heat. That was pretty epic to watch, but just made it work. Made a couple mistakes. I kind of got to calm down a little, you know, be a little more selective, but yeah, we're in there. We're making it.
I think that's interesting because I thought you seemed pretty calm out there, and there was one wave that I was noticing in particular where you didn't necessarily do a ton of maneuvers, but I could tell you were being very strategic on where you were positioning your board to get that 10, to really get that classic no water, under your 10. So tell me a little bit how you walk through that and make those decisions as to whether I'm going to be really busy and do moves or I'm going to hold out and wait for that one epic move.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm an on and off competitor because every time I paddle out, I surf like I'm trying to shoot for a video part, and I've been told to bring it down to like a 20% and then up, your level as you go, and I might have been a little in my head, maybe a little too much percentage on that last heat, but I'm calming down a little bit. I don't have to do like too much. You know what I mean?
Well, that's an interesting perspective. Yeah, you don't want to peak too soon, right? But I think we're peaking just in the right place. Let's give a shout out to all those back home.
Yeah, shout out mom and dad. They're watching. The same crew: Avalon, Chase, Ray, and I shared a heat with Yoshi from Waikiki. So shout out the whole Waikiki crew. Hope you guys are watching. And we're on. Let's go.
Let's go. Finals day. Good luck in the semis. Back to you.
Well, thank you guys. Kaimana, yep. Go out there, keep it at 80%. And you're already at 100% even when you're at 80%. Taylor Knox we used to tell him that all the time. Dude, just take it down a bit and you'll be perfect. Well, that backup wave for Steven, a 5.75. So Red in the lead with a 3.5 and a 5.75. Bucky Berry, you've got the 3.75, and you do have first priority. Blue with first priority. Noah, you have a straight up 5. Bucky paddling in towards this left. He's on his backhand. He swings it. He goes right. He goes left. Kind of doing a stall kick there. Screaming towards the pilings. This wave flattening out on him. He loves those lefts. He's going to ride or die the lefts. Oh, shooting it. Big old carve. Wants to avoid the pilings at all costs and out the back. Our surfer in green, making it all the way across that section. That one's going to reform nicely there. Oh, no.
$18 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. In priority, white, then red. Blue just getting a wave all the way to the inside there. Opened up with a 3.75. Last of red came in at a 5.75. Looks like he's going to be going again here. Little top turn to nose ride. Gets the 10 to stall back into the wave. Wraps it around into the curl. He's going to try to reset again. Gets a little stuck there on the foam there, but he's going to bring it back in for that reform. High tides right now. Tide's just going to start going out. Alrighty, priority still with white, waiting for scores to drop. Everyone's got one score on the board. Looks like red's now going to have 3 scores. Let you know what those are as soon as they pop up here. Plenty of action here today and beautiful conditions. Such an awesome setup here on the pier at Pismo Beach. White taking a scratch, really fighting to get in that one, and he does. It's a little bit of a fatty. He wants to get a second score on the board. He opened up with a 5.0 out behind him. That's green, Gavin Idone coming from Florida. One of the newer gentlemen on tour. Still waiting for scores to drop, you guys. Lots of action happening up here. Judges checking out the replays, making sure they can get it all right. $16 minutes, 35 seconds, 16:35. Scores are dropping. Sitting in priority right now is blue, George Berry. It's over, Duck Bucky. Alrighty, last of blue coming in at a 3.25. So he opens up with a 3.75 and a 3.25. White's last wave comes in at a 2.35. So he's got a 5 and a 2.35. Last of green comes in at a 3.65, and the last of red coming in at a 4.5. So here's the situation. Sitting in priority and in 4th place, needing a 3.91, that's blue, Mr. Bucky George Berry. In 3rd place and in 3rd priority, Noah Shimibukuro. Noah, you need a 2.65. In 2nd place and in 4th priority, that's green, Gavin Idone. Gavin, to take the lead, you need a 6.25, and your heat winner, sitting with a 5.75 and a 4.5, that's red, Steve Newton. And Steve, you're in 2nd priority. Time check, 15 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Taking a peek on the inside here, that's your heat leader, Steve Newton. Won his heat yesterday. He's hoping to do it again today. We can see a little bit of the breeze kind of coming up, but not affecting the wave face. Getting some turns and rail work done there on the inside. Gets the tip time, red. Nice ride for Red. He is your heat leader. He's trying to better his 5.75 and his 4.5, but out the back. Currently in 4th place, looking for a 3.91. That's Bucky Berry. Gets the wraparound into the curl. Bit of a foamy section there. He's going to try to get down into this next little lower wave. Can he get down in it? He does. He pulls into it, into that next inside. Unfortunately, that thing already behind him. And then out the back, White also on the goofy foot. Noah Shimabukuro. He was leading the heat to start. He's only looking for a 2.65. Looks like he's off to a good start right now. And then we're going to have another rider here. Judges needing to go cross-eyed because out the back we got Green now also up and riding, getting some tip time. Wave not even quite breaking yet. Right as it starts to break, he nails the 10, but then we've got White here on the inside on the left reform. I know Bucky was looking for that, but Noah's the one who found it. 14 minutes on the clock. Beautiful surfing from these gentlemen. Let's hear it up for these gentlemen in the quarterfinal. This is heat number 3. Coming up next, heat number 4. We're going to see Cole Robbins in red, Tony Silvani in blue. Wearing white, we'll see Jack Van Wagoner. And rounding it up in the green jersey, we'll see Agustin Cedeno. But right now, as I said, we are in heat number 3. There's 13 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Scores are going to be dropping, and some decent scores at that. Last of Red comes in at a 6.15, so setting his lead even more ahead of the other surfers. Now Green, waiting for the last of Green to come in. Looks like it comes in at a 2.65, not going to affect the situation. Now Green needing a 7.90 in order to take the lead, and he is sitting in priority. In 3rd place, we're waiting for a score to drop for White. That's going to be dropping shortly. He's looking for a 2.65. I have a good feeling that he will be dropping something at least above that. And then last of Blue comes in at a 3.15, not going to factor into his situation. I'll update you with your needs in a moment as soon as that wave from White drops. Looking at the replay there, you see the rebound off the white water, and Noah, just known for that really smooth, casual style. He's able to find that inside reform runner on the left there. Brought him right all the way into the inside. And a decent score looking like to be dropping for White. I'm going to change the situation. As I said, only looking for a 2.65, but he's looking to be dropping something in the 7 range, and there it is. Noah Shimabukuro moving into 1st place by dropping a 6.9 on his last ride. That means Steve Newton now in 2nd place. Needs a 5.76 to win. Bucky Berry up in now priority. Up and riding though is Green. Gavin's in 3rd place looking for a 7.90. Going to bring it all the way in the inside, and Bucky looking for an 8.15. Time check, 11 minutes, 40 seconds. Priority Blue, then White. Still waiting for a score to drop for Green. Last of Red comes in at a 4.9. Not going to go into his score line. Green looking for a 7.90 in order to advance. At the moment, moving on into the semi-final, we got Noah and Steven. There's 11 minutes on the clock. After we see this quarterfinal of the men's finish up, we'll be heading into our ladies semifinal. We'll be seeing Cash and Kyra, Kaitlin and Summer, Avalon, Liv, Malia, and Reed in our semifinals. But right now, this is heat number 3 of the quarterfinals of the men with 10 minutes and 20 seconds left. Last wave of Green comes in at a 5.90. While it doesn't move him into advancing position, it does better his situation. Now, Green, you need a 6.01 to advance. In priority is Blue. Blue looking for an 8.15. As I mentioned, in third place, Gavin Idone in green, looking for a 6.01. In second place, and with third priority, that's red, Steve Newton. Steve, you're looking for a 5.76 in order to take the lead from the white jersey, Noah Shimabukuro, who's been sitting with a 6.9 and a 5.0. Time check, 9 minutes, 45 seconds. Looks like we got George Berry up and riding in the blue.
Well, this is the wave that he might have been looking for. What can this wave offer him on the inside? He needs a big score of an 8.15. Gets it up on the nose. That's what we were looking for. Quick floater to finish. He did get that one moment to get sort of a tight 5 to a quick 10.
Yeah, he definitely knew he needed to get that 10 in there. I kind of always call it the TT, the tens and turns. It's really kind of the magic combination. It's pretty simple, but it's a pretty easy formula, and I think he knew he needed to nail that 10. He needed to nail a solid 10, which he did. Will it be in the 8.15 range? Perhaps not. But he has bettered his situation, and he got a 4.75 on that last wave. So now you need a 7.15, Bucky, in order to advance. Sitting in priority is white, followed by red, then green. Green situation the same. He's up and riding right now. He's looking for a 6.01 to advance.
Well, what Bucky did do, though, was get himself out of those threes, a little mental feather, you know. Okay, 4.75. I need less now. A 7.15 is what Barry needs to get into second place. Will this wave of Gavin's be the 6.01? We know the judges really, to go into that excellent range, you got to get, it's not the biggest wave, but straight away you need to jump up on the nose and get a long, sequence of nose rides and then ride through the middle and get some more on the inside. We see that little slight onshore breeze kicking in now finally. That doesn't affect what they're doing on the waves. Actually might make it a little easier to stay up high and tight on the lip this morning with the offshore, making it a little more difficult on some of the waves. 7.5 minutes left. All scores are in. Yep, Gavin's wave was a 3.2, doesn't factor in. Noah, you have first priority. Steven, second priority. Those are our heat leaders at the moment. 7 minutes to go. Rolling through quarterfinal heat number 3 into heat number 4 coming up next. Then the semifinals will be established on the men's and women's side, rolling straight into the women's semifinal number 1. Then we have a little, then we go into the men's semifinals, and then we have a specialty event, which is the Cancer Survivor Heat that Bob and I will be co-hosting. No judges will pick the winner. That's always a fun thing. That is the cherry on the top of Surfing for Hope, all they do. I was at their gala last night, which I'll break down with Bob. Bob giving out some great awards and a nice fundraiser for all the good work they do with the community of cancer survivors and cancer patients. Up and riding right now, our surfer in green. Gavin taking another inside wave, just staying busy. Nice sequence of nose rides. That was a long one. He was holding it. Got a little greedy. Our second place surfer at the moment, Red. I like how they're leaving the rails late and swinging from left to right. Bucky will have second priority now after that wave was ridden by Red. White with first priority, our heat leader. So, Bucky, your last wave was a 4.75. You now need a 7.15 to advance. He's sitting off wide, looking for one of those, maybe the swing rights or that left that sometimes comes in there.
Gavin's situation still the same. Looking for a 6.01. Priority sitting with white, then blue.
I like it when I see people knee paddle. That's my marker of a good longboard, that it knee paddles perfect.
I can only knee paddle for so long, then my legs go numb.
There you go.
Getting old.
Here we go. Bucky Berry. So under priority with second. Staying busy. Swings right. Now swings left. Little check back.
Yeah, a little slow roller here right now.
I mean, it's giving him, oh, look at that little cross step, hang heels, quick, beautiful footwork, so technical. So making beyond the most out of that short section on the inside. It was a straight hander where he took off, but kind of like we were talking about earlier, when they surprise us with something special, that's when the judges' eyes, you know, kind of lift up and go, hey, wait, what just happened here? So Bucky Berry.
Well, and a lot of people are probably thinking, looking at that trick and the heel kick as being, wow, what an incredibly technically sound and difficult maneuver. But what he did actually coming out of it was he switched his stance out of the turn when he that was some serious skill set right there. But up and riding and showing his skill set and his talent is white Noah Shimabukuro. Such an easy and nice flowing style from Noah. Loved that rebound off the whitewater, but he just still remains in such control. It has a longboard feel, not a shortboard feel, but he's still kind of utilizing the board in a similar fashion. Time check, you guys, 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Last of Blue comes in at a 4:05. Not quite enough. Still sitting in the same situation, needing that 7:15, but there's some fancy work there.
And Noah got a 6:2, so he extended his lead. And, you know, we were talking about Bucky's wave and the technical ability and what he did and how hard that was, but the judges not, you know, fooled in that the majority of the wave was just set up. So if he can find a wave that gives him the opportunity to do something like that with a bunch of the other nose rides, that's when it's going to go into the excellent range, which is what he needs, or just under. A 7:15 is what Bucky Berry needs with 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Staying busy. Little inside crawler. He's going to go left again. These are tiny waves. I mean, he is walking the board with so much magic. Just the waves are not giving him much more than that. Says hello to the starfish on the pier.
Little thread the needle action through the pier. Definitely great footwork, good technical surfing there. I don't know if it's going to be quite what he needs, but up and riding, showing some also great technical surfing. Green, Gavin. It's kind of out on the shoulder there, holds the 5 to get the 10 into that next section, but digs a rail as he comes around, so that'll definitely hurt him a bit. He was looking for a 6.01. Not sure that's going to kind of bring that into that scoreline for him. That's what he needs to advance. About 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. This is Heat 3, and coming up, we're going to see Heat 4, Cole Robbins, Tony Silvani, Jack Van Wagoner, and Agustin Cedeno.
Yes, you got to think that Bucky, you know, just trying to stay busy, but in a wrong priority rotation, not in this situation to pick the best waves and making the most of the waves he had. Here we go, our second place surfer, big, deep bottom turn, high on the nose. Nice carving cutback, and we'll finish with a little tap there at the end. How long will it take for Bucky to make it back out? Both he and Green back in the lineup. Gavin in third, Bucky in fourth. They both need the same score they needed before. And Noah happy to sit on the peak with priority, knowing he's leading the heat. Red on the beach after his last wave. Will that increase? Will that better his 5.75? Ooh, this one could have a little line on it for Bucky Berry. 30 seconds to go. He swings left. He's gonna ride and die on the left. Goofy foot.
Yeah, not quite able to find the line that he's looking for. We've got 20 seconds on the clock. Not much time left. He's gonna swing on this inside, decide to bring it in.
Looks like he's going to be hanging out with us in the commentary booth.
Yeah, your job ain't done yet, Mr. George, but nice surfing there, getting it all the way through the pier there, threading the needle. It's always so a little sketchy when you go there.
3, 2, 1. Wow. It caught us off guard. Bucky Berry keeping us so busy watching him white up, finishing the heat. This might be his victory lap. It will be. We'll go to a quick commercial break, and we will bring it back in with quarterfinal heat number 4. Looks like the results are in. Noah and Steven moving on through into the semifinals.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Cole Robbins wearing blue, Tony Silvani in white, Jack Van Wagoner, and wearing the green jersey, Agustin Cedeno.
Well, welcome back, everybody, on the webcast. Thanks for joining us. We are into quarterfinal heat number 4 here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. A brisk, beautiful day in Pismo Beach at the pier. The Wrights are firing off the third diamond of the pier, and we are settled in for this quarterfinal number 4. Cole Robbins, Tony Silvani, Jack Van Wagoner, and Agustin Cedeno. We just saw Noah Shimabukuro moving on through with Stephen Newton into the semifinal. So that first women's semifinal, get yourselves ready, get yourselves checked in. Thank you again to Beach and Biscuits of Pismo Beach for our breakfast this morning. Thanks to all the volunteers that work with Surfing for Hope. Thanks to the entire community of Pismo for coming on down and supporting us. And thank you to the Vespara Resort for putting us up. Thank you to the city of Pismo. Thank you to Cali Squeeze Brewery, Mid-State Containers, Slow Cal Roots, Peak Wi-Fi, Natural Healing Center, American Riviera Bank, Radiology Associates, Adventist Healthcare, Alpha Fire, Sex Wax, Herc Rentals, Columbia Builders, Drift Ocean Design. We definitely appreciate all your support in all these years of the events. And here we see Agustin Cedeno on his first ride. And red behind him, that's Cole Robbins coming from way deep. Oh my, found the magic moment on that wave. Deep, deep carve back into the foam. And this one's gonna keep giving him goodness all the way through the inside. Again, a series of cheater fives, tight fives, and that one moment of glory out the back, hang 10, and a beautiful finish there for our surfer in red. Cole Robbins looking hungry. All right, Carla, take it away with our last heat winner.
We've got Noah Shimabukura here. Yesterday was really kind of dominant the lefts that got you the win. Today seemed like the rights. How'd you feel in general?
Yeah, 100%. Today was all about the rights, and I was just trying to wait for like the clean waves, the clean rights to go for.
You could definitely sense your patience out there, and in general, your style in general and your approach to wave riding really has a zen kind of a zenness to it. How do you stay zen in a competition?
That's a good question. I don't feel very zen out there, but yeah, I just just try to do my thing out there and try to stay relaxed as much as possible.
What are you hoping will happen in the semifinals? Obviously, you want to move on to the finals, but do you have a specific approach that you want to take? Will it be lefts? Will it be rights? Will it come when you see it? How are you going to approach it?
Yeah, I think the waves are constantly changing throughout the day, so it just depends on like the tides and what the swell is doing. But I think today's probably going to be about the rights.
The rights it is, and we're excited. We'll see you in the semifinal. Quick shout out.
Yeah, I want to say hi to my wife and all my family and friends who are watching.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us, you guys. Back to you in the booth.
All right, thank you, Noah. Congratulations, moving into the semi. Not feeling zen, but looking zen. Yesterday he was channeling Donald Takayama. Today I'm sure he's still saying hello. We saw some beautiful waves ridden in between there. Jack Van Wagoner got a set, and he just posted up on the nose and then did the meanest cutback. Tony Silvani, your first wave, a 4.25. And the other score's not in yet, gentlemen. Just under 20 minutes here. Priority is with green, then blue, then red. So priority green, blue, red. We do have the priority light box up on the midship container, the light blue box where the judges and us are. So you guys can always check over your shoulder. Cole Robbins had a beautiful wave. And then Jack Van Wagoner behind him.
Normally you do a lot of sitting in these things, and I'm like, wow, I've had a lot of steps this weekend. It's so good.
Who do we got up and riding now?
All righty, up and riding. That looks like that is green, I want to say. Green with a nice fat cutback, but not able to keep the nose up.
What is so exciting right now? While you were back in that interview, we had some beautiful waves ridden. Cole Robbins, 9.5, red, 9.5. The highest score of the event so far, and well-deserved. Almost a perfect 10. Two judges threw a 10, two threw a 9, so it averages at a 9.5.
Wow.
Doesn't get much closer than that. And then, Jack, your last wave, a 6.25. Cole Robbins out in the lead with a 9.5.
What a way to start a heat. There can't really be any other better way to start a heat and have that confidence, but going out in your first wave and just booming it out with a 9.5. Like, that's what you want. That helps really build that confidence. The key, though, sometimes in some of these events we've seen, you can come out really explosive, you get that perfect wave, and then you got to get the backup. So he's going to really be focused in on getting that backup score. Currently in priority is Cole, followed by White.
And Tony looking like he's doing a board change. Something not registering on that board. I saw him sprinting in. So looks like maybe either something happened to the board or he's changing equipment, feeling like a different board might be better for him out there. Yeah, it doesn't feel bad to open with a 9.5. So it was a change of equipment, Ruby? Yep. So Tony Silvani saying, you know what? The yellow one isn't my jam. I need my light blue thread.
Well, he's in the blue jersey, so maybe he wanted to do this.
Blue on blue?
Yeah, he wanted to match. It's all about matching.
It's all about the photo.
Yeah.
It's a selfie age.
Last of blue came in at a 5.60, so currently in first place because he's got those two scores, 5.6 and a 4.25. That's blue, Tony Silvani. In second place, sitting pretty with that one opening ride of a 9.50. He's also in priority. That's Cole Robbins. He's wearing the red jersey. Wearing the white jersey, we've got Jack Van Wagoner. He opened up with a 6.25, and he's in second priority, looking for a 3.26 to advance. And in fourth place right now with third priority, opened up with a 3.25 and a 2.0. He's looking for a 6.26. That's Augustine Cedeno. He's wearing the green jersey. Time check, 16 minutes, 20 seconds.
Well, we'll have to see if the proof is in the pudding. If Tony Silvani paddles back out and then gets 6s, 7s, and 8s, we'll know that the light blue carpet was the magic one.
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, the replay here of that 9-5, and now, Carla, you're seeing why he got that. I mean, he opened, like we were talking about before, the beginning portion of the wave, cheater 5s, tight 5s, and 10s, then the big carve down, and that same sequence on the inside, and then a big old nice wrap, or he hit it to finish, and that was what the 9-5 came from.
Yeah, and Cole also riding a Wayne Rich board, seeming to be a popular model for this event and this wave. Working really well out here for a lot of the riders.
You hope Wayne Rich is listening, because that means you might get your board quicker.
Am I plugging it well enough, Wayne?
Yeah, you're buttering him up.
I'm buttering you up, Wayne. Oh, come on, where's my board?
Someday I'll get a beautiful big longboard. I know which one I want.
Well, that's good.
I've seen them. I see them on the racks when I'm doing the U.S. Open, and they're all the lollipops stacked along.
It does. It's like candy for kids, right? And now Red getting that backup score. He opened up with a really nice nose ride. Not a big wave here, but really giving him enough canvas to get those technical nose rides and the technical footwork. Behind him, we see Green really whipping it around, showing some dynamics and some good energy. Hits the 10 there. And then out the back, looks like we're going to have White. That's Jack Van Wagoner, sister already in the semifinal. He's hoping to join her in the men's division. It'd be cool to have sibling finalists.
Maybe they can have their own final together, Reed and Jack, head to head. What a wave there, as you were saying, boy.
I'm sure Reed and Jack go head to head on a daily basis throughout their life growing up together.
Yeah.
So, but it's nice to see the family, family dynamic in all of these events. And I think we mentioned earlier, having Kaitlin, and she's a mom now, and bringing her son Maddox, and it's fun, family-oriented.
Well, and her hubby Rips, they surf together daily down there in Cardiff, all along the campgrounds, pipes mainly.
Yep. Guys, we're just waiting for scores to drop. Judges are making sure they've got all the right points in the right places. 13 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. In priority is Blue. As you said, we had a board change for Blue. He went out and decided he wanted to go match his jersey. We're going to see right now if that was a good decision. Blue up and riding. Gets the quick top turn to the nose ride. Kind of stuck on that foam ball, not able to bring it down.
Well,
curious if it was a change of like poly versus epoxy, or if they're just totally different shapes.
Was it length? Was it
Yeah.
weight? Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at this one. So he took that first wave. Is he going to swing on this second one? Looked like he might. He looked like he was kind of considering it. So that wave not doing anything. Tony got a 1.50 on that last one.
Boys, we're waiting for the rest of those scores to drop, so just hang tight, waiting for that red, white, and green scores to drop. This is Heat 4, and coming up next, we're finally going to be in our semifinals. We're going to be seeing Cash Hoover, Kyra Wallace, Kaitlin Mikkelsel, and Summer Romero, another of the kind of the seasoned veterans versus the new girls on the block.
Well, talking about seasoned veterans, Cole Robbins with an 8.25 to back up the 9.5. So a 17.75 two-wave total. He is smashing it, hopefully not using up all his mojo going into the semis. Or is he just getting started? What a way to ride two waves, man.
I'll be right.
On the inside here, our surfer in white. He wanted to make sure that board was the right choice. Whoa, big old layback comes unstuck. So looked good when he was up on the nose. Changed from the yellow board to the blue board. Will that better his 4.25? He needs a 5.91, Tony. You need a 5.91 to go up into second at the moment. We'll see where that score drops in. Or excuse me, Jack. You extended your second place position. That was a 5.8. Got my colors mixed up. Excuse me, gentlemen. Jack, your last wave of 5.8. So now, Tony, you're in third, needing a 6.45. Augustine, you need a 7.0. Priority is red, green, blue, and Cole Robbins just out smashing it with a 9.5 and an 8.25. So what's he going to bring us on this wave? Straight to the nose. Classic carve back redirect again, staying height, tight 5, cheater 5, super tight 5. Looks like that board's going to carry him through, no problem. Oh, I looked away for a second. Commentator curse. I don't think he'll be too flushed with that, though, since he knows he's already got 2 incredibly great waves, 2 excellent waves. Priority is now with green, then blue. 10.5 minutes left here in quarterfinal number 2 at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic.
Alrighty, guys, 9 minutes on the clock. What a heat we're had here. This whole men's quarterfinal has been really quite exciting. We've seen some excellent surfing in this heat, particularly coming from Cole Robbins. Opened up with a 9.5 and then an 8.25. Last wave comes in at a measly 6. Some of these heats are winning with 6, but Cole's tossing away a 6. So good surfing on him. Currently in priority and in 4th place is green, Agustin Cedeno. You're looking for a 7.0. In 3rd place and in 2nd priority, that's blue. Tony Silvani went in, did a board change. Tony, you're looking for a 6.45. And then currently in 2nd place, he's got a 6.25 and a 5.80. That's white Jack Van Wagoner. He needs a combination situation in order to move into 1st, but he's happy sitting in 2nd right now in order to advance, and he really just needs to worry about Tony and Augustine in order to hold on so he can move on into the semifinal.
Well, a quick priority change because Tony paddled for that wave and glided and never got to his feet, so he goes down to the bottom of the rotation. Priority is green, white, red. And isn't that the cruel nature of competition surfing? It either works against you or for you. You're having the best heat ever, throwing away 7s and 6s and whatever, and then your competitor's like, I can't even buy a 2. What is up with this? And that's just the way it is. You're either on the one side or the other. And sometimes, though, you know, you have those heats where you build, you work back out of that basement, so to speak. You're like, God, I got 4 3s in a row, and all of a sudden, poof, there's an 8. There's a 7, and you're like, that was easy. What was it? What was up in the beginning of the heat?
It really makes surfing, as far as a competitive sport, the most interesting of competitive sports, because we do have such a varying dynamic of a playing field that's constantly changing. This has been a perfect example of constant change with the high tides and the low tides. We've had strong winds, light winds, onshore, offshore, and up and riding right now, having no problem negotiating any of that. That is blue.
So from the yellow board to the blue board, what was it that he saw in the other equipment that he thought, I need to change boards for? Well, he's like making this new blue one look magic. Was there a little seal in the lineup?
Front row view there, Sammy the Sea Lion almost getting rammed right over there by Tony, and then White making his way all in the inside. We can see a little bit of that texture kind of happening on the ocean surface, but still nice, clean faces. As I mentioned, this is the last quarterfinal. We'll be entering into the semis, and then we'll be hitting our finals and crowning our champions.
Well, that's an interesting exchange because Tony got the first wave. He needs to better or get a 6.45. Jack covering behind him. Will he better his low 5.8 and then, you know, regardless of what Tony gets, make him need more?
Yeah, I mean, this whole race right now currently really sits in that second, third, fourth zone. Those guys really vying over that second place advancement. Cole really running away with this heat. He's got a 17.75 total, highest of the event so far, sitting with some of the highest scores we've seen in the event thus far. Last of blue coming in at a 6.5. So that does go into his score line, moves him into second place. Last of white, 5.35. Situation is this: green in priority, looking for a 7.05. In white, in third place, third priority. White, you're looking for a 5.86.
Tony got the score.
Yes,
oh,
he did.
Did you say that?
Yes.
I missed it.
Yes. Tony got the score, so now he's in second place with a 6.5 and a 5.6.
He's got a little more pep in his paddle right now that he knows that he's in second. He's like, I better hurry and get back out there.
Yeah, he definitely wants to try to hold on to that with 4 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Lots of action, plenty of action here. Perhaps not quite as busy or chaotic as it was yesterday, but makes for a much better playing field for longboarding. I often say, you know, bigger isn't necessarily a better, especially with the longboard. We want to see tight footwork, and then we want to see that connectivity of that footwork and those nose rides into strong and powerful controlled turns and rail work. So this kind of playing field definitely offers that for our professional level surfers, and we're seeing that as we see with high scores like Cole Robbins throwing down a 9.5.
I'm still waiting for it. I don't know if the waves are allowing it, but that hang heels. I'm such a fan. I remember there was one of the U.S. Opens, Conniella Stewart in the semifinal or final, got a beautiful head-high wave and just hung heels for so long, and it ended up being beautiful photos from the beach. It was incredible. Here we go, 10 across that first opening section.
And talk about like a moment frozen in time right there. He was just frozen in that 10, kind of hovering almost in front of his nose. You know, there's different styles. There's the arch back, the soling arch and bringing the body back, but then there's also the lean forward and putting all the weight in front of the nose, and both showing a lot of critical technique there.
Well,
Green.
and that's really due to the wave face, right? Like, I love it when people lock in, but then they arch back, and you said it's a technical thing because they need that weight distribution that way. Other times it's the lean forward, which is perfect for whatever that wave brings. But
well, I think it just
both so hard.
Yeah, they both just show different levels of difficulty and different, really, levels of control. Being able to throw your body weight over the front of the nose while you're already on the tip of the nose and hovering on the wave, that just shows so much more control and being able to kind of handle that weight distribution.
Well, and it really goes into, too, the way that the crafts are made, and like the boards over the last bunch of years had much wider tails that help lock in. Before it was the big fin, the big square fin that was the thing that locking them in.
Right, yeah, there's been a lot of advancement in the board technique. We do have a situation update here with Green coming in on that last weight at a 6.0, so that does factor into his score line, makes his situation a little bit easier. Green now looking for a 6.1. White, you're looking for a 5.86. Blue still in second place. Red holding on strongly to that first place position. In priority, red, then white. Looks like white gonna go ahead and try to squeeze in on this guy. He's really working hard for it.
Needs that 5.86. Woo. Carrying a lot of speed from that redirect. And look at this inside section. Blasts the lip, rides out. So you can get scores in many different ways.
Many different ways, and it's looking, you know, he's even milking it in here, getting some foamy tip time there. Not easy to do, but really milking it. He's looking for a 5.86, so we'll see how the judges feel that goes into play. all these heats, these men's heats have been just so down to the wire, and really everybody coming to the table, giving it all they got, showing all of the stops, seeing the heels, the kick heels from Bucky Berry earlier. We're seeing, obviously, incredible surfing from Cole Robbins with the 9.5 dropping right off the bat. So with a minute remaining, gentlemen, 1 minute remaining, still in priority red, then blue.
We saw Julian with the buzzer beater.
We've had some really exciting moments today here in Pismo Beach. It's been such a fabulous weekend, and just take a moment to thank the Surfing for Hope crew, all of the volunteers, Andy McKay, Laura, everybody that's been a part of this event and make it happen. It's really, it's my first time here, super happy to be here. Everybody's really welcoming, heartwarming, and really in the right spirit to put on a great event.
Well, surfers, we're down to 30 seconds. Priority is with our heat leader. Second priority with Tony Silvani.
And White coming in with what he needed. White comes in at a 6.75, moves him into second place. That means Tony Silvani, with 20 seconds remaining, you need a 6.5 to advance.
Look at him looking at the horizon. I'm going to pay attention to the clock. Will a wave come? We're under 10 seconds.
Here comes the countdown, gentlemen.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is how it ends. Jack Van Wagoner flips it towards the end, gets the score on the beach. He breathes a sigh of relief. Cole Robbins, Jack Van Wagoner moving on through into the semis. We'll throw to a quick commercial break, and we will come back with women's semifinal number 1.
SlowCal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SlowCal Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Well, welcome in the booth, Mingwei Brown, competitor.
Hi,
Good
thanks
to
for having me.
Yeah, I'm stoked. Queen of the Point there at C Street recently, correct?
Absolutely. I didn't take the W there, but I definitely...
Oh, I thought you did. That's what I was told.
No, I mean, at one point I was a season champion, so that was a couple years ago, but definitely have passed the big cup down to others throughout the year, or like this year. So, yeah, but I've been putting points in the Queen of the Point, and thought I'd throw my hat into this contest.
Well,
Fortunately, didn't work out for me this morning, but
you were in the quarterfinals.
Sure was, and I had a blast too, so that's what it's all about.
Well, and what do you think? So in breaking it down at that point in the tide coming up, and what would you have maybe redone? Well, maybe we'll get back to that.
Right, as we have some action happening here, we have a surfer up and riding. That looks like that is White Kaitlin. Up to the nose she goes, holding that 5 beautifully, wrapping it back around, trying to set up for another opportunity to show off to the judges, and she gets that with another quick tap, making it down that elevator drop, pulling it off, straightening out, and finishing that wave. That was our rider in white.
Kaitlin Mikkelsel, one of the seasoned veterans, 20-plus years of competing, even in her shout-outs to her mom and everyone saying, yeah, thanks for supporting me for 20-plus years.
Right. I grew up surfing against Kaitlin when we were really young, and so it's been really awesome to see as we see another seasoned surfer here. This is our surfer in green. That is Summer. I really look up to Summer. I think her surfing's beautiful as she does a quick tap to the nose, and the wave kind of doesn't cooperate with her, and she has to straighten out there.
And I like it when they do that, when they're in the middle of the board, but they don't just stand static and they do the little rail-to-rail kind of roll wiggle.
Right.
It keeps that flow. To me, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Instead of being static, you're ready for whatever the wave is going to throw at you.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of water moving happening right now against the pier or, backwash or other maybe swell directions. So you're right, having your feet ready is really important.
Well, scores will drop in quickly. Kyra got a .75 on the opener. Kaitlin looking like she started this heat well. She carried a lot of momentum out of that quarterfinal. One of the waves that she kind of came out of third back into second. She finished on the beach with a big hand clap. So a nice internal claim. A 5.5, Kaitlin, on your opening wave, and Summer a 2. So Cash Hoover, our young competitor, 15 years old, 15 years young.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then we had London in the heat, or one of the quarterfinals, 13. And that's just so cool, the sign of things to come when you have 13 and 15-year-olds competing, either in their first or second, whatever, QS event. You think they're going to spend a few years figuring it all out, and next thing you know, they'll be the ones that we're talking about at that championship level.
Yeah.
Featuring at Malibu or wherever they decide to have the finals at the end of the year.
And it sounds like they're ready for an interview, and so we'll throw it down to them.
Alrighty, I have got Cole Robbins here, heat winner, not just the heat winner, but top score so far of the event, coming in right in that opening wave with a 9.5. Walk me through it.
Well, gosh, there's been really good waves all morning, and everybody's been absolutely killing it out there. I see all these heats going back and forth, and I was just getting really excited and amped up watching everybody, and, the skill level is really through the roof, and seeing all these good waves, I was just getting so excited and eager, and I'm really happy that first wave came to me.
Well, then you backed it up with, I think, a 8.25, throwing away a 6 at some point. Some of these heats are winning with 6s, so you really set yourself apart. Do you plan on kind of having that same strategy we were talking about? This is probably the best Pismo we've seen. Really, really perfect for longboarding. How do you plan to, go into the semifinal? As you said, there's a stiff competition. Where's your head at?
Honestly, I'm really excited to keep going. I mean, the waves are just really good, and I'm just going to stick to my same game plan and wait for the good waves and, really try to capitalize on the good sections and try to go all the way. And I'm really gunning to get back on the World Tour, so I'm excited.
I think we're all excited for you to get back on the World Tour. I know your mom, Neela, dad, Mike are here. Shout out to them. Your twin brother, Brett, I'm sure is keeping an eye on things. How about some other shout outs you got to give?
Oh, gosh. Just shout out to, Pismo, the city here, Surfing for Hope, WSL for putting on this awesome event. I only live an hour away, which is really nice, and kind of used to the cold water. So just a big shout out to everybody watching, and friends, family, and Wayne for shaping me my best boards. I owe him a lot.
Yeah, we're giving you lots of plugs here, Wayne. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Laura. Great interview. Cole Robbins keeping it so calm, but he just got a 9.5 and an 8.25. He smashed that heat. Loving those Wayne Riches.
And we have some action in the water in these girls' heat. Kaitlin up and riding, and she's our surfer in white. And also behind her, I believe that is blue, Kyra. Kaitlin hitting a beautiful 5 at the beginning of her wave, really trying to work this wave all the way onto the inside, putting up a lot of maneuvers. Kyra doing the same behind her there, finding another section, and she finds herself on a left. She was going right for quite a while and saw an opening to go left, and she took that opportunity to get some more points and finishes this wave off beautifully.
Wow, that's going to be a nice backup. Or, well, she only had the 0.75, Kyra, but that outside bit of, and then the swing back and into the inside, and then Kaitlin going to get a nice one for herself to back up the 5.5. Priority is with Summer and then with Cash. Cash, your first wave was a 4.25. So I guess we'll wait for these scores to come in, and then we'll lay out what the scenario is. There we go. Scores are in. Kaitlin, your last wave is a 6, so you are in first place with a 5.5 and a 6. Kyra, your last wave was a 4.5, and that put you into second. And this is our surfer in green. Is this Summer Romero finishing off that wave?
Yes.
So she's going to back up the 2. She only needed a 3.26 to go up into second place. And Cash, sitting out the back, looking at this wave right now with priority, only needs a 1. So again, as it seems with these last bunch of heats, it's going to flip-flop a bunch through the 25 minutes.
Yeah, a lot of talent in the water. And speaking of young talent today, we have Cash up and riding, reading this wave wonderfully. She fades at first, and then Orty is on her second 5. Beautiful tip time, a lot of elegance and grace while she's riding, showing a lot of maturity when she's, surrounded by women who've been doing this a lot longer than her. It's really impressive.
Well, it's so impressive, too, because I think she's probably, I don't know, I'm going to say 85 pounds. She's petite, she's small, and she's riding the same equipment that so many of the other women and men that maybe weigh 180 pounds are riding, probably a 9.6, whatever, 15-pound,
right,
3.5-inch thick board.
But also, I don't know if you knew this, Cash, she rides all sorts of boards back home as well. So she's really proficient, not just with longboarding, but with also shortboarding as well. So
A surfer.
Exactly. And so I think that really helps her in all sorts of wave conditions, is having that wave IQ.
Well, I've never understood. I've always ridden everything, and I never understood people that just got stuck in one vein, like, I only this. And you're like, how limited? The ocean does all these things, and why not ride the best equipment for that day, or that tide, or that minute, or that break? I don't get it. But, it's funny in surfing how it's supposed to be, it's so open-minded, but it's very not. There's a lot of very close-minded. But what's cool is the last 10 years or a little more, that generation has decided, hey, it's okay to do whatever I want, ride everything, dress how I want, and embrace it all. Where before that really wasn't, there was like these little niches of, I do this only.
Yeah, I try to introduce myself as a water woman and not just a surfer. So I like to body surf. I've been really getting to boogie boarding. And
hey, I still do. When you go boogie boarding, and if it's pumping and you're getting big barrels on a boogie board, when you get smashed, it's actually, you wipe out worse on a boogie board than you do on a surfboard.
Absolutely. I can't not smile when boogie boarding.
No.
So.
You're going fast, close to the face of the wave.
Exactly.
All right, scores in. Summer, your last wave, a 2.75. There's just under 15 minutes on the clock. Currently, Kaitlin in the lead. Cash, you are in second because your last wave was a 3.5. Kyra, you're in third. You need a 3.25. Summer, you have priority, and you need a 5.0 to go into second. Priority is green, white, blue, red. And the table is set for the second half of this heat. Who will come out 1 and 2 and make it into the final here at Pismo at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic?
And what great weather we have this whole weekend. I mean, it was a little messy yesterday, but it's been gorgeous this whole weekend. We're so blessed.
We seem to score. I've been doing these events since 2017 with the Surfing for Hope group here in Pismo and in Morro Bay. Fortunately, a few years ago was the first time they added the longboards in. There was the solo longboard event here right before the Malibu finals, and it was pumping last year up in Morro Bay. And so we just get Indian summer conditions, it seems, every year. I don't know why, but we love it.
And up and riding, that's our surfer in green, Summer Romero, really showing some good wave IQ there. She's going to the tip, bringing it, wrapping it back around, going left and right on one wave, can't decide which way she wants to go, almost losing it there, but hangs on and finishes out and says, I'm not letting go of this wave. I'm going to do this huge turn. And up and riding behind her, that's Cash Hoover, surfer in red with a beautiful quick 10. Wrapping it back around, showing the judges that she can go left and right. Doesn't matter. Give her anything and she'll surf it well.
It always amazes me, and I love doing the commentary for the longboard side, even going back to sort of before the qualifying series stuff, or even before the World Tour really embraced it in the way that it has now, back to the duct tape days at the U.S. Open, and through its different iterations with vans at those events. And I would sit there and go, this is like mind-blowing what these athletes are doing. It is so hard to ride, and I challenge anyone to try and go ride those boards and do what they're doing and make it look so seamless and be nimble like they are. It's not easy. You talk to surfers all over, they're like, oh, I don't longboard. I fall and it hurts. You get a rail in the ribs.
I totally agree. I coach the high school team in my hometown, and sometimes we get the shortboard boys on our longboards, and they're like, this is harder than it looks. And as we're speaking, Kaitlin up and riding here, showing the same as the girls have been doing, really trying to work these waves. I feel like it's slowing down just a little bit. They have to really stay on top of what the waves are doing and, working with where it is shifting.
It's shifting, and but it's changed a little from when you were in the water, where it hadn't quite decided to push all the way to the inside. So there were some of the waves that during that time period they would take off and it would just die and they couldn't get over the lip. Now it's pushing through at least evenly, it looks like, even though it's flat outside. They're making most of them, other than Kaitlin's last one, obviously.
Yeah, they're doing a great job reading.
Summer, did we read that score out? A 5.9 on your last wave, Summer. So now Cash in third, needing a 4.41, but we are still anticipating her last ride, that left she had. And then Kyra with priority also has a score to come in. So all this will shuffle with 11 minutes left. I guess the important thing right now is priority is blue, then red, then white. Yes, I am a water woman. I am a water man. That's what I say. I see kids sitting on the beach. Oh, I'm bored. The waves aren't this. I'm like, here, I got a 12-foot bark stock paddleboard. Let's go paddle. They're like, what? That's crazy. That hurts.
Oh, yeah, it's a playground. It's a playground for me. I look at waves, I'm like, let's go have fun.
Or just the ocean or a stand-up paddleboard. It doesn't matter. Just get moving.
Yeah.
There we go. Cash, your last wave, a 5.05. So now you are in second, waiting for that last wave of blues, and then we will exactly know what's happening. Currently, though, Kaitlin in the lead, Cash in second, Summer in third. Priority is still with blue, and 10 minutes to go. Yeah, if I had a big Sprinter van, which I don't, it would have every toy. It would have the longboards, the shortboards, the fishes, the mid-links, the foil boards. It would have it all. Swim fins. You're like, okay, what can't I do in the ocean now? No
Absolutely.
excuses.
That sounds like a dream
Yeah.
vehicle for all sorts of surfers.
I know. Boy, down where I live in Cardiff area, they're everywhere. They're funny. They're always waxed, polished, and perfect. And you're like, and they've got shovels and axes and all this stuff on the sides. They look so tough, and you're like, does it ever leave your garage? Sorry.
Don't be sorry. Everyone's shaking their head saying, oh, we know exactly what you're talking about.
You know who they are.
Yes. And we might get some action. It's been kind of slower. This heat's been a little slower, but who's going to take a bite out of this? That looks like our surfer in blue, Kyra, kind of wiggling her way down this wave here, reading it, trying to stay in the power of the wave, does exactly that. Beautiful carving, beautiful footwork, and up and riding behind her, that is our surfer in red. That's Cash Hoover. Also doing the same, trying to really read this wave, and it's doing this weird kind of thing here.
She went left, then went right, then went left. I thought she was going to get the inside left reform Jim, but the water pushed up the face too much on her. Fortunately, I think for Summer and Kyra, because if she would have made the connection on that inside left, she might have even bettered her situation. Sometimes you're hoping as a competitor, don't make it, right? So what did we see earlier? It was Richie Cravey paddling back out. He had just gotten a 7.25. He had a pair of high fives, and he needed the score. He gets it, and right as he's paddling out, gets delivered the score. His two co-competitors are riding bomb rights that they both got really high scores on.
All right, priorities with white. That's Kaitlin, and she's going to take advantage of that priority paddling into this wave here. Let's see if she can make this wave work. The right kind of closed out in front of her, and it looks like the left kind of just fizzled out, unfortunately.
You wonder, she kind of almost looked like she was safeguarding, thinking, I'm going to go right and hold off my competitor, and then she swung back left.
Could be. That was one thing that I had trouble with when I was in my heats. I couldn't figure out exactly, was this wave going to break in front of me, or is it going to open up and let me have that moment of hanging 5 and 10? And I noticed myself playing it kind of safe, which I think was my downfall.
Your opening ride was beautiful.
Thank you.
That 4.25 that you opened with, you were just flowing and weaving first wave of the heat, and then you decided to paddle with the current instead of fight it. And I'm like, oh, she's in a good rhythm right here. And then you got another 4, 5, something like that, and just couldn't get past that.
Those girls put on a show, and sometimes that's just how it goes. I couldn't be happier for those ladies. They're really, Malia and Riley, they've been working really hard, and they deserve every win that they get. So I'm proud. There's 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining out in the water. Looks like priority is with green, then cash in red, then in white, then blue.
Well, and a score did drop, so Cash got a 4.65 on her last wave, which increased her tally. Still in second place. Kyra, your last wave was a 4.95, so now you're in third, needing a 4.75. Summer, you have first priority. You need a 3.8 to go up into second place. And Kaitlin still sitting in first at the moment with a 5.5 and a 6. Priority green, red, white, blue. And just under 6 minutes. Yeah, I thought you were off to a great start in your heat, just the way that you opened with a wave within the first 2 seconds. The horn blew and you were riding, and then you just looked like you were in a good flow. And then,
I was
happened.
frothing. I was really excited. I even had fun yesterday. Some of the girls were saying it was really challenging, which it was, but I was like, finally some oomph that I could.
A little power.
And I really appreciated that. And looks like there's a little movement out in the water with just over 5 minutes remaining. Boards turning. Green might be using her priority. Green is in priority. She swings. And she's up and riding right away, going straight to the nose, holding a really long, graceful 5, walking it back to reset up for another 5, swinging it around, beautiful turn, bottom turn there. Looking for another opportunity, finding the energy in the wave, and she finds another opportunity, hitting that lip, putting a bow on that wave.
Ties it up nicely. I love that when they're doing the cheater 5 and the hands kind of up over the head for counterbalance. It just looks really elegant. I think that might swing the heat. She needed a 3.8 when she took off. That was like you said, tied the bow at the end. That could get her the score to go into second. We will see where the judges go. Red with first priority now, Cash Hoover. And we are down to 4 minutes and 10 seconds, ladies.
Yeah, it is impressive that Cash is, holding her own here. But I also want to give a shout out to my ladies who are, as Carla and you've been saying, more seasoned. They are 100% holding their own too, and really showing these girls who is boss. And up and riding is Cash, our youngest in this heat, I believe. She goes right to the nose, fades to the left, and holds a 5 to a 10, wrapping it around, holding a quick 5 to 10, reading the section well, maneuvering through it, slashing back, holding that 5, another 5, really not wasting any time on this wave, and hits the lip, and that's all she wrote. Beautiful ride by Cash.
So you will see if she's safeguarding there, like being in almost like high heat IQ, going, all right, I forget if she had priority for that wave, but took a medium one just to cover, anticipating that Summer's probably going to get a pretty good score. And here she is, grooving on this left. Wow, I like how she rode so tight on the nose through that foamy little section.
Yeah, she saw a left opportunity, and if you think Summer can surf rights well, just watch her on a left, and she'll really crank up some beautiful surfing, and that's what she did it was this little inside left that she really surfed well.
Well, like Barry says, the groovy foot's always looking for the left. So 2 scores going to drop in for Summer real quick. The last wave just now, the little left, judges quick to give a 3-2. It's really about the prior wave, the right that she had, and then what is Cash going to get? So Cash's score comes in at a 5.15. She's still in second, but we are waiting for that score of Summer. She gets the 5.55. She does go into second, so now Cash in third, Kyra in fourth. 2 minutes left. Cash, when you get back out, you need a 6.3, and Kyra, you have second priority, and you need a 6.5 to turn the heat.
With just under 2 minutes remaining, ladies, time check is 1 minute and 50 seconds. Kaitlin, in white, you have priority, and in second priority is blue.
So
White and
Caitlin's kind of going, whoa, this is working out well. I got 2 good waves, and I'm in first, and I'm still in first, and all these waves have been ridden, and scores almost getting to what I have. She's breathing easy at the moment, in the lead, with priority, and a minute and a half to go. Dominating the pack.
Pretty impressive stuff, ladies. This is the first semifinal.
First semifinal, that's right. Semifinal 2 coming up next. So I'm sure they're already checked in and sitting out there under the pier, about to paddle out or into the lineup. Well, what will happen in the last minute here?
Yeah, I think Caitlin's using her priority here, like you've been saying, safeguarding, and she fades to a beautiful 5 in a really critical spot there. Does her classic Kaitlin slash bottom turn, making her way back up to the face, hitting that lip, and bringing it back down with style and grace. That's what the judges are looking for, completion of wave, using the whole wave, the whole board, not just doing one thing here and there, it's doing it all, and that's what Kaitlin just did. With 25 seconds remaining in this heat.
She's got to be feeling good. I think it's been a while since Caitlin's been in a final. I know she's had a lot of quarterfinal, semifinal, and just not made it over that last hump. We're down to 10 seconds, ladies. So anticipate me calling the end right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No wave's going to be ridden. They will score Caitlin's wave. Kaitlin and Summer Romero moving on through into the final here. We are going to go to a quick commercial break, and we will bring it back in with semifinal heat number 2 here at this Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. Stay tuned.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Just ride one time for your mind. Just ride one time for your mind.
And just hanging back, arching on the nose.
Stylish nose ride, stylish cut back there, but then just fades out so she doesn't quite get the finish. Still going to be a pretty good score. Good way to start the heat. Reed started the heat, the dream scenario. As the horn blows, you get in nice and early, get that first score under your belt with basically a full heat left. Gives you that opportunity to really kind of hang out and lower the pressure.
Well, Liv kind of overcooked it, Brew, on the cutback.
Yeah, as we see Reed's replay. It's that beautiful California gold glisten off the water from the pier angle. She keeps that board moving at all times, keeps those feet moving. You always want the board moving or your feet moving on a longboard. One or the other. You don't want any stationary stuff, as we see Liv's replay right here. Nice slow motion cross step there, kind of cool. And this turn was nice. Brings it off the phone really quick, really controlled. Sets up again. Once again, that slow motion footwork. Locked in on a long nose ride there. Nice stylish drop around the section there and another cool turn, but just kind of loses it on the comeback. Really good surfing there as we wait for those first 2 scores to come in from Reed and Liv. Reed's looks like it's going to start. Oh, and Liv's score comes in at a 7.0. So, Liv, you're straight out into first. Reed, your score comes in at a 5.5. So just under 23 minutes remaining, 2 minutes into the heat basically, and Liv starting off with a 7, Reed starting off with a 5.5. Avalon and Malia out there still yet to get their campaign started. Sitting in the, it's actually gotten quite nice and warm out, down to a t-shirt cruising around the pier. Out in the water, it's still a little frigid, might even feel a little colder now that it's warm out. Surfers' feet not getting too cold and frosty, still putting some great footwork together. Kind of a pristine day as you could ever have.
Such a nice day, Bucky. And that I was reflecting just then on Leave's last wave. Even though she didn't complete, I like that the judges didn't take points away, so to speak, because she did all that beautiful work the whole wave through, and the wave was kind of trickling and fading out, and it would have just been almost an afterthought completion. But that long nose ride right at the end, I think, is what pushed it up.
Yeah, and where it was in the wave too, it was right in the hook. You could see her under the lip in the nose ride with speed and total control, no arms flailing, no nothing like that, just in control, at least just kind of cruising right through that section with full speed out on the front of the board. As we have a little lull here, 21.5 minutes to go. The swell's dropping as the day goes on. The tide has turned around now, so should start kind of re-breaking when it looks like it's going to break. Those few high tide heats, especially the last couple quarters of the women, where a lot of waves looked like there were going to be something coming in. People would paddle for them, and it just wouldn't materialize. A couple of those happened in my heat, and then now it's starting to be, that last heat was kind of maybe the end of that. Hopefully now we'll start to see stuff when it looks like it's going to do something, it does something. As we see surfers kind of eyeballing something, they're all in motion. And it looks like Malia and Green going to get her campaign underway. Nice kind of medium-sized one, setting up nice though. Like we said, a nice 5 to 10 to start. She's going to spring this one back. Nice amount of spray coming off the rail there. Sweeps it around again, setting up for another nose ride. And now she's up there, gets a 10, walks it back. And then here's the end section and takes it straight up into the lip, brings it down nice and clean. Kicks on out. She's going to head back out. Malia is underway with a score. We'll wait for it to come in, and really good move there too. She got that wave and nothing else happened for the other ladies. So she had the whole stage to herself, you could say, for the judges to watch and observe. As we're down to just under 20 minutes. These extra 5 minutes in heats actually feel like quite a bit more. It's only 5 minutes, but you feel like you got a lot more time out there as we see the finish of the replay of Malia's ride on the webcast.
Yeah, it's been nice to have that extra 5 minutes, and with the tide and less swell, I mean, everybody having so many opportunities to make a mistake, get a great wave, have someone take the lead over them, and then fight back. And so tons of opportunity too, regardless if you are under priority or sitting with priority. There's just been, quite a few waves.
Yeah, and as we have a little lull too, we got that score from Malia. So Malia, you have a 7.0 as well. So we basically have a tie for first between Liv and Malia with a 7. Reed out there with priority, looking for a 1.51 to advance. Avalon still waiting to get her campaign underway, and we're going to head down to Ming Wei with the interview with Kaitlin of the last heat.
All right, thanks so much. I'm here with our last heat winner, Kaitlin. Tell me about what was going on in your heat.
A lot of fun was being had out there. The waves are really good, actually, and clean, and if you just time them right and redirect, you can get some really good sections, so I was just having a blast.
Yeah, we were all rooting for you and Summer, especially me because I've grown up surfing with you. And how does it feel? I know how it feels, but maybe you can tell everyone at home, how does it feel to be competing against people who are half your age out in the water?
It's nerve-wracking. They got a lot of energy. They're fast. They're capable of anything. Cash is a really good surfer, has a big, bright future ahead of her. And every time she caught a wave, I was a little nervous, and I was like, oh man, what's she gonna do, you know? But me and Summer have been doing it for a long time and been really good friends. So, you know, I feel like we had good energy out there together and just keeping our heads high and doing our thing like we always have.
Absolutely. Well, thanks so much for talking with us. Congratulations. I'm so excited to see what you're going to do later on today. Thank you.
Yeah, I was actually bringing up the season's better. I was talking to Cole down there after his heat, and just discussing now the over 30s are kind of holding it down a little bit. I think their semifinal is 3 guys over 30 and the young Jack Van Wagoner. So it was pretty cool to see in my heat the 2 of the 3 guys over 30 held it down.
Yeah, well,
so it's pretty cool.
We've got a lot of new blood.
We're not old. We've just been kids longer.
That's right. We've been kids longer. Well, it's great to have new blood in the game. We definitely need that for the tour in general, but also, you know, those stewards of the sport. We're seeing some replays, some action that happened during the interview in the water right now. That's Blue.
Yeah, that's Liv. That's going to be her 6.5 that she just dropped. Or sorry, 6.0. Liv, that second wave you got was a 6.0 as we watch it on the replay. Nice cutback. It's setting up again on the inside. Gets a lot of speed for that last section too. So yeah, Liv, you got a 6.0 on that last wave. You're out in front. You have a 7 and a 6. Reed, your second score came in at a 4.0. So you're in second place with a 4 and a 5.5. Avalon with priority, still yet to ride a wave. She's in fourth, looking for a 9.5 to get into the lead. But like we said, here she goes, just getting her campaign underway. She strokes right into this one on her backhand, right up to the nose, kind of angling down the face for the nose ride, and then goes down right after. So that's not going to really help the situation. Malia, her first wave was a 7.0. She now has priority. Sitting out there, she just needs a 2.5 to get into advancing position. As Reed got another wave, so I think that was during the interview. We're waiting for that score to come in. Judges deliberating for a bit, so it could be something substantial. Malia with priority, Reed with second priority. Liv and Avalon making their way out to establish that third and fourth priority. 15:50 to go. Beautiful heat to start so far.
Yeah,
Couple 7s already, a 6 as well.
That's why we're in. That's why we're in the semifinals.
Yeah, we're down to the final 8 women, final 8 men.
15 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock, lots of time. Still waiting for a score for white to drop. As you said, green opening up with that 7, but just still looking for a backup. Red opening with a low score. She's trying to come in a little hotter and higher. Taking a peek here, going for the struggle. Looks like that deep water is going to not allow her to catch it. That was green taking her out of priority.
And here goes Reed. She uses that priority she gained real quick on her backhand. Groovy footer on the backhand, on the right. Nice little quick 10 there. Goes around that section real clean. And then she gets another quick nose ride. This wave's setting up nice. I like that little quick check turn. She wanted to do the full cutback, but saw down the line there was more. Gets another nose ride. Here comes that. It's kind of mini, but it's bending nice and fast for her. Quick tap, quick hit bash. And she's going to kick out. We're still waiting for another score of hers to come in. So far, she has a 5.5 and a 4. And then now Avalon actually getting her campaign underway. A nice 5 there. Taps the 10. Digs her rail a bit and ends up kicking out. So 14:10 to go. Liv out in front with priority with a 7 and a 6. Reed in second, waiting for a couple scores. Malia in third with second priority. Still waiting for her second ride to come in. She already has a 7, so she just needs a 2.5 to move into that advancing position as of now. And Avalon with just a couple small scores down in fourth, waiting to really get it going.
Yeah, definitely plenty of surfing to be had here with 13 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Waiting for scores to drop for red and white. It would have been a pretty strong score for red had she been able to make that cutback and not stick that rail, but she's going to get it back out there again. As you said, priority sticks it blue, then green. Little lull in the action right now. high tide now probably starting to finally drop. We should start seeing a little change in the bottom and in the peaks and how everything kind of evolves toward the beach.
Oh, and Liv taking a look here too, trying to extend her lead using that priority. Takes off, nice, goes to the nose right kind of underneath the foam ball there. Pretty critical, that was cool. I like when she does that kind of slow motion step too. Gets another one up to the nose, gets back in time, and Malia behind her on a little smaller one, but this has a nice wall on it. Quick 5 there. Readjusting herself, gets another nose ride there. Back up, gets the 10, standing big and proud on it. Like to see that style. Does it again, even throwing a little soul arch. Nice cut back into the foam, and it might even set up for one more bash for her. Oh, you know it. Shazam! Malia, the shortest, longest drive up from Ventura. A little more used to the cold than us that are another hour or two south. Feeling comfortable out there, looking comfortable, standing big and proud on those hang 10s. Finishing with those clean bashes and just absolutely putting on a show for mom and dad who brought her up here and the rest of the squad, the rest of us on the beach here. Like we said, she started with a 7. She dropped down to 3rd, but it's all going to change after that one. We'll see.
Yeah, playing a smart game out there. She did miss a wave when she was sitting in priority, but she still had you know, a moment there, and she drops a score right now, 6.80.
That was Reed's one.
Comes in for Reed Van Wagoner, 6.80. That was the score that dropped down finally for white. We'll wait for green, and blue has a score still to drop, but that last of white, looks like white's going to be taking a look right here. That's Reed Van Wagoner.
Oh, look at that thing walling up in front of her, getting a nice 10 into the 5.
And then out the back, that's red, Avalon Gall. Kind of got to switch it around. Kind of having a hard time finding her rhythm out there.
I know how that goes.
11 minutes on the clock. You know, sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. Sometimes the ocean's right there with you. Sometimes you're not in the sink and someone else is. It's just kind of the nature of this sport, and especially competitively, that kind of changes it differently than a lot of other sports where there's a lot more parameters that remain concrete.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of fluid changing elements depending on the moment of the day.
Yeah, most other sports, your platform is just there. Ours, your platform can become your enemy. It can become your ally. It can do a lot of different things. As we see Malia trying to keep it going.
Alrighty, we do have some scores starting to drop here. We'll watch Malia get this little inside wave, gets the 5 to 10, nice relaxed. Hang 10 there, no arms, no arch, just showing that she's there, nice and comfortable. Gets it up again, throws another 10, again, nice and tall and comfortable. Hood ornament. Then she's going to try to rebound that little white water there. Nice little wave for Malia. She's sitting in the green jersey. So let me give you guys an update with 9 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, where it stands right now. In the red jersey and in 4th place, looking for a 9.75, that's red, Avalon Gall. In 3rd place, wearing the white jersey, Reed Van Wagoner. Reed, you need a 6.21. In 2nd place and currently sitting in priority, that's the blue jersey, Liv Stokes. She opened up with a 7.0 and then a pair of 6s in the last 2 waves. That's Liv Stokes. She needs a 7.5 to take the lead. And your heat leader right now, wearing the green jersey. We're waiting for another score to drop down, but the first one comes in at a 7. The second one comes in at a 7.5. Looks like her 3rd score dropping in at a 9.
Yeah, I was just watching the replay of that one as you were giving him the situation, and it was really cool, Malia, especially on that inside section where it kind of got the smallest. While she was hanging 10, it was not quite the lift you want, and she didn't even move. She was still in the same 10 position, and then that lift came, and she got a lot of speed through that section. One of the smallest waves of the heat, and she just turned into a 9 with those hood and ornament hang 10s. Like we said before, standing big and proud. Not trying to show off, just, like you said, hood ornament, hanging out there, standing still in time.
Yeah, you know, and it really went to show that the big wave isn't necessarily the best wave, that sometimes those little inside corners that you were really looking after those lefts in your heat, they were there, just finding enough enough of that curl and get tight enough in it to get those critical nose rides, which Malia was able to do just now. Yeah, really, really good surfing.
Yeah, some of the bigger sets tend to break pretty soft, only halfway down the wave, don't really lend themselves for that real nose ride opportunity, and they're not going to give you the speed out of it to do the real hard turn. They're staying soft, but some of those medium ones like actually hit the sandbar and stand up and run and give you those opportunities to really get that lift, get those long hang 10s. And then when you do that too, that same wave, even though it may be smaller, is going to give you the speed to do that hard turn afterwards. Whereas the bigger ones, like we said, sometimes just aren't doing it today.
Time check, 7 minutes, 35 seconds, ladies. 7:35 up, almost riding. That was going to be white. In priority, we got blue, then red and green. As I mentioned, currently looking for a 9.75. That's red. In the white jersey, looking for a 6.21, Reed Van Wagoner. And in second place, looking for a 9.5 to take the lead. That's Liv Stokes. And your heat leader right now with a 7.5 and a 9.0, Malia Ilagan.
And here we see one of those sets that kind of broke far out, so it's that soft deal, but Reed's going to grab the inside run where it may stand up for her. Looks like it does a bit. Gets a nice 10 there, gets around the section. She's looking for more down the line. It's kind of hitting that deep spot there. She's going to wrap it back to the left, bring it off the top. Nice and strong, too. Didn't have a lot of speed going into it, but almost hit the foam to gain more speed out of it, too. That was pretty cool. Not a huge wave, but just trying to add to her score. She was looking for a 6.21 before that. As of right now, she has a 6.8 and a 5.5. Her last wave before that one came in at a 5.15, so it didn't change her situation. Looking for a 6.21 on that wave. Malia still out in front with those two big scores. Liv, who we thought started off in dominating fashion with that 7 and a 6 right off the bat, now sitting in second, needing a 9.5 to regain the lead. And Reed, like we said, looking for that 6.21. And Avalon, she dropped a 3.25 to get something on the board where she's not comboed, but looking for a pretty big score down in fourth to advance with just under 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, just an unfortunate situation for Avalon. She really had some strong heats throughout the event, really some strong scores, really great surfing. Just not able to find the rhythm here so far in this semifinal. 5 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. A little lull. We've had a bit more lulls today, which is nice. A little more reprieve, easier time to get back out because we are getting a lot of waves written all the way into the inside, into the shoreline. It's a beautiful day. Plenty of free surfing happening down the way of the beach, east of us.
Yeah, while we have a lull too, a little shout out to the Vespera Hotel right here. Killer view from the rooms of the pier. You can wake up, watch the waves, stay nice and toasty. You could even put your wetsuit on in there, real warm, run down, get a nice surf in the frigid water, surf a couple hours, and then run straight back to the room, straight into the hot shower, in the wetsuit, nice and fresh. They got all kind of good food going on. I saw plenty of people cruise around with their dogs around the hotel too, so I'm sure there's a little charge and whatnot, but they're pretty pet friendly, it seems. So if you're coming up to the Pismo Beach area and want to enjoy this zone, the Vespera is a pretty killer spot to hit. As we see some action now, Liv taking a look with priority. And it's working out for her, getting into that one. We'll see if it really works out, but that softer, bigger one, she came from way behind it and still made it.
Yeah, her board really fast right there. She timed that quite well. It looked almost like she could have been behind the section, but not behind the section. Gets a lot of speed, gets through it. Unfortunately, digs a rail on that last turn she tried to perform there on the inside. She'll paddle back out there with 4 minutes on the clock. Ladies are out the back in priority. Sits with red, followed by green, then white. Red going to be taking a look here. Red looking for a pretty hefty score, as you mentioned earlier, looking for a 9.75, but easily can start chipping away at it. Unfortunately, not able to catch that wave. Looks a little bigger sometimes when they come in from the outside, and as they hit the sandbar, they kind of disappear and back off a bit, and you actually need to be quite farther inside to even have caught that wave. So unfortunate for Avalon. She'll have lost her priority there, putting Malia in first priority, followed by Reed. situation stays the same. Hefty call for Avalon, needing a 9.75, followed by Reed Van Wagner. She needs a 6.21 to move in an advancing position. Liv Stokes currently advancing into the final. She's got a 7.0 and a 6.0. She would need a 9.5 to take the win from your heat leader, Malia Ilagan. She's sitting pretty with a 9.0 and a 7.5. Time check, ladies, 2 minutes, 45 seconds, 2:45. All right, things starting to wind down here in this heat 2 of the semifinals. We've already got the 2 finalists set from that first heat, Kaitlin and Summer. We'll see who match up. Looks like it might be Malia and Liv, unless something comes here in the next minute and 45 seconds. In priority, green, white, red, blue.
As we're going to get another look right here at Malia's 9.0. Like we said, it was a smaller one, but starts off with a cool 10 there. You can see the lift, little maneuvering from the nose. Little slow zone here, getting it set up. And this is where it gets cool, I think. Right there, gets the 10, holding it, little splash, and then right there, boom. Gets the lift, gets the speed, and then with the finisher too. Like we said, a smaller one, but just surfed really well. Committed 10s, committed lift. Have the, yeah, I'm here, deal with it, hang 10 approach going on, the stance. Like to see that stuff.
Alrighty, we're looking at 55 seconds, lady. 55 seconds on the clock. Winding down. Situation remains the same. Still in priority. Green, white, red.
As our boy Nick, I would say, time is winding down.
It is.
Love Common Sense. They're an awesome band.
Quite so, and it's hard when you're meeting waves and the horizon doesn't look like much is happening. Still got a few seconds left. We're getting close to that 20-second mark.
Yeah, I had some big scores in this heat, and then just as the heat trickles away down to 10 seconds, as we're going to count it out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Reed actually gets up in time on a wave that's not going to break, so not going to change the situation. Also, that's going to be Malia in first, Liv in second, moving on to the final. So the women's final is completely built. It has been built. The house is the wood, all the structure, the drywall is up. The women's final is on, and now we will start collecting the wood, collecting and building that men's final with semifinal heat 1. We're going to count you guys in.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Yeah, a couple legendary surf families going on out here. We got Kai McPhillips, whose dad is a 3-time world champ through the 90s and early 2000s. And then we got Kaimana Takayama, obviously of the Takayama clan. His dad, Michael, making boards for plenty of these competitors, including him. He gets in there and does plenty of work as well. As we see 2 guys up. Christian working the left into the pier. Kai Mana working the right away from it. And Christian hanging 10 as he gets right in front of the pilings there on the first diamond. Goes through the big split there. Kai still on the right, gets a 10. Right before that shuts down on him. Christian looking for a little reform here, maybe Kai as well. Looking at opposite ends of the spectrum here, just turning our heads back and forth, and Christian kicks out. So all we have to do is look at Kai, and we'll watch him kick out. So those guys are underway.
That was a really exciting first wave of this heat here. I didn't think Blue was going to have much opportunity point-wise, but he sure showed off going right towards the pier, holding that 10 beautifully.
Yeah, on the back end, he had it, big statuesque cruising. It was a soft corner, but he held that 10 through it anyways. And then it's always cool to see guys playing with the pier and the pilings. He came through the wider split there, kind of almost straight at us. And then Kai got a couple cool little sections running on the right. Really nice surfing by those guys. As the other 2, Kai and Julian out the back, and their scores are in. Christian starts off with a 3.75. Kaimana, you get the better of the exchange with a 5.5. And Christian staying not so active, but, teasing us with it a bit. So we're down to 22 minutes, so a lot of time. Kai and Julian out there still waiting to get their campaign underway. Like we said, Julian out there keeping it an international affair. Kai coming all the way up from San Clemente. Kaimana coming from a little farther south down in Oside. Christian, I think he's up in the South Bay, but he might be down south with us now. He's kind of always moving all around. Represents Doheny during the club events. Seen his parents running around here with their jackets on. Always cool to see everybody at the club events. And then see everybody at these events as well. Like we were talking about earlier, these contests are really just an excuse for everybody to get together, hang out, enjoy the camaraderie, learn about what's been going on in everybody's lives in between each event. And then they get to go out and surf against each other. You could say with each other, just trying to surf better while you surf with them.
Yeah, absolutely. I always say it's a family reunion at these events. I have so much fun, and this is the only sport that I can think of where there's so many generations that come together and they have equal opportunity in the waters in any condition. So that's what keeps me coming back, is my ocean family is what I call it.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. The Hawaiians way back in the day turned the term ohana, which is, it means family, but it really means your chosen family, the ones that you meet throughout the world, you meet throughout life, that you really bring into your circle, you come into their circle. Like we said, the chosen family is really your ohana, and usually your family's involved as well. All right, and we still got a nice little lull, so Carla's down there with our last heat winner, Malia. Take it away, Carla.
We're here with Malia Ilagan, killing that last heat, getting a 9.0 and a 7.5, not on the biggest waves, but technically really sound. Walk me through the 9.0 as best as you can. I know that's a little tough, but you got some really good 10s, and you have an iconic pose right now that you've been doing, but you changed it up a little bit. Talk to me about that.
When I caught that wave, I kind of was it looked like a fun little wave, and I had already 2 decent scores. But it just looked like a fun wave, and it was tiny, but it had a good little shoulder. I kind of was going to pull out of it midway through catching it, and I'm really glad I didn't, because I ended up getting a good score. But yeah, it was just like my board was just like levitating, and it was just a good wave for my board, I guess.
So we've been shouting out. We've had a lot of winners riding the Wayne Rich boards. Tell me about the model you're riding.
My model is the harmonic, but it has some modifications. It's the same one that Cole's riding, so it has his modifications on that board, which earlier today I saw his 9.5, and I was just like, why can't I do that? I'm running the same board. But I'm really stoked that it's working, and that board's always just been so fun to me. I've been riding it for 2 years now, so I got it pretty Got it wired.
You definitely have it wired, and you may have not gotten the 9.5, but you did get that 9, so you're getting close, and he's a seasoned competitor. You're on your way up. This is another one that you get to kind of put on. You're in the final. Who do you got to thank back at home and around and just in general?
Just thank you to my family and everyone that, like I said before, just everyone that's been here for my journey. Thank you to my sponsors. I'm just super grateful to have these people supporting me, and yeah.
Well, we're stoked to see you in the final. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Malia absolutely ripping. And speaking of Wayne Rich, while we were away, Kai McPhillips got a pretty nice ride on his Wayne Rich Surf Tech. He's been riding that one for a little while, absolutely ripping on it. Got a nice start there on a nice nose ride out the back into some really nice rail surfing through the middle zone, and then another couple nose rides, another couple rail surfing on the inside. Right behind him as well, we had Julian get his first score, some really nice hang 10, some really nice turns. And Christian with a rad nose ride there. Comes off the 10 and gets a little splash off the nose in that airdrop. And here's that, like we were saying before, some of these bigger waves, they just stay soft on the sandbar. They're breaking a little outside of it, but Christian making a lot of things happen on this one. Really rad nose right out the back, working it through, and it might set up again. As we saw, Malia got these little ones that turned into something cool, and Christian, he's got a nice 10 there, walks it back. Still milking this one all the way through. And skidoo. Just that little end finisher, nice and gentle with a little bit of pah behind it. As we see the replay of Julian's nice nose ride there. He gets around that section, beautiful cutback, brings it around again. He wanted a little more here in the wave, just kind of, it let him get that nose ride, but it didn't line up like some of them have. It had a couple little steps come through it. Makes the section though, and he's going to get that little skadunk finish as well.
And looks like red is up and riding right now. That is Kai. Really starts off beautifully, but unfortunately, maybe it got a little too loose and feathery at the top there and kind of fades out the back while he was trying to hold that 10. And up and riding is white. Kaimana kind of in a frothy zone in the wave here, but really maneuvering around it, putting up some good maneuvers, 5s and 10s. Wave closes out, and he finishes it with a stylish kick out.
Yeah, so we're going to have a lot of scores come in. Literally every surfer we will have a score come from. Waiting for Kai's first wave, Julian's first wave, and we're going to have Kaimana's second wave and Christian's second wave come in. 16:20 to go. Right now, Julian out the back with priority in green. Kai out there with second priority in red. Still waiting for those scores for you guys. So we'll see how those come in. Like we said, as we were away, and we're seeing the replay of Kai's right now as you see him coming out of that turn. Gets set up again, and another, putting a lot of water away from his rail, even though he's on a pretty small wave, still displacing a lot of water, looking really nice, really fresh, really powerful. And here we go. Kai, your first wave comes in at a 7.5. So like we said, that nose right out the back and those powerful turns, really using that rail of that Wayne Rich, just like Malia was in the heat before. So Kai, 7.5. Christian, we're still waiting for everybody else's scores to come in. As of now, Kai out in front with that 7.5. Kaimana, you're in second right now with that 5.5. You're going to have a second score come in. You only need a 2.01. And we're still waiting for Julian's first wave, sitting out there with priority. Christian still waiting for your second wave as well. Judges have a lot to deliberate with all you guys getting a nice little exchange there. As we get down to a Coalition Surf Club heat with 15 minutes remaining. Here we go. So we got the scores coming in. Julian, your first wave, a 6.35. Oh, okay. Everything's jumping around. So Kai, you're in first with a 7.5 and a 1 point. Oh, hang on. It changed again. So Kaimana, your score now came in. So let's just, all the scores are in. Everybody's sitting out there chilling. You can hear me. Kaimana, you're in first with a 5.5 and a 4. Kai McPhillips, you're in second with a 7.5 and a 1.5. Christian, you're in third with a 4.65 and a 3.75. And Julian, you have priority with that 6.35. You're sitting down in fourth place. 14:15 to go. So as it stands, like I said, Kaimana in first, Kai in second, Christian in third, Julian in fourth. Priority goes as green, red, blue, white. 14 minutes remaining. Really good surfing going on, me.
Really, really good surfing there. I feel like there isn't the best opportunities out there, but they are really putting on a show with what the conditions have. It has been looking like it's a little more sluggish compared to earlier, and it's slowing down a little bit, but they are reading these waves so beautifully and really putting on some beautiful footwork, and it's really impressive.
Yeah, with the swell dropping this morning, we saw a lot of really good full waves start to finish. The wave would stand up really nice. Now in our zone, we've lost some swell. The tide's a little funky, so we're not getting those perfect waves lining up. We're getting waves with kind of cool moments, and if you can get your wave to have multiple cool moments and link it and keep it smooth in between those moments while you wait for them,
yeah, and
that's kind of what's scoring now.
Yeah, seeing those moments like setting up and being ready to pop off during those moments, I think is definitely, you're correct in that. And like you said, these guys are doing it. We have not the highest scores we've seen all day, but this is just the start. We're at just under 13 minutes left. We have our time check 12 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Priority sitting with green, then red, blue, and then white. I see some boards turning. I don't know if we're actually going to get anyone up and riding. White took a look. Blue's taking a look. Blue is thinking about it and up and riding. Yeah, that is Christian. Beautiful fade. Right to a nose ride. Can he get through that mushy part? He does. Holding that 5 to a 10. Rocking it back and forth. Hitting that lip. Bringing it back down. Unfortunately, gets unglued there at the end. Going for a quick little swim.
Yeah, all these guys out here are definitely capable of turning, like Malia did in that last one, turning these kind of in-between waves into pretty big scores. So it can be nerve-wracking as we see everybody stroking for the horizon. We'll see who gets there. Right now with priority is Julian in green. Kai with second priority as we got the set coming through. We'll see what happens. Everybody chasing it.
Yeah, I'm excited for this next exchange. These guys have been waiting, chomping at the bit here. Who is going to take it? Looks like our surfer in green, Julian. He had his priority, using it smartly. Really amazing fade, straight to a nose ride in a really critical part of the wave, and does a cannonball.
Yeah, interesting exchange there. He chased that one down. It looked like it was going to be a nice big one, and it just didn't really work out for him. And Kai gets the one behind it because he didn't have priority and gets a nice long nose right there into the 10. But he goes down right in front of Christian, and I was pretty worried about his board chasing Christian down, but Kai with a nice intentional pearl to make sure it goes out the back.
Right.
So you have to swim for it. We'll go with that.
He claimed it too, threw his hands out, and they're having fun out there, it looks like. These boys are having a great time making the best of what's going on out there, and I think the dismounts are my favorite part of this heat so far, with 10 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Priority is sitting with red. He's sitting out by his lonesome at the moment.
Yeah, that's a good example of how tricky it is out there right now. That looked like one of the biggest best sets coming in. Julian high priority took the first one that looked like it was going to be an absolute gem. Ended up being kind of just a soft closeout, and Kai on the one behind it looked like it was going to be the better one. Started off that way, and then he had that kind of radical dismount right on Christian's head. Scores come in. Kaimana gets a 2.85. Christian, your little one before that you fell on, you get the 2.35. Julian, your second score comes in at 3.10. So Kai, you're out there with priority, still with that 7.5 and that 1.5. So you are in third place. You're looking for just a 1.95 to move into second. Julian, you're in second place now, looking for a 3.15 to get in first. Kaimana, you're still out in front with the 5.5 and the 4.0. Christian, you're down in fourth with the 4.65 and that 3.75. You get down to the 9:15 mark. Still plenty of time. Kai playing the patience game. He's got it in his blood to know how to surf his heat, I think. So he's doing real well. He's a not just a good surfer, but a good human, helping us out with Surfers Healing, enriching people's lives by simply going surfing and bringing somebody along with them.
Yeah, it looks
Pretty
like
cool.
there's plenty of opportunities in this heat. Looks like we have another couple lines coming in. It might be changing up the situation here, seeing who will get an opportunity to put some points on the board here. In priority is Red. Red decides not to go on that first one, and I believe that's Green. He swings on it, up and riding, holding a 5 to a 10, holding a beautiful 10, rocking it back down, a face of the wave, carving it back around. Red up and riding behind him. Green still going, hitting this inside section, hitting that lip, bringing it back down. Red out the back, holding a beautiful 10.
Yeah, Kai was in second, but he has that big score, and he got off to it. And he saves it. That thing got knee deep on the pearl. He saves it, though. So Kai, that one, he got started a little funky in the beginning. It didn't break the way he thought. But then once it did, he got a nice 10 into a nice turn into another nice 10, and then finishes it with that close call of a bash at the end, but a nice recovery, too. He was looking for just a small score, just a 1.95. And Julian, that hang 10 he had was pretty unreal.
You know, it's making me feel better. I kind of lost it on the inside in my heat, and watching these amazing surfers doing the same makes me feel a little bit better. And when those scores drop in, we'll update you guys. Right now, our time check is 7 minutes and 20 seconds. In priority is Kaimana in white, then blue, Christian.
Yeah, and Julian's sitting in second. He was only looking for a 3.15 before that nice nose ride he had. As we say, our heat leader in white, Kaimana, taking a look, using his priority. It's not a big one, but it's setting up pretty nice. A nice 5 through the foam, into the 10, holding the 10 for a while. Back to the 5, does the reverse walk back, sets it up again, gets back to the 5, quick 10, right into the foam. He's going to walk back and bring it down, the little elevator drop with the foam, and then he'll kick out. Used his priority there, so now he's going to make his way back out. Still waiting for scores to come in. So, Julian, you now have the lead. Your last score just dropped. It's a 5.45. So, Julian, you're out in front with a 6.35 and a 5.45. Kaimana, you're in second before that last wave. You were looking for a 6.31 to go into first. And Kai McPhillips, before your last wave, you just needed a 2 to move into second. Your scores are starting to trickle in. You already have the 7.5. Still making it out there with priority is Christian, looking for a 4.86. He's down in fourth. And Kai, your last score comes in. Oh, you're in a spot you can hear me. You got a 5.15. So, Kai, you have moved into first. You have a 7.5 and a 5.15. Julian, you have priority as he lets Christian get him under priority. So, Julian with priority in second, looking for a 6.31 to move into first. As we watch Christian up on a nice 10 there. You can see the way that board, as it gets around the corner, that wave is just not running at all, but he's just nose riding right on the corner of the foam. Still nose riding, gets another 10. The tail on that board is ooh, how is that cool? I liked the little stall on the inside.
I don't know what you would call that, but I think your sound was perfect.
Yeah, I don't know how to spell it, but that was a really cool little as like we said, so Kai in first with second priority, Julian in second with first priority. And Kaimana, your last score comes in. It's a 5.15. You're still in third place, looking for a 6.31 now. Julian, you're in second with priority, looking for a 6.31 to move into first. Kai in first with a 7.5 and the 5.15 with second priority. Christian will wait for that last score to come in. Look like it's going to help your situation. It's a 5.10, so now you just need a 6.7 to move into advancing position. You're down in fourth. Third priority and third place with Kaimana, looking for a 6.31. Priority in second with Julian, looking for a 6.31. And Kai out in front with second priority as we get to 4.45 left in the heat.
More action to come. Looks like there's some waves on the horizon. White doesn't quite make it into that one, but Green takes an opportunity. Up and riding, doing some really cool back and forth, not trying to figure out where he's trying to go, decides to go right with it, swings it, back around. It was going to be a really great turn there, but digs a rail in, unfortunately.
Yeah, the waves are a little small. He wanted to get all 9.5 feet of rail in the water there, and the wave was a little too soft. Might need to stick to getting just the back 3.5, 4 feet of rail in the water to redirect. But it was cool to see the commitment he was going for. Just like we said, these waves, they're giving you the speed sometimes for the sections, and then especially that zone. Even yesterday when it was bigger, it was a little bit of a deep hole that when surfers would get there, it would be a softer, fatter section. Almost yesterday was like a safe zone, you could say. Today it's kind of messing with what you're trying to do. And that now we got Kai. You have priority now, Kai. Kaimana with second priority. Still looking for the 6.31. Julian still looking for the 6.31. Your last score comes in, Julian, at just a 3.3, so it doesn't factor in. 3:20 to go. Christian, you're looking for a 6.7 down in fourth. You have third priority. 3:11 left. Amber is the color of your energy. Whoa!
All right, Red is taking a look. That is Kai. That's your current heat leader. He swings a great takeoff straight to the nose, holding a 5 to a 10. Walks back right in the nick of time, right when that wave was closing. Really smart surfing there, and whacks it right around, right back into the pocket with another beautiful turn. Really staying right in that center of the energy there, speaking of your 311. And really trying to find another opportunity, but he's definitely staying busy, and there it is, that 5 to 10 with 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Red kicks off. That was a solid ride by Red all the way in. We haven't seen too much of that this heat. A lot of guys are getting kind of stuck right at this second. Have you guys been calling it a triangle or a diamond at the pier?
I think they call it the diamonds as you go out. We're on first diamond, second diamond, third diamond, end of pier.
So it's great when they step off their board and take it away.
Yeah, here we go. Christian getting into this one. Like we said, look at the way he just keeps wiggling it, and he's just in the foam, wiggling still. It still holds through it. As we're waiting to see this one, he's setting up. Like we said, that was a moment in the beginning. Now he's kind of just wiggling the board around, waiting for the next moment. This could be it right here. He's right on the corner there. Gets a nice 10, keeping it going. Still wiggling through. This wave's just going a mile an hour, and he's still making things happen. Kai's last wave, too, I was going to say, just the way he used, like we said, you got to find the moments in the waves. He stayed so close and used that little steep spot to just never stop moving.
Yeah, with 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining, blue is up and riding. I believe a green up and riding. That is Julian starting off with a beautiful 5-10, holding a beautiful 10, racing down the line. I believe white is up and riding behind him. There, Julian was trying to get that slash back on his last wave. Couldn't quite pull it, but he did it this time. Really good control of the wave, using the whole board, going tip to tail. Both blue and green, Julian and Kaimana, really riding these waves all the way through, completing them too. They're really feeling their flow with 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Yeah, and Kai, your last score came in. We're down to 30 seconds. You got a 5.8, so you extended your lead. Julian, you're in second. You're looking for a 6.96 in order to take first from Kai before that last one. Christian, you were looking for a 6.7. Your scores are starting to trickle in. It doesn't look like it's going to be it. We're down to 20 seconds remaining. Right now, Kai out in front with priority, waiting for scores for Julian and Kaimana. They were looking for a 6.96 and a 6.31 before those rides. And those could come into play as we're going to count you down pretty shortly here. Christian up on this one in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And Kai's going to get up just in time. So next heat, you're going to want to stand by. Judges are going to have to watch these waves and then score them. And we're still waiting for the last ride of Julian, the last wave of Kaimana. They're sitting in second and third respectively, having to battle it out right there. See who's going to end up in second. They both got pretty good rides right there, both looking for what you could call a high mid-range score. It's the high end of the middle range. As we're going to, like we said, guys, wait for that next heat to count in. We're still waiting for 4 scores to come in. 4 score and whatever else he said we're waiting for. So just go ahead and hang out there at diamond number 2. Or actually, we'll say diamond number 3. I'm not local, so I could be wrong. But we're waiting to count you in, still waiting for scores. Like we said, Julian in second before that exchange. Kaimana in third before that exchange. So Julian hoping to up the requirement for Kaimana, who is right behind him. Scores are starting to trickle in. And Kaimana, you're going to come up just short and stay in third. You got a 6.05. Julian is still waiting for your score. It looks like you're going to be in advancing position either way anyways. Christian's last one comes in at just a small 1.95. Kai's last wave just going to be something insignificant with what he already has on the board. So once again, just waiting for Julian. He's looking for a 6.96 to pass Kai. And scores are starting to trickle in. And doesn't look like it's going to do it, so it's going to be Kai and Julian moving on to the final. You get a 5.7 on your last one there, Julian. So you'll be in second. Kai in first, moving on to the finals. Really good surfing. So Cole with that nice stack shoe S10, that nice hack on the corner. Steve with that just overall flow, wiggling the nose around, finding every moment to do something. Non-competitors, can you guys move a little farther south? You guys headed out. It's nice and uncrowded right there because it's a competition area that is for these guys. Right behind him, nice little turn there by Jack, the young buck in the heat, perching, hanging it out there. Puts it on rail for the hack right in his competitor's face to let him know, what's up, dog? He's going to make it through here. Not a lot happening, and that's going to kind of end it.
All right, I see a surfer spinning around. I think that is our surfer in red. That's Noah. Picked a great wave straight to the nose, holding that 5 through that whitewash section, whipping it back around, really trying to set it for something good here. I think he's going to have an opportunity, and he does. Straight, casual walk up to the nose there, holds that 5, hits the lip. Going to make it around this as well with a lot of speed, with not much wave behind him, and holds another 5. And finishes that wave out. And again, hey, non-competitors, I don't know if you can hear me, but there is a competitor who just finished on the other side of you. So you are definitely in the contest zone. You need to move over, non-competitors.
Non-competitors, non-competitors. The family sitting on the inside surfing. We need you guys to move down the beach, please. Could you guys move down the beach? Hey, Dad? I think that's Dad and maybe some daughters. I don't think they can hear us whatsoever. There we go. Thank you. Time check, 22 minutes on the clock. First wave to come in for blue, Steve Newton. That comes in at a 4.25. We got a fatty score coming in for white. White dropping an 8.0 on his opening ride. He's coming off his quarterfinal heat, dropping some pretty big scores and up and riding. Here he is again, White, Cole Robbins. He's feeling himself.
Yeah, he is in the groove, especially on this wave here. Already hitting a couple 5s and 10s, and here he's on his second beautiful 10, bringing it back to a 5 to a 10, wrapping it back around, hitting that lip again. Yeah, talk about being in rhythm.
Makes a big difference a lot of times out there, getting that rhythm on. You don't want to peak too early either. You want to peak just right at the right time. He's feeling it. I kind of like that phrase. Hair toss, check my nails. baby, how you doing? We're waiting for scores to drop, though, for Jack and Noah. Let you guys know how that works out momentarily. 20 minutes, 55 seconds on the clock. Lots of time in this 25-minute heat. We'll have 30-minute finals. We've got our ladies' final already built out. So far, we know that Kai McPhillips and Julian Schweitzer will be in the men's final. First score to drop for green, 7.0. Second wave for white comes down at a 7.25. So waiting for score for red. White already commanding lead right off the bat. Just waiting for those scores to drop. Lots of time on the clock, 20 minutes. Beautiful conditions, not much wind happening right now. Still staying nice and calm and cool, clean, sun is out. Warmest day of the weekend, I think, so far. Somebody taking a look right now. We got blue up and riding. That is Steve Newton hitting the nose ride right off the bat. He's going to bring it around right into there, slaps it off the white water. He's going to rush it around that white water, try to get into that open face. Getting a little bit stuck there, but keeps on it. No rail grabs, brings it back around into the curl. He's open for that next nose ride section, the inside. Gets a quick tip right into the inside. Nice ride for blue. So blue opened up with a 4.25. Still waiting for red's ride to come in. While we wait for those scores to drop, let's take it down to Bucky with winner from the last heat.
Thank you, ladies. Yeah, we're down here with Kai. So, Kai, you were out there, and it's getting pretty tricky out there to find the right ones that offer the moments. You happened to find the right ones that offered the most moments, and you took advantage of every moment they gave you. How was it out there?
Yeah, it's definitely tricky. It's always stressful when you let the first couple go, and guys are getting fives, but I knew just wait for the sets, and I knew which ones I wanted, so it paid off.
Yeah, and back-to-back, really dominating heat wins on the Wayne Rich boards. You're using the surf technology he does as well, right?
Yep, that's correct. It's a 9.9 Wayne Rich wild card in surf technology, so gives it that little extra spark, which you definitely need in waves like this.
Yeah, really good surfing, Kai. Looking forward to watching you in the final. Keep it up. We'll see you later.
Wow, there you go again. Another plug for Wayne Rich. Did Wayne Rich, do something for this event to get so many plugs? I need to find out what his secret sauce is. I guess just getting the right people on his boards.
He is a talker, I tell you what. That's what it is. He is a charmer and a talker.
Well, I need to charm myself into the good graces of Wayno. Situation is 18 minutes, just under 18 minutes on the clock. First wave to come in for red is a 5.25. We're waiting for a second score for red dropping. Comes in at a 4.9. So here's where we stand. Jack Van Wagoner is currently in fourth place with priority with a single score of a 7.0. In third place with a combined score, we have a 5.25 and a 4.9. That's Noah Shimabukuro. Noah, you're looking for a 5.01. In second place in blue, Stephen Newton, you've got a 6 and a 4.25. You're looking for a 9.25 to win. And coming in hot right off the bat in the white jersey, Cole Robbins. He's got an 8 and a 7.25. Again, time check, 17 minutes on the clock, up and riding. That is blue.
Blue up and riding. He's cruising down the line. He knows what he's doing out here. Just slashes that big old board around right into the perfect position to hold a 5. Sees an opening to hit the lip, and he does exactly that. Really good job reading that wave there.
Time check, 16 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Waiting for a score to drop for blue. He's sitting with a 4.25 and a 6.0 in priority. Green, white, then red. Blue hoping to set himself apart a little bit more. from Noah, who's currently needing a 5.01. Green only looking for a 3.25 on his second ride. And again, a 9.25 is what Steve would be looking for to take over Cole's position. Looks like Steve might be coming in and replacing his 4.25, last of blue, 5.20. So he extends his lead a little bit now. Noah in the red jersey, you need a 5.96. Jack in the green jersey, you're looking for a 4.2. Time check, 15 minutes, 30 seconds.
Yeah, since we have a break in the action here, I just looked up and down the beach on the pier and kind of want to give a shout out to the people of Pismo. Thanks for letting us take over your spot for the last couple days here. We've been really having a good time. It was a little hectic yesterday, but I still had a blast. I'm sure a lot of us did. So we really appreciate Pismo and all it took for us to have this really cool event here. So yeah, thank you.
Such a beautiful weekend here in Pismo. We lucked out, scored with some excellent weather. We did have some wind, but as Cole and I were talking about, we didn't really know Pismo could do this. Every time I had heard about a contest or something up here, I was like, oh, Pismo's not very good. But hey, Pismo's pretty good. There's some great longboard waves. We've obviously seen some amazing nose riding, some excellent scoring rides. So Pismo's the place to be, man. I dig it.
Yeah, I might have to get myself a full suit and come back up here a couple more times because I've been having a ball. Yesterday I had a great time. I felt great being in a contest with some power behind me. I mean, we all know how it is at contests. You get what you get and you have to perform in those, conditions. And so it's nice to have a little bit of oomph behind you. And I think we had a little blessing from surfers, Surfing for Hope. I think they brought us some hope and glimmer in our beautiful conditions here. And up and riding, we have our surfer in. It looks like Green starting off really nice, getting ahead of the wave and cutting it back really nicely, finding an opportunity to get to the nose. Another beautiful bottom turn cut back. Really wrapping this board around. These boards are ginormous and they're heavy, and it's really incredible to see how much these guys, men and women, can really turn these boards.
Yeah, when I was interviewing Kai earlier about the size of board he's riding a 9.9. That typically is a bit on the longer side. And I grew up in a family of pretty big longboards. My first longboard was a 10-foot longboard, Lance Carson. That's what I learned to ride on. So I'm accustomed to the long stuff, but you don't typically see that in a contest arena. Usually tends to be a little bit more compact just to make it fit in the wave. Time check, 12 minutes, 40 seconds. Situation's the same, waiting for last a Green to drop. He was just looking for a 4.2. He had opened up with a 7.0. So not a huge score. Looks like he's going to come in a decent range. All right, last a Green comes in at a 6.5, so that moves him into second place. Situation at 12 minutes and 15 seconds looks like this. In fourth place is red, Noah Shimabukuro. You need an 8.25. You have second priority. In third place and in third priority is Steve Newton. You need a 7.50 to advance. Currently in second place, just moved up there with that last ride of a 6.5, and he started off with a 7.0. That's Green, Jack Van Wagoner, and your heat leader, also sitting in priority, wearing the white jersey. He's been dominating the heat. Cole Robbins, he sits with an 8.0 and a 7.25.
And I'm sure you guys have already talked about Cole's event that he just had last weekend, but shout out to Cole. It takes a lot of work, and I'm sure you know how much work it takes to put on a surf event. And so shout out to both of you for putting on some really radical longboarding surf events highlighting. We thank you for highlighting longboarding, getting the attention that it deserves. So thank you.
Yeah, so many years Rincon has had the event there, really focused on the shortboard scene. It's a huge event. They get the waiting period. So Cole being able to bring the longboard side of it and the longboarders being able to get their own special day at the Queen is a pretty magnificent thing to happen. You know, it's not something that's going to be happening. You know, doesn't mean you're going to see a ton of events happening at RingCon, so don't get excited, people. It's a pretty exclusive event for the 805, the people so they can enjoy RingCon. RingCon kind of has that Malibu crowd feel. It can get rather crowded, so it gives them a moment to kind of celebrate the Queen. But up and riding right now, we're celebrating this rider. It looks like that's green. Oh. That was Jack Van Wagoner, who moved himself up into second place. That's going to be a toss-away score.
Yeah, that wave started out really, really exciting. He got himself to a 10 and really was levitating and maybe just got a little too stoked there and unfortunately got unglued on the inside.
Yeah, a little bit too much speed there, not able to kind of adjust and stay with it, but he's going to get back out there with 10 minutes on the clock. 10 minutes, priority still sits with white, followed by red, then blue.
Yeah, for the people who are walking around on the beach, this is a WSL qualifying event. These are men and women who are trying to get onto the circuit here on the World Tour. This is a big deal. People are working really hard, have fought tooth and nail to get this far in this event. And we have 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining with our surfer in green. That is Jack Van Wagoner. He wanted another go to put up some big points, trying to catch up to our heat leader, Cole, in white there.
Yeah, interesting. He's kind of sitting under priority. He's in second place. Seems like he's not really kind of worrying about what's going on at the top of the lineup and just trying to kind of stay busy. There's 9 minutes remaining on the clock. The priority situation still remains the same. Cole sitting out, kind of steadfast. He's had those big scores. He's holding on to that priority. Second priority is Noah. Noah looking for an 8.25, a decent size, score. But if the waves can come through, definitely any one of these riders can change the game here. We've had a lot of upsets and changes. We had a heat earlier where, first and fourth and second, everybody kind of held that position at one point. So never know what could happen with 8.5 minutes remaining in this semi-final heat number 2 here at Pismo Beach. Bit of a lull though here in the action. It's not really what you want when you're in these kind of like dwindling down moments. It's you want things to be busy and active as you're hitting the 8-minute mark. You're really wanting, you're fidgeting a little bit more. I know for me, I would be tapping a lot and picking my wax perhaps a little bit. Definitely keeping my eye on the horizon to see for whatever might be coming my way. We know that Cole is sitting in priority.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to let your guard down here. Just because you are leading, doesn't mean that things can't change. We're kind of in this area where we haven't hit the 5-minute mark. That definitely, things can definitely make a big change. And we see I believe White up and riding, really trying to stay busy too. He doesn't want to give an opportunity to other riders in order to put bigger scores up. So he's being very safe and smart by picking up this wave. This will be a throwaway wave and won't do much, but who knows, that could have been a really big scoring wave for his fellow competitors, and he's trying to be really smart with what he's doing with his priority.
Yeah, I agree. I think actually Green would have probably been in the spot because he was a little bit more in front of that section there, and that, Green doesn't need a very, huge score. An 8.25, it's definitely an excellent range score, but it's something Jack is capable of getting. There's 7 minutes on the clock. The guys that are really feeling it right now are the two that are in third and fourth place. They want to advance into the final. That's Noah Shimabukuro, who's looking for an 8.25 to advance, and then Steve Newton, he's in the blue jersey. He's looking for a 7.5. We've got 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Nothing going to happen there with that last wave of ride. It was a whole long ride of nothing. But up and riding right now, looks like we've got blue.
Wow, really setting up. Kind of did a stall at the beginning there and then really rushed to that 5, wasting no time to a 10. does it again, really shoves it right up to the front there, holds a 5 to a 10. And, you know, these waves kind of in certain areas have been petering out here and there, and I think that's what happened on the inside there with Blue. Couldn't really get down to that face with White up and riding, taking his time to get up, and he does, and he goes right to the nose, holds that 5 for a second, wrapping it back around, going to a 5 to a 10, and really holds that 10. And there was that hang heels that people wanted to see earlier. He gave the people what they wanted, and Cole finishes that wave by kicking out.
5.5 minutes, gentlemen. 5.5 minutes on the clock. In priority is red, followed by green. Looks like red has his eye on something out there.
Yeah, and it's been tricky. These sets have been tricky. Sometimes they are building up to be something incredible, but then sometimes you paddle out and you kind of get fooled and tricked by these waves.
100%. There's been some fake outs. Absolutely. You think they're going to pop up and they're kind of big, and then as they come in the inside, they actually dwindle. And then we've had vice versa ones where they come in small and they actually build up on the inside. But building up right here, that's red, Noah Shimabukuro. He's looking for an 8.25 to get into the advancing position. The wave's kind of crumbling down here. He was looking for that open face, but just not able to find that scoring potential. We've seen some beautiful surfing from Noah this weekend. He is such a classic and really calm style. He keeps it all really kind of like under wraps, but it's all technically really sound and really good and just stylish. It reminds me of just like a really cool, smooth jazz song, you know, and like I like the way Noah surfs.
That's a great comparison. Cool, smooth jazz.
Time check, guys. 4:20. 4:20 on the clock. We'll wait for some scores to drop here. Let's see. It doesn't look like it's going to factor in the situation. Everything remains the same at the moment. In priority, though, green, then blue. Three and a half minutes on the clock. Going for a spin here. Looks like we're going to see green. Jack Van Wagoner looking for a pretty big score here. He's already, though, in second place and advancing into the final. He's got some tip time action. Goes for a bit of a tail, 360 something or other. Not quite able to make it. 3 minutes on the clock.
With White up and riding, I believe that this could be a potentially good scoring wave, and there it is, setting up really nicely, 5 to 10. His classic Cole Robbins 10, and unfortunately gets unstuck there at the end.
Yeah, super classic, well-known style coming out of Cole. Just got that hood ornament, perched 10. Last one of Cole came in only at a 4.85, so it wasn't going to factor in situation because his first two waves were an 8.0 and a 7.25. Last of green comes in at a 3.65, not going to factor. Last of blue came in at a 3.1, so these waves not really coming into play here. We got 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Priority sits with blue, then red.
Yeah, this is the hard part of competing right here with the 2 minutes remaining, and you know you just want an opportunity to show off your stuff, and when the waves don't come, it makes it really frustrating because you know there's so much talent in the water, and I'm sure these boys have been waiting a long time to show off, and they just want another opportunity.
Well, it looks like getting another opportunity right here. That's going to be green. Green's been staying really busy in this heat. This is going to be his, I think, 6th wave of the heat. Getting lots of tip time up there. He's already in second place. He's advancing. He's trying to better his lead. Gets a nice drawn out drop knee turn there on the inside. He's going to try to rebound that white water with a little switch. 1 minute 15 seconds. This is our Heat 2 semifinal. After this, we'll do our sponsor, our expression session, our Surfing for Hope expression session, our Cancer Survivor Heat. It's going to be a really fun heat to see these ladies go out.
This might be a pretty exciting end of this heat here with 50 minutes or 50 seconds remaining. Red up and riding. There's a flurry happening. Two wave sets possibly. Red up and riding on the shoulder, kind of holding a nice 5, bringing it back down, hitting that inside part. White trying to solidify his win here, taking his opportunity. Oh, and kicks right out. Red also trying to look for more opportunities, put points on the board with a little reform on the inside here, swinging it back around.
Unfortunate for Blue, too. He came on the outside there, but he's not able to stick that nose ride. And it's going to be counting down fairly soon here. Red getting it all the way in the inside, just trying to milk it as best he can. Final seconds here. We'll be counting this semifinal heat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's give it up for those gentlemen. Looks like taking it to the final, we're going to be seeing Cole Robbins and Jack Van Wagoner. Coming up next, we've got our cancer surviving.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to count you in for this Cancer Survivor Heat. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Heat is on. I'm going to send it down to Bucky with our last heat winner of semifinal number 2 real quick. Well, anyway, we are here. We have surfers up. Let me introduce the heat. In the red is Julian Frost. In the white is Colleen Quanos. In the blue, Eleanor Dempsey. In the green, Christy Serpa. And in the black, Masanda Joseph. Yeah. Our first wave. Ridden to the shore there. That looked like that was green. I think that was Christy. Here we go. This is Julian Frost, the sole male in this heat. All 5 of these surfers, cancer surviving patients. They've worked with Surfing for Hope Foundation for quite a while, and it's great. I'm sure them and their families have all been involved. Last night I was at the Surfing for Hope Gala, at the Vespara Hotel. It was a big fundraiser. They had lots of stuff in silent auction and in live auction at the end to raise more funds for all the goodness they do. There was a woman from the Hearst Cancer Center that works in conjunction with Surfing for Hope that was there and spoke, and she's a 20-year patient of cancer, and a heartfelt story and how cancer touches not only them but everybody. And welcoming into the booth Bob Vogelin, the co-founder, just taking his sweet time as surfers do. Those surfers, well, Bob, you'll sit down and get on the mic and we'll yarn some story.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, though,
story.
all
Of
your
course.
friends are out in epic Pismo, glassy 2-foot waves, and they're all getting a ton of surf. I think of all the expression sessions I've done with you over the years, this one might be turning out to be the most gentle, the best kind of conditions.
Absolutely.
All of them.
Absolutely.
The
We
tide,
got
everything.
lucky.
Yeah.
Because, these are all cancer survivors, and we really don't want to have the cancer survivors having to survive massive surf. So, no, they don't have to survive it. They just have to enjoy. And this is like a survivor, like victory lap. These are thrivers. All 5 individuals are cancer survivors, and they're happening. So, what are the colors?
Oh, well, we've got Julian Frost is in red. Colleen Quanos, I think that is that right?
Gnos?
Gnos, sorry, is in white. My apologies. Blue is Eleanor Dempsey. Green is Christy Serpa. And black is Masonda Joseph. Is that correct? Miranda. So someone handed me
Queen
this.
of the Slow County.
Miranda. That is
So-
what makes up our heat in
This
the
is-
water, our thrivers, not survivors.
Absolutely. Cancer truly sucks, but it certainly is remarkable when you get through the damn thing and you get out in the ocean. Of course, that's the crux of what we do at Surfing for Hope. We are the medical world, the surfing community. We get together to help people dealing with cancer. 13 years out, we keep getting bigger. We're so blessed to have WSL involved with us. And we just try to help people dealing with the crap of cancer. We raise a lot of money. We have camps for survivors. We have camps for families going through cancer. Their kids get a fun camp. And we join up with other organizations to help out. And our whole reason for existence is to help people with cancer.
We'll get right back to that. I'm going to get back to that. We're going to throw it to an interview with our last heat leader, Cole Robbins, and then we'll jump into the whole story.
Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, we're here with Cole, winner of that last heat, just absolutely on fire. We were just talking that kind of you and Kai, I think, have been the guys that the ocean has just been on your side. That wave just came right to you right at the start of the heat, dropping 8 right to start. You are in absolute rhythm. Tell us about it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's really neat watching Kai. I mean, he's gotten so good. It's really fun to watch. I grew up surfing with his dad, Colin, who's one of the most, decorated, best longboarders of all time, 3-time world champ. So it's really fun to, surf with both of them now. And, Kai's great. And all the guys have been surfing amazing out here. It's going to be a really fun final. I know Jack and I have battled for a while. And then who else made it other than Jack?
Julian, all the way, keeping an international affair in the final from Uruguay. So, yeah, it's going to be a fun final. You guys are all going to have a great time. How about any shout-outs? Maybe you can tell us a little bit about your contest last week and how cool it was you put together for the community of Ventura and Santa Barbara area.
Oh, yeah, that was so neat. I mean, we have such a rich surfing heritage in Santa Barbara, as like a lot of these cities in California, these coastal cities. And this year we give away for an upstanding individual that's really, dedicated and given a lot back to the surfing community. It's the Roger Nance Ohana Award, and we gave it to Rennie Yater. So it's really neat to honor him. I actually picked up 3 or 4 boards from him this year, right before he retired from shaping. And so it was a really, really neat event. I mean, it's just all community, family-based, and the waves were perfect. We had a great day, and we had so much support from the locals and the community, just kind of like here at this contest. That's really what makes our events and makes all this possible is the support from everybody.
Yeah, and speaking of that Santa Barbara Rincon community, also riding in Wayne Rich, moving into the final. We got Malia, we got Kai, and now Cole as well. So keep it up, keep it going. We'll see you in the final, brother.
All right. Well, congratulations to Cole Robbins and the Wayne Rich team representing in the final. But we are straight back out into the lineup, and I'm sitting here with Bob Vogelin, the co-founder of Surfing for Hope Foundation. 7 years running that I've been doing this, or since 2017, we've been able to talk story and yarn on about the good life we have in the ocean and working all over the world and just being a part of the surf family tribe that is global. And then parlay into, you're having throat cancer and then all the cancer survivors, of which we have 5 in the water right now.
Is that
cancer
beautiful
survivors.
or what? A huge shout out to Wayne Rich. Wayne Rich is a buddy of mine, and I was very fortunate when I just got through my cancer experience. I was selected to be the participant in the Arden Taylor. The Ventura Longboard Club's put that guy on for about 5 years, and we got some surfers up, and they're ripping.
Well, I know we have to pick the winner, but there will be no individual winner, Bob. They are all the winner. I'm already calling it ahead of time.
They're all winners.
And I think they've all been working on their surf skills since the last few years. They realized we got to up our game, and they're ripping.
Totally. So let me give a quick rundown. So we have Eleanor Dempsey. She's almost 20 years out from thyroid cancer. And, Eleanor's an amazing lady. She's a double survivor. She's an Estero Bay longboard lady. And 7-8 years ago, she was out surfing at Morro Bay, and she saw a mammal going under her board. And then seconds later, she was hit, knocked into the water.
Christmas,
She's
the day before Christmas that we were talking about.
And it was a bad early Christmas present. But the shark really took a big cookie cutter out of her longboard. And it makes for great pictures. And she thankfully survived, and of course, she went back and goes surfing. That's what we do. Colleen Ganoz, amazing lady in our community. She's an artist, a musician. If you go to Avila, you look at the lifeguard station, that's her murals throughout the city. There's wonderful art from her. Her boy had cancer 20 years ago when I did, when he was a young man, and it was really a challenge, and the family got through that, and then she got darn bone cancer, and had a hard time surviving a couple years back, but she's back at it. She's thriving and surfing, and you're not going to quit surfing. Chrissy Serpa, she's a breast cancer survivor 3 years ago, and as she said, she got somewhat lucky. They discovered it early, so of course, get checked, check it out. If you got kids or, you're a young person, get the HPV virus to prevent a lot of these cancers, like my own, throat cancer. And then Miranda Joseph, she's really the slow Central Coast legend. She's also a wind and sea longboard gal at Estero Bay, and amazing lady. Last year she got breast cancer and didn't have treatments, but she did have the lumpectomy, she's got a styling new breast, I guess, but she's just amazing lady. And 2 days after her biopsies and she was told she had cancer, she went down to the log jam and kicked butt like she does.
Hold that thought. Ladies checking in for the first final, please get yourself over to the beach, Marshall. Get ready. You're going to be going out into a 30-minute heat. This cancer survivor heat is a 20-minute heat, so just a quick note to get that checked in. What? 9 minutes, 40 seconds. And surfers in the water, there's just under 10 minutes left in your supercharged thriver heat.
Charge in.
There we go, Bob. Get back into it.
Yeah, okay, and let's see, Miranda, she's out there, and then Julian Frost is so amazing, and all these folks really help and volunteer with what we do. Oh, is that Julian right now? Look at that layback coming in. Come on now. Julian's quite the ripper. So his story, he was diagnosed in 2020 with melanoma, and then he had, it grew into stage 4 metastatic bone and major organ cancer, and God willing, he's got through it and survived and is an amazing surfer, and his mom and dad both passed away from cancer, and he uses that experience to be grateful for every day and charges big waves. He's quite a local. He's becoming a local legend himself. A remarkable young man.
He mentioned that, I think. Was he there last night? Did he mention that last night? Or maybe it was in the video.
It's in the video. He's in our video.
Right, because he looks like he's bald out there right now, but in that he had his hair going. But anyway, he was saying, you know what, I realized I got over my fear of bigger and bigger waves now that I've been I've survived cancer. He's like, you know what, with the lid off, let's go, let's live.
It does give to people, and it's a horrible thing when you find out and go through cancer. My experience, was 20 years ago. It was god-awful throat cancer.
Look at
It was
Here he is.
really, look at now he was
expressing
the joy
himself.
for life, brother.
Yeah, he wasn't doing the cockroach, but he was just laying down doing the coffin ride.
Coffin, and the pure joy of surfing. I've just been so fortunate. I've surfed all my life. I started in 1960 with my lovely sister, who also passed from cancer 10 years ago this week. Please, if you're a younger person or you have parents of children, get your children vaccinated for the HPV virus. My type of cancer was probably caused by that. My sister's ovarian cancer was probably caused by that. And if I would have had that thing, we didn't have it then, but I wouldn't have had to live through the challenges of the treatments of throat cancer, which I am reminded of every day.
Well, and what a blessing that you came up this way and ran into Tom. However, I remember you telling me that story, but the co-founder, Tom, who's the head oncologist at Dignity Health, correct? Something like that?
Tom Spillane, and he was my doctor. He's the director of the Hearst Cancer Resource Center.
That's it.
And I paddled up to him. I was surfing. I like to surf at a place called St. Anne's, and it was 5 years after I had my horrible cancer, and I felt a need to try to do something to help, a huge need. And I did, I pretty much dedicated my life for 15 years to help people in cancer. I worked with the Hearst Cancer Resource Center, a group called Cancer Connection, where survivors, we help other people going through it.
But to broaden it and then go, hey, my passion is the ocean and this community that I've had my whole life. Let's just really extend that good vibes. And when I watch the videos and the interviews of the people that maybe lived by the ocean but never touched it and were touched by it in its true holistic sense, they're overwhelmed. Like the woman that was in her chair saying, I was in tears after I came in looking back at the ocean because, we travel around the world where it's kind of like that's what we do. But for people that don't touch it the way we touch it, for them to feel that energy, that's medicine that's powerful.
It's one of the most powerful things, be it magic, being it mojo or whatever. And I was just ever so blessed to live my whole life as a surfer. I got great stories. I just got all over. But there's a true magic to it all. And it translates into being able to help people. And that's what Surfing for Hope is all about. A quick mention, so the beginning, I saw Tom Spillane out in the water. So that was our first board meeting, so to speak. And I said, hey, and I'm a funny looking character. I have a camelback for water and a helmet. And he goes like, who the heck is this dude? So he goes, Helmet Bob. And he goes, hey, dude, and I go, you're my doc. And then I said, why don't we start a small little amateur contest in Pismo and raise a buck or two for the Hearst Cancer Resource Center that helps people with cancer.
And look at this now. Since 2012, is that correct?
We're up to $1 million.
Up to $1 million. And last night exceeded that. Yes?
Yeah.
What's going on?
That's huge. Yeah, I haven't heard the figures, but we had a great night. Yesterday was our yearly gala, which we have big auctions and raise money. That's reality. That's what makes the thing work.
And it was a really fun gala. Thank you guys for inviting me. Beautiful time shared. Fun? Gorgeous, people all dressed up, having a fun time. Some really heartfelt stories. I got to meet Robbie, who's going to be doing the extension of the Skate for Hope side. We sat next to each other.
That?
Super cool. I might visit him on the way home today. And so
you should. You should stop in and see him because we announced officially last night that we have under our umbrella now with Surfing for Hope is a brand new program called Skating for Hope. And basically it's for underprivileged families who are dealing with life's catastrophic problems, cancer, and all sorts of things. And we had a group of 8 Hispanic children. All their parents are going through cancer, and they got to learn how to surf by the legendary Robbie. and he was in the X Games, and he had a horrible cancer experience, and he had a need like myself to
He said
to help
stage 4
people.
survivor.
Stage 4 as a kid.
Yeah.
Like at 2, he was
Told he would
totally
never make it to 6 or
6.
something.
Yeah, the docs tell his parents, hey, your kid's not going to make it till 6. Well, Robbie's an ancient, probably mid-30s, and got good on him, and he rips on a skateboard. But he has the passion, too, like myself. I mean, he wants to share skateboarding, and I got roots in skateboarding. I mean,
We all do,
I
'cause-
skated with the Z-Boys.
Well, that's the thing.
were
Surfing
the
and skating
youngsters.
were one then.
Yeah,
Andy,
totally.
you keep pointing at something. I don't know what you're
Okay,
pointing at.
and
We do have
that's
surfers riding.
Surfer up, and that, Julian, and now who do we have coming up?
Julian's had a bunch of good waves. His last wave might have been the heat winner, the coffin
I
ride
think it might have
through,
been.
and
And
then
here's, is that Colleen? That's a good, clean wave. And look at that size. You know, this is so smooth.
yeah, gentle, soft rollers. We're down to 3 minutes, surfers. So you got 3 minutes more of the empty lineup with just your friends, and keep
How do you
having
like
fun
that?
out there.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mother Ocean, for giving us this day. It couldn't be better, and our survivors are having a great time catching waves and just sharing their experience and joy of life. And with us, we're lucky human beings being able to surf.
We are.
Some of us for surfing forever are beyond lucky.
Well,
stupid lucky.
Yeah, the power of the ocean, huh? It is. It's a tonic.
Man, it is.
And beyond that, the cool breeze in the morning, the sun in your eyes, covered in salt. There's just so much more to it. With 2 minutes to go, that when people do finally touch it, they're just overwhelmed with this surge of raw energy that they didn't realize was out there and touchable to them.
Absolutely.
And then they're not going back.
Mana,
It is
so
the mana.
powerful. We get to live this life, you know, and the stoke never goes away. The ability, you know, pushing 75, it's a little challenging, but
There
it
we
doesn't
go.
matter. There's one up. Oh, was that? I think that was Eleanor. She's getting ready for a little air, but the wave didn't quite cooperate. So here we go. Let's see over.
Well, they've all had some fun waves, that is
Oh,
for
they
sure.
certainly have,
So
yeah.
sitting out the back all alone, waiting for that final wave.
I wanna
Is that
give-
Colleen? That must be Colleen.
I think that's Colleen far out. I want to give a huge shout out to the World Surf League and allowing us to do this, to give us the platform to show off what we do. I feel we're one of the purest nonprofits that we're simply here to try to help people with stupid-ass cancer. And if you have any interest in us, you can certainly Google us. Surfingforhope.org will get us totally in contact with us, Instagram. And keep an eye out. We're, more bigger, more better. We're on our way up. The skate program's going to be amazing. Is that Julian coming on in?
Looks like he's riding one to
He's
the
riding
shore.
one to the
There's-
shore and on the sand.
That's the way to step off like that, nonchalant. With 30 seconds left, we're going to get a couple waves in for the 3 surfers out the back.
I want to give it.
Well, surfers, we're down to 10 seconds. I'm going to count it out, make it official. Who's going to get that last wave
come on
in?
now. There it is.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Julian clapping.
Who's that?
And
Yeah,
that
Julian with the
concludes
clap.
our
Man.
Cancer Survivor Heat. Thank you to Surfing for Hope Foundation. Thank you to Bob Vogelin for coming up here and sharing more stoke with everybody. We're going to be moving into the women's women's final, right around the corner here. We might go to a quick commercial break, then come back. But ladies, hold your positions. I'll count you in a minute.
Thank you so much, Jeff. For it's really fun partnering with you. This has been a joy.
Thank you, Bob.
so much. We love you guys.
SlowCal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SlowCal Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
And officially right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Coordinating the horns. Pirate Steve. Pismo and Morro Bay's finest. If you have a chance, please talk to Pirate Steve, because he has got a vital message, a good message, a positive, strong message for everybody. Arr. So in the water, Kaitlin Mikkelsel in the red, Summer Romero in the blue, Malia Iligan in the white, and Liv Stokes in the green. Here we are, a 30-minute final for these 4 champions. Who will come out victorious?
Up and riding already, that is red. Kaitlin Mikkelsel, no stranger to the podium. She's coming out hot right off the bat. She's going to work it into the inside. She's the only rider up right now. Beautiful drone shot there with the pier in the background. She's negotiating that wave carefully. Does a nice carve back in to the shoreline there. She's going to get back out. She's going to have that opening ride. As you said, 30 minutes we've got on the clock for these heats.
Well, and thank you for the timing. Look at the glare is mellow today. We can see all 4 surfers. We can see the monitors, the screen. Carla Zamora, Jeff Baldwin calling the finals action. We just got to sit and listen to Bob Vogelin, the co-founder of Surfing for Hope. He's got a long story, because how could he not, you know, a lifetime of surfing, growing up in Santa Monica. I mean, we're talking the roots of counterculture, surf and skate, lives in that body of Bob. Here we go. Who do we got here?
Up and
I think
riding.
that might be,
That's green.
That's
Liv
green.
Stokes.
Okay.
So Liv's now got some score on her on the board.
Kaitlin, that was a nice opener. She's looking focused and hungry.
Definitely, like mentioned earlier, these ladies are vying for a spot on the tour. Up and riding. White, Malia Logan gets the 5 to the 10. She's going to wrap it around into the curl again. Going to reset again, sets it up high, gets the 5, rebounds the whitewater. Then behind her, Summer Romero. She's in the blue jersey. She's on her backhand. She whips it around into the curl there, gets nose time in the beginning there. She's looking for another open face. She's going to try to get in there. Gets just in time to hit that whitewater right on the inside as the girls paddle out. Now everybody with a score on the board. We'll let you know how the judges view it momentarily. 27 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock.
Wow, that little wave of Summers was one of those deceiving ones that all the water had pulled off the sandbar from the waves before, and that what looked like a knee-high wave stood up to just over waist high and ran down the bar. Really clean for her.
Yeah, priority sitting with red. Still waiting for scores to drop. Coming up in our men's final, we'll see Kai McPhillips, Julian Schweitzer, Cole Robbins, and Jack Van Wagoner. But scores dropping now in this final heat. Coming in her first wave, red comes in at a 5.75. Blue drops a 3.75. Green drops a 2.5. And white opens up with a 7.0.
Strong start there for Malia, and a really strong start for Kaitlin, but boy, the jump to open with a very good is what they call it in the grading scale.
That's right, very good. And Malia kind of tapping just right on the cusp there of that excellent range. But strong scores for those ladies. Everybody having something on the board helps them get that rhythm, help them get the wax under their feet. For one, I like to get out there right away and actually rub my feet on the wax. I like getting them stickied up. I don't feel in my rhythm or in my mode until I do that.
Do you wax the top of your feet? Are you a top waxer?
I'm not a top waxer.
Okay.
And I don't necessarily have to wax every session if I've had a relatively fresh wax, but I can't get up on my board without rubbing them on the wax on the board once I paddle out.
I have a specific routine. I always rub sand on my board, even if I freshly wax it.
Yep.
Sand has to be applied. Something about
Wet
it.
sand.
Wet sand in the water walking out, and then get out the back, stand on the board, and do a little shimmy shuffle or sit on the board and rub them. Has to happen. Otherwise, I'm not ready. Also have to have my hair wet. Can't just take off with dry hair. Well, we had a beautiful scenic of the pier. Thank you to Run Amok for the excellent drone work. Flying high in the sky, showing you the downtown plaza, the pier, up and down this incredibly big beach. You see how big it is when the tide drops out. And you got those beautiful bluffs that, border the Pacific Ocean up to Avalon Beach.
Well, and it's so clear today. If you look across the bay to the east there, and that bluff line and the open hills
Towards the dunes.
and the grassland, well, even beyond that, at the end of the headland there, it's just really stunning. California is really such a special place. Those of us that live here, we're pretty lucky to live here.
Well, then you get around that point, it's Vandenberg, and then it's the ranch, and then it's Lompoc. I mean, there's all kinds of goodness over there.
That's right.
Or the other way around, Lompoc, then the ranch.
Right, yeah, tons of good waves on this coastline, especially as you get down that way. And then, of course, north of here, up and riding right now, looks like that's Summer Romero. She's trying to get a second score on the board. She opened up with a 3.75.
Well, I kind of like that. There was the green face of the right, but look how much, even though it's just a whitewash that she's riding, the energy pushing with her was carrying a lot of speed. Not too much scoring potential there like that, but it feels good, and it served a function. She got herself over to where it's a really easy, fast paddle out by the pier. She didn't just, she knew what she was doing in riding that wave to the finish by the pier.
Yeah, she's an accomplished competitor, no stranger to the podium. Drops a 3.0, so that puts her into second place at the moment. The other two ladies still waiting, or rather 3 ladies waiting to get a second score. And while we wait for that to happen, we'll take it down to the interview down on the pier.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, guys. So we're here. We just had the Surfing for Hope Cancer Survivor Expression Session, and we have our winner, Julian Frost, here. He's going to let us know kind of how Surfing for Hope has impacted his life.
Yeah, Surfing for Hope's an incredible local organization. I'm a lifelong surfer and also a cancer survivor. My family has been impacted by cancer, and so to be able to come out here and pay it forward, not only to be a survivor, but to flip it into being an advocate for cancer, it's really awesome. It's really positive. We do amazing stuff out here with the kids, with other cancer survivors. The healing power of the ocean is incredible, as you can see. I mean, I couldn't walk 4 years ago, and now we're out there surfing.
Wow, sorry, you just gave me chills. I love hearing those type of stories. So from barely being able to walk to winning the Cancer Survivor Heat, great surfing out there. Any shout-outs to really let the family know you appreciate them?
Big shout-out to Lahaina, Maui. Yeah, absolutely. When I went through treatment, I was on the west side. It was my west side Ohana that just rallied around me and got me through my darkest days. And now they're in their own rebuilding process. So just keep Lahaina in your hearts. Big shout out to Dave Horseman. He took me to every one of my treatments. One of my best friends, all my family, all my friends here. Love you guys.
Awesome, thank you.
Well,
for Lahaina, keep it going. Take care of each other. Take care of everybody. Back to you guys.
Well, what a big story that is. Julian Frost, the winner of the expression session, and the whole thing with Lahaina and Maui. And I mean, boy, talk about a lot of things happening all at once.
Yeah, seriously, yeah, a lot happening. Well, we had a lot happening. We had some waves being ridden. We got one being ridden right now. That's Kaitlin Mikkelsel in the red jersey. She's trying to get a second score on the board. She opened up with a 5.75. Currently in first place, She's got a 3.75 and a 3.5. That's Summer Romero. Opening with a 7. Second place at the moment. This is now her second ride. That's White. Oh, unfortunately, hits a speed bump.
Ooh, and look at this, Jim, on the outside. If this becomes one, you can kind of just see that tapering line.
And
Am I seeing things?
No.
No, not in the spot. Late takeoff, comes out of it.
That's green. Sorry, that is blue. Summer Romero. We got the...
I know, the blues and the greens. Well, Liv has the 2.5 and the 4.10. Summer has the 3.75 and a 3.5. Priority out the back with green. Kaitlin looking good with this second score. It's not going to be as high as her first. It's a 4.25. Kaitlin, you are in the lead at the moment with 20 minutes left. But we're waiting on that score for Summer and also for Malia. Priority is green, then white.
As we watch the replay there of White, she was going really good there, and then you just see this little hiccup, little speed bump come underneath her as that tide's dropping, and the water kind of moves across the sand a little differently. So she's going to start that over again, kind of get a better score.
Well,
on there.
And that was one of those waves too. She was poised. She had priority. She gets the, whatever considered semi-set wave, has a 7, and then comes unstuck. So she's got to reset, refocus.
And then up and riding right now, that's green. Liv Stokes, she opened up with a 2.5 and a 4.1. She's looking for a 5.9. Liv feeling a bit under the weather this weekend, but boy, oh boy, really putting it down and making it all the way to the final. So talk about some dedication and hard work. Up and riding now. That is White. White looking for a stronger second ride. She opened up with a 7.0. Time on the clock is 18 minutes 50 seconds. She's trying to get around that whitewater section, hoping for another clean open face.
Yeah, that was just smart surfing in the sense, or heat acumen, where she'd fallen on the wave before, wanted to reset her mind into a positive space, knows she has the 7. She's like, enough of that. 1.9, I'm going to go get, a medium score on this wave and reset, because she doesn't need much at all to go into the lead, because now we're calling the points to first place, not to second. There's no advancement. This is winner takes all. It's all about first place, so all the points tallies lead to what it means to get to first.
Right, and up and riding, that's Red, currently in first place before that wave of right. We're going to see how this one pans out. She's got lots of tip time on there, and we can see Blue behind her trying to get around that whitewater. She'll end her ride there. Red makes it all the way to the inside. White coming in on her third ride at a 3.5, so that helped her situation, raised her into first. Red, though, having this third ride, we're going to wait and see how that situation comes into play. Currently in priority is Green with 17 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
Here we go, Green. Liv using that priority. Wow, tucked up on the nose. That was quite a long nose ride in that steep little section. Small wave, but right there. Comes unstuck, unfortunately. So from hero to zero, it happens to everyone, right?
It happens to the best of us, absolutely. We're still waiting for that third wave to drop for Kaitlin. We'll have a score coming in for Green as well. Plenty of time on the clock, 16 minutes, 50 seconds. Coming up next, we're going to have our men's final. We'll see Kai McPhillips in red, Julian Schweitzer in blue, Cole Robbins in white, and Jack Van Wagoner in green. Just hold tight, ladies. We've got scores dropping. Last of Red comes in at 6.1, so that puts her into first place. Waiting for a score to drop for Green. I'll give you an update to the situation real quick. Up and riding right now, that was Blue. Currently, green looking for a 7.75 to take the lead. Blues looking for an 8.1. And white looking for a 4.85. She's in priority and she's up and riding. Not looking for a super high score. Get some tip time. She's going to try to whip it around. Renegotiate into the curl back up to the nose ride section. She's looking for it out the back. It's got a flurry, but no riding happening. Just white on the inside here. She tries to make it into the inside. We've got 15 minutes, 25 seconds. She rebounds the white water. White, she's just looking for 4.85 to take the lead away from seasoned competitor Kaitlin Mikkelsel. Currently in the red jersey, red's sitting with a 5.75 and a 6.10. Malia sits with that 7.0 and a 3.5. I feel confident that she'll be bettering that 3.5, so we'll see how much she is and if she's able to garner that 4.85, as I said, to take the lead from Kaitlin. But Summer Romero currently in priority. She's in 4th place and looking for a 9.75 in order to take the win. Liv Stokes sitting in 3rd and in 3rd priority. She's looking for a 9.4 to take the win. And now Kaitlin Mikkelsel, she's now in 2nd place. She's looking for a 7.4 because Malia Ilagan comes in on the last ride at a 6.5. Now she's in the lead.
Well, a really good exchange there for Malia to get the 6.5 to back up the 7, and every point you add to your total is that much more hard for the competitor below you to achieve. And so Kaitlin, her top wave is 0.4 less than Malia's secondary backup wave. So, I mean, you know, obviously in the competitor's mind, in Caitlin's mind, at this point, since she's in 2nd, she's thinking, I need an 8 or 8.5 to go up ahead.
Definitely. We're looking at big scores now. We're looking at excellent range scores in order to take the win. We're not messing around with those, you know, average level waves, and that's what we want to see in the finals. We want to see excellent surfing, excellent scores. We've got 13 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Green just had a little bit of a wave. We'll wait for that score to drop, see if it factors into her situation. Doesn't look like it will. So again, blue in priority looking for a 9.75. Green in 3rd place looking for a 9.4. Kaitlin in red, you're looking for a 7.4. And your heat leader right now, she's wearing the white jersey, Malia Ilagan. She's got a 7 and a 6.5. Priority, blue, green, red.
Yeah, so at this point in the heat, 3rd and 4th place surfers, Liv and Summer, they're looking to get 2 waves. They need to basically, I mean, unless they go and just find the magic wave and get the highest score of the heat or whatever at the moment, they need to build on 2 waves to get back into it. Priority is blue, white, green, red. Blue, white, green, red. We do have the electric monitor up above us also so they can peek in if there's a quick change. 12.5 minutes left. And up and riding, is this Liv?
This is
That's
Summer
Summers.
Romero. So we've got the OGs against the new kids on the block out here. Time check, 11 minutes, 55 seconds. Last of blue comes in at a 4.15, so she betters her situation, moving her into 3rd place. Currently in priority, we've got white, then green, then red. Green's looking for a 9.4. You're in 4th place. Blue, 3rd place, looking for a 9.35. Red, 2nd place, looking for a 7.4. And your heat leader and sitting in priority, white, Malia Ilagan. 11 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Things are starting to slowly wind down here, but that's still lots of time for sets to come in and for things to change. As I mentioned, coming up next, we're going to have the men's final, so you want to stick around for that. It's going to be some pretty excellent surfing happening there.
Well, and a little quick happy house keeping. Thank you to our beautiful host, Surfing for Hope Foundation. Thank you to Vespara Resort and Spa. What an amazing stay we've had there once again. Love the amenities that they provide and the proximity to our event and the town. Quick ride up there on that left. I don't think that's going to really change much in the score line for blue. That's going to come in quickly under a 2 or so. Thank you to Cali Squeeze Brewery, Midstate Containers, Slow Cal Roots, Peak Wi-Fi, Natural Healing Center, American Riviera Bank, Radiology Associates, Adventist Healthcare, Alpha Fire, Sex Wax, Herc Rentals, Columbia Builders, and Drift Ocean Design. Thank you to all the locals. Thank you to, fire, safety, lifeguard, all the rest, and all the volunteers that work with Surfing for Hope. Up and on her forehand, Kaitlin Mikkelsel looking for some magic. She is surfing to a 7.4 to get into the lead. She's in second currently. We've already seen what a high 6 and a 7 look like, so that might not be that score.
No, and she's got her heat leader right behind her. That's White, nailing in some nose rides. And hitting the white water at the end there. Strong surfing from all these ladies, but really White being able to capitalize on her wave selection. Waiting for scores to drop for both Red and White. Time check, 9 minutes, 15 seconds.
It's all hitting right at once. The expression session was glassy and calm and no glare. All of a sudden, it's that time of day. The wind is picking up. The glare is increasing. And that's okay, though. The waves are still very contestable. Obviously, we've seen a 7, a 6.5, a 6.10, and a high 5 in this heat so far. The men are no doubt chomping at the bit.
Last of Red coming in at a 4.45, not going to factor into her situation, but up and riding. That's Green. Liv Stokes, she's looking for a 9.4 in order to take the lead. In priority out there is Blue, followed by Red, and Green just working it all the way into the inside here.
God, the sandbar is just machine-like. I mean, it might be mushy, but it's so consistent.
Cole Robbins, check in. You've been on fire. Don't be late now, brah. Still riding there on the inside. That's Summer Romero. She's in the blue jersey. She's looking for a pretty hefty score as well to take the lead. We're waiting for a score to drop for White. We'll wait for this blue, and we'll also have a score for Green. In priority out there with 7 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. That's Red.
Well, did you check the latest score that dropped for Malia on that last wave? She just took that fastball and hit it out of the park. 8.0. So Malia out to a healthy lead right now with a 2-wave total of 15. That is going to be a challenge. That is hard. Kaitlin has it in her with priority and 7 minutes to find an 8.9. That is what second place surfer is looking for to go in and take the championship. Here's a replay for those at home. Oh, no, that's the last wave. That wasn't White.
That's the last of Green there.
That was the last of Green, but Malia's wave prior. Well, a very good and an excellent ride in this final. That is the way to stamp your authority on a heat.
That's right. At only 17 years old, she's had a good run of events recently. She's on the East Coast, taking a couple wins out there.
Well, again, in the legacy, the 2B's legacy that we were talking about, a 13-year-old competing, a 15-year-old, or two 15-year-olds, a 17-year-old at the moment with 6.5 minutes left in this final of the first event on the Longboard Qualifying Series, possibly taking a victory.
Super exciting. She's sitting now in priority, a nice place to be. She's got a commanding lead. Kaitlin sitting in second place and in second priority. She's looking for an 8.90, and as we look at the screen here, that's the replay of that 8.0 from White, Malia Ilagan. Really just putting it together. The girl's been working really hard, trying to get through the wins as much as the losses. And that's really the key, to be able to bounce back and come out here and smoke them.
And smoke them, Brad. Keep California green. Liv Stokes, your last wave was a 7.3. So that's a nice score, too. So Liv in second now actually needs less of a score than Kaitlin, who's sitting in second. So Liv, you need a 7.71 to go into first with 5.5 minutes left. You have third priority. So even though the rankings are what they are based on her high score of a 7.3, she needs less of a wave than Kaitlin, who has a 5.75 and a 6.10.
Yeah, super tight. It's all math. All the numbers, the way they crunch out. She's got higher score there. Up and riding right now. That is Liv, as you said. I'm sorry, that's White. That's Malia Ilagan. She's just keeping busy here. Out behind her, looks like we're going to see Kaitlin kick out in and out. Malia inside here, just kind of playing. This is not going to factor into her situation. All right, up and riding. We've got Blue on the backhand, and then out the back, Green, Liv Stokes. Blue's looking for a 9.85, while Green looking for a 7.71. She rebounds that whitewater kind of nicely there.
You knew it was going to reform.
Not a huge score she's looking for, but definitely a strong score. Now with 4 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock, Kaitlin sitting out there all by her lonesome in priority. She needs an 8.9 to take the lead.
So you wonder if she's going through her mental Rolodex, encoding in every cell of her body, when the wave that I want comes, this is what I'm doing, because I know that's the score.
Right now I'd be doing every prayer and mantra and blowing kisses to the sky, to the ocean, and hoping that something would be coming my way. We are, looking at kind of that decreasing tide, that decreasing swell. So it makes it a little bit challenging. But doesn't mean that won't happen. The time on the clock is 3 minutes, 20 seconds, 3:20.
It's that moment where you have to catch the wave that you know is going to come. You just know it's coming. And then turn your brain off and go on pure instinct, almost in that kind of magical blackout. That's when the best scores come. You don't think, you don't remember, you just put the lifetime of training into effect and let it flow.
Yeah, that's a lot of what surfing is, a lot of feel, a lot of instinct. Last of Blue came in at a 5.15, so now she sits with a 5.15 and a 4.15, but still looking for a 9.85 to take the lead. Liv Stokes, we're waiting for some scores to drop here, but we got 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Well, the good news is for Kaitlin at the moment, that last wave of Malia doesn't change anything. It was a 4.2. Liv gets a 6.3 and goes into second. Still requires the same score, though, a 7.71 Liv to go into first. Kaitlin, with first priority, in third at the moment, still needs the 8.9.
Yeah, so Liv, last two waves, she comes in at a 7.3 and then a 6.3. So those last two moments there were really special for Liv. And then we're watching the live action of Kaitlin right now, who's now looking for still that 8.9 to take the lead. She's now in third place, gets some styly nose time action, rebounds the whitewater. And then as we see live action also up and riding, that's Blue, Goofy Foot, Summer Romero.
It seems to me that the second and third waves, if they are, and maybe they're hard to identify, are the ones because it pulls just that little bit of water off the sandbar and helps them stand up a touch more.
Yeah, it's wave selection is key in understanding kind of what's happening throughout the day, and as the tide changes is part of that adaptability we've talked about throughout the weekend. We got 1 minute, 20 seconds. Priority sits White and then Green.
Well, it's coming down to the wire, and like so often happens, the heat leader is the priority holder. So white, Malia, has first priority. Second place surfer, Liv, has second priority. Will there be a little cat and mouse going on? Malia will probably be comfortable to sit and not paddle for a wave if she doesn't have to. Liv is going to scramble for anything. We're down to 50 seconds in this women's final. Can the 17-year-old from the East Coast hold on? So Liv under priority, kind of a desperate move, wanted to surf her way out of the final. She needs a 771. That wave most likely will not be that. 30 seconds left.
Exciting heat here. We had, as I call them, the OGs versus the new kids on the block.
Well, the new kids.
The new kids on the block showing some swag. And that's just a sign of the times. Next generation really just showing it up. We're going to be counting it down here, ladies. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow. Well. What do you think there? Congratulations to Malia Iligan. What a victory for the 17-year-old, and congratulations to all 4 ladies coming through into the final here at the first stop on the LQS Tour at beautiful Pismo Beach. Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. First place, Malia. Second place, Liv. Third, Kaitlin, and Summer in 4th position.
Congratulations to all the ladies. Some fabulous surfing from all the competitors this weekend. Really an embodiment of that classic grace and style that we want to see on a longboard. So good job, ladies.
We'll throw it to a quick commercial break, and we'll come back on the flip side for the men's final.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related.
All right, guys, hold your positions. I will be counting it in shortly.
Cancer. Visit
It's a 30-minute final.
to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And
30
if you'd like to
seconds
help
till I
out,
count
you
you
can
in.
donate on the site too.
Just vibe one time for your mind.
The classic chair up the beach. That's the way we do it. Okay, hold your spots, guys. We're getting close. All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow. What a
Welcome-
final there.
What a final there. Welcome back, Bucky Berry, and welcome back to everyone viewing online. Coming back from commercial break, we are straight into the men's final. Kai McPhillips in the red, Julian Schweitzer in the blue, Cole Robbins in the white, and Jack Van Wagoner in the green. What a stacked heat that is. We just saw the young 17-year-old take a victory here in Pismo. What a great result for her, and to smash it like that with an 8 and a 7.5. Commanding win.
Yeah, now she gets to be number 1 heading into Virginia Beach, trying to make it onto the World Longboard Tour. As we get this heat started right off the bat, Kai McPhillips with a nice statuesque 10 and throwing a lot of spray on that cut back there. Like we said before, he's really good at keeping those moments going, and quick wave there, but good start with the hang 10, good carve afterwards, keeps the board moving after. So Kai with a good start all the way up from San Clemente. And then, like we said, international affair, but we'll get back to that later, because here's Cole from just down the road, Rincon, Santa Barbara area. Got a nice nose ride there to start, gets around the corner, hacks it right in Kai's face there, puts it all the way on rail, setting up another section here, gets a nice posed out 10 there through the section, really critical too, and another turn, puts the whole rail on the water. Cole doing it out there, and here we go. That's going to be a quick in and out right there. So right now, Julian Schweitzer, all the way out from Uruguay, keeping it an international affair. He's got priority out there. Kai's got second priority, out there in red. And Kai, your first score comes in at a 4.25. So Kai out in front with that 4.25. That was Jack that got that quick up and down 0.5, kicked out real quick. That was him in green. So Julian with priority in blue, out the back, waiting to get his first ride. Waiting for scores from Cole Robbins and White's first ride. And just a quick up and down, like I said, 0.5 for Jack. So as it stands, Kai in front with that 4.25, still waiting for Cole's. 27:45 to go, lots of time. Still not even, semifinal wasn't even this long yet. And they already got a couple waves under their belt.
Well, yeah, it's great that they get to add on, the extra 5 minutes for the final, give everyone a little more space to relax and regroup if, it's lullier or the tide shifting, which we've been seeing. But still, it's been so consistent. I think there was 25 waves or more ridden in that four surfers. They each had at least 5 waves, so over 20 waves ridden in that last heat.
Yeah, with these conditions getting a little trickier and a little more action, they're going to be grabbing stuff to see what works out. And our dude who's been in rhythm all day in white, the score has dropped. Cole starts us off with a 7.5 in the final. So Cole, you're now out in front with that 7.5. Kai, you're in second with your 4.25. You have priority out there. Julian, that first wave you got, just a 2.5. Not really anything significant. And Jack, like we said, you just got that 0.5 to start. So 26:40 to go. Kai with priority, Jack with second priority as Cole and Julian make their way back out to the lineup to establish their priority. They still got all day to get some nuggets, do some nice turns, some nice nose rides, entertain the crowd.
Well, they've been entertaining us all day yesterday and today. What a opener there for Cole Robbins, right? 7.5. Like Malia in the last heat, you start off with a 7 or above and you're already, got that ace in your pocket. Then it's just a matter of utilizing the rest of the heat wisely with and when you have priority to identify that one wave and get another score comparable, because everyone's fighting for first in this. And we saw in that last heat, Malia just built and Kaitlin couldn't come back and Liv couldn't come back, although they had one good, really high score. They just couldn't find that second one. So if you can get that early, then you just relax and kind of sit on them, make them nervous.
Oh, as we see a nice 10 there. This looks like Julian. Oh, sorry, that's Jack and green. Like we said, those green, nice nose ride to start there. Really critical, really good turn to get back to there.
Such fast
Brings
footwork.
it off the top again. Yeah,
just fitting in, it's funny when they go from a cutback to stall, the board stops for a millisecond, they run to the front, and then they move again.
Yeah, especially when
it's an intentional stall. The board just stops and the wave catches up, and then you're in the steep section.
All right, and while we have a lull, we're going to go down to our Carla and our champ, Malia.
Here I am with our champ, our women's champion, Malia Ilagan. I think I can finally say and just announce how proud I am of you. We've been working together for a while. I've known you since you were just a little pipsqueak. I don't want to get emotional, but this was a big thing for you and a big win. Talk to me, what was your mind space? How did you put it together this time that maybe was different from other times?
Usually I'm super hard on myself. I put a lot of pressure on myself all the time, and this time I kind of just took it and had fun and treated it as if it was like all the other contests, and I guess it worked out.
Well, it definitely worked out for you. Here you are. You're the champ of the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic here at Pismo Beach. Such fabulous surfing. What are you hoping to do in the next coming months as far as competition goes?
That's a really good question. I haven't really thought about it. I don't know. I know that there's a lot of ups and downs in surfing, so I can't really say exactly what I want to do next in my competitive surfing, but I just want to keep getting better, obviously, and just have as much fun as I can.
Well, we all know that you are riding a Wayne Rich, the Harmonic 7. I've been plugging him all weekend. I finally got my message. I'm getting my board. So thank you for that. How about some shout-outs? Shout out to Wayno.
Thank you so much, Wayne. I'm so grateful for all the boards that you've made me, and they're working really great. I love them. Thank you again, my family, my sponsors. Thank God for my waves. I got so lucky, and I just had a lot of fun out there, so thanks, everyone, I guess.
Well, big congratulations. Let's hear it up for Malia Ilagan, our longboard champion for the ladies. Congratulations, Malia.
Congratulations to Malia. I love it that we got Pirate Steve blowing the conch shell, that the interview got to happen on the pier in front of the big screen. That's pretty cool. And, yeah. Well, I hope she's thinking about the next event because she's going into it ranked number 1.
Oh, she'll be there. And as we were away, too, Jack, that first real score he got on the board, that comes in at a 6.25. So, Jack, you've moved up into second. You have that 6.25 and that 0.5. Cole, you're still on the lead. We're waiting for a second score for Cole, which was a pretty good wave that happened during the interview. So we'll wait for that score to come in for Cole. And it does. It comes across at a 5.0. So, Cole, you now have a 5.0. You're back into first with a 7.5 and a 5.0. You are in fourth priority. Jack, you are in second place. Like we just told you, that 6.25 and that 0.5. You need a 6.26 to take over Cole. You are in third priority. Kai, you're out there in red. You have priority, looking for an 8.25 to move into first. And Julian down in fourth with second priority. Just a 2.5 on the board, looking for a perfect 10. And Kai with a nice hang 10 on the start there. Wiggles it through the section. Trying to make it around this whitewater section. We'll see if it reopens up for him or reforms.
Do you think he's riding that magic 9.9 that he had in the heat before? He must be because it's even smaller.
Yeah. So I was going to say, to continue the plugs of Wayne Rich, we got 2 of his boards out there right now. As we just saw Kai on one on the Surf Tech version.
Well, we
got
that.
Cole out the back on his, waiting for another nug after dropping a 7.5 and a 5.
Wayne Rich taking the sweep in the Shaper rankings on the LQS.
Yeah, we got to get that going, I guess. Oh, it's here we go, out the back. We got a surfer up. Kind of waiting to see it. And that looks like it's going to be Julian in the blue, all the way from Uruguay with a nice 10 and a nice hack there. And Jack behind him. Or sorry, that's White. That's Cole again, like we said, on his Wayne Rich. And he's setting up this inside section, headed right at his competitor, hanging it out there, nice 5. He better get the credit card out because he's purchasing out there. And he brings it right off the top to finish. Cole, the oldest competitor in the heat. Well, let's not say oldest. The most experienced competitor in the heat. Been around the WSL for a long time, doing many events. We'll wait for some scores to come in for all those surfers. Kai, your second wave comes in at a 2.85, so you're now back into second with a total of 7.10. You're looking for an 8.25 to move into first. Cole is out in front with that 7.5 and a 5 while we wait for another score to come across for him. Jack, you're in third with priority with that 6.25 and that 0.5. And Julian, we're waiting for that last score, which is a pretty nice ride. You were looking for a 10. So don't think you'll get the 10, but you'll definitely chip away and become a part of the heat. As we watch the replay of that cutback, digs the nose just a bit, but that was just because of the commitment he was putting forth. As right on the replay behind him, you see Cole perching. Really good surfing going on in this final with these tough low tide. The wind's a little bit of a factor, making it a little tricky to know what's going on, but these guys are making it real easy, real fun.
Well, that score just came in for Julian, a 5.45. Julian, you go into second. You currently need a 7.06 to take the lead. Priority is green and then red. Jack, with priority, you need a 6.26. Even though he's in fourth, again, the numbers don't really line up. He has a really high score, or he has a good score, the 6.25. So to get into first, he only needs a 6.26.
Yeah, and as we watch Cole's replay, that might become a bit of a more of a chore than it was right then.
Yeah.
'Cause watching the start of that replay and just the smoothness he surfs with. He usually has a lot more open face where he typically surfs up at Rincon. You also, if you need a house in the area down there, he's your guy. You call him up, Cole Robbins Real Estate. So make sure you know, anybody shopping for homes in the Santa Barbara area, they got those really cool ones right on the point at Rincon. He's your man.
Well,
him up.
he is the man. He just got a 6.85, so he just extended his lead. And now, the way it lays out, Julian in second needs an 8.9. Kai is in a combination situation to go into first, needing 2 waves to add up to 14.35. And Jack, with priority, needs an 8.1. 18 minutes left in the heat, so half the heat to go. So there's a lot of time to boogie-woogie and find the scores they need. But Cole, with a strong position right now with those 2 waves he has, no doubt he will find something else in that 18 minutes to build on the 6.85.
Yeah, to reference another common sense song, the ocean is just giving Cole power all day. Just absolutely in rhythm with it. He's only ridden 3 waves, and they've been some of the best waves in the whole heat, as we see a surfer taking off right now. That's going to be Jack using his priority. A nice cutback all the way to the foam, brings it around. Trying to get back into this heat. Down at the bottom, needing an 8.1 for the lead. A nice hang 10 there, nice and lifted right before that foam section. Cascades around him. So he's going to kick out. Some really good surfing there by Jack. Didn't give him a lot of open face, but he took advantage of the little bit it gave him and got some cool nose rides, some rad turns, and we'll see what that score comes in at.
It's make or break now, because even though he has a throwaway wave, it doesn't matter since none of the points tallies are going to advancing. It's going to the victory and the podium. And so regardless of what he gets, he needs an 8.1. If he gets a straight 8, he will still need an 8.1. He gets a 6.05, still requires an 8.1, but what that does is it takes him into second position. So as far as the rankings over the year, there is, wanting to finish higher because you keep more points going into the next event. Priority is with red. Kai, you need 2 waves to total 14.35. He knows that. He opened with a 4.25 and he has a 2.85, so he just really wants to get himself something in that excellent range and settle in. Julian, you need an 8.9.
Yeah, as all the bros kind of just sitting together, waiting for something to happen. Kai down in fourth, but he's got priority. He's comboed, but we know he's capable of jumping out of that. 15.50 go a lot of times, still more than a coalition contest. As we got some action happening out the back. Oh. Not a whole lot of it though. Julian now with priority. So 14.25 left. As it stands now, Cole out in front. Jack in second, looking for an 8.1 to take the lead. Julian with priority in third, looking for an 8.9 to take the lead. And Kai in fourth with third priority. Still comboed, looking for a nice ride to come through. Still a lot of time, still 14 minutes, a lot can happen. But as of now, our most experienced competitor, Cole Robbins, who has competed on the Longboard Tour several times. He had a wild card at the US Open last year. Holding it down, and right now we got Julian taking a look all the way out from Uruguay. Quick nose ride there. Cuts it back, brings it around. Stylish bottom turn there. Lots of spray coming off the rail. Nice drop knee. Sets that stall like you were talking about, Jeff, where he brings it back and straight out of the bottom turn, stalls it out a little. Bring it to the inside. Now he's going to kick out, get back out there. Trying to build house, as they say. He's got a 5.45. He's trying to climb up. Make that check a little bigger for the flight home. A couple more snacks in the airport. And let's see, we're waiting for some scores to come in. It's going to better Julian's situation. We'll see if it jumps him up a position. It doesn't. Julian, your last score of 5.15, so you're still in third place. Still looking for the same 8.9 in order to get into first. Cole, you are in first, but you now have priority as well. Jack, you're in second with third priority. Still looking for the 8.1. Like we just told you, Julian, you're looking for the 8.9. Kai, still looking for that combo. You have second priority. 12:40 to go in the heat. And it looks like Julian without priority taking a look at this one. Everybody let go, but he's not as into it as he first thought. 50-yard fake out right there for him. So yeah, Jack with a 6.25 and a 6.05 in second. Cole with that 7.5 he opened with. And then he backed it up with that 6.85. Way out in front. Everybody looking for a pretty substantial score. Ocean kind of going a little cruisy. Just want to say how awesome this whole weekend has been, getting to get together with everybody, hanging at the Vespera, hanging downstairs at the bar after the event with everybody, talking story, hanging out on that rad lawn there. Unfortunately, I didn't get to get in the pool or jacuzzi, but that's my own problem that I have to deal with, and it's a little unfortunate, but got to hang in the courtyard a bit. They got the beautiful little fire pits. Super fun hang with everybody, getting to see people you don't see except for when these contests come together. Getting to hang out with my bro Jeff. Me and Carla known each other forever, but got to know each other. Got to actually really throw a hang this weekend. Want to thank all the judges for staring at surfing, staring into these glares all yesterday, all today. Really putting in the hard work, really doing a really good job taking care of getting the correct people through the heats, making it end up in this final with definitely all four of these guys have been standouts. All four of the women were the standouts of the event. Want to thank Surfing for Hope for being the ones who brought us all together in reality, WSL as well. Coming together to create this great weekend for everybody. Couldn't ask for better weather today. Could ask for a little better waves yesterday. But that's the thing, is you got to get through the tough day to get to the beautiful longboard day, and everybody that made the finals is very well deserving. They've been the ones in rhythm. They've been the ones taking care of that rhythm that's been given to them.
Maximizing the rhythm. Right now, Cole Robbins is maximizing the rhythm in this heat. So it's a tall order, but totally achievable for Jack to find an 8.1, for Julian to find an 8.9, and for Kai McPhillips to find 2 waves in 10 minutes and potentially sweep it from Cole Robbins up there in first. Priority is with white, second with red, third with green.
The ocean isn't showing it yet, but the wind. .923 to go, guys. Still same situation as you guys would know, as you've been just chilling there. But we're down to 9 minutes and 15 seconds. Still Cole, Jack, Julian, Kai. Cole with priority, Kai with second priority. Waiting for some good ones to come through. Looking forward to the next event, Virginia Beach, Memorial Day weekend, to decide who's going to go on to the World Longboard Tour representing North America. These 4 guys and the 4 women in the first heat are off to a very good start. Some of us not so much. Let's check it out. We got somebody taking a look here. And what do you know, Cole, right up to the tip, a beautiful 10 to start there, right in the pocket. Splashes it back, and he's getting another section here. right up to the nose. Another quick 10 there out of the 5. Really nice committed rail surfing there as well. Gets another 10 right before the foam comes down on him, and he's just continuing that rhythm. Every time he seems to have priority, some of the best lined up waves come together. It's his day so far.
Utilizing that priority in a really good way, and scary for the competitors out there. If he betters the 6.85 even, by a few tenths of a point, that just makes it harder and harder to attain the score they're going to need to take the lead with 8 minutes to go. Priority sits with Kai now.
Yeah, and the start of that first 10, where he was in the wave doing it, really kind of stoked it. And here we go. As I was about to say, stoked for the replay right here. Right about there was really cool when he came out of the foam, was really lifted, really under the lip.
Yeah,
brings it back there, hits a couple little chops there as he's trying to get back, but maintains control.
Stays so poised. The judges are going to have a lot to chew on in that. That opening, when we talk about getting the work done on the beginning of the ride, he just posted up on the nose for an extended nose ride.
And out the back, looks like Julian making some stuff happen. And even behind him, it looks like the other Wayne Ridge board up and riding. That's Kai taking off as Julian finishes with a nice bash there. And Kai with a really nice 10, goes to the 5 out of it and was off to a really good start there, and then just dug the rail into one of those chops. It looked like just got sucked into it, couldn't quite power through it. He's going to stay out there, though. Jack with priority, and he's going to swing it right here, right up to the tip. Posed out 10 there, standing up big and proud, big and strong.
Well,
and look at this inside that might set up for him too. He's looking for this one to give him another section, a nice 10. And he's going to work his way around this foam right into the glare for us. It looks like he's got a nice oncoming section. Beautiful turn back into the zone. Got to watch the.
Well, they're all gonna need a lot of magic because Cole Robbins just got an 8-point ride. So with that, extended his lead. Now we'll wait for these scores to come in depending on what they are. But currently with the wave, they're about to be tallied. Jack needs a 9.25. Julian is comboed, needing a 2-wave total of 15.5. Same with Kai. So it's a one-man race to potentially get into first and take Cole out with 6 minutes to go. We'll see what happens. So he's the one surfer that just needs one wave and one score. The others need 2 waves.
Yeah, and he's going to need basically one of the, might even be the best wave of the day is what he's going to have to get in order to get that from Cole. And to make it even tougher, Cole's the one with priority. And let's see what Cole's going to do with this one. Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. He's back up to the tip again. Straight around this section. Beautiful cutback. Lots of water displacement there.
Talk about no pressure at all. Once you paddle back out with that kind of lead, he's like, fine.
And look at this Rincon guy ripping the left on the inside. What's this about, Cole? Get another tip ride right there on the backhand. May have been months since he went that way. And look at that maneuvering from the nose as he does that. And he's going to try to get right through diamond number 2, pier shoot, with 5 minutes remaining. Cole watching the competitors out the back, stepping off on the shore. Make some noise. If you're on the pier right there, let Cole know you appreciate the show he's putting on out there. With 5 minutes remaining, he's going to head out, right back out there, see if he can even extend his lead more. Kai sitting out there with priority. Kai and Julian both comboed down in 3rd and 4th. Jack was looking for a 9.25 before that last ride of Cole.
Well, they're comboed at the moment to go to first, but still there is the, actual points tallies and all that going into the next event. So even though Cole's out so far and Jack needs a big score to possibly take first, they are all, wanting to get whatever best result they can, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. There's different points that they carry into the year.
As we're seeing Cole's replay finish up here. That turn might have been his best turn of the heat. I don't know if the rest of the way is going to tally up to what his other scores have been, but really cool, really committed rail surfing there by Cole. Yeah, it's not even going to come close to his other scores, but still really nice surfing. Comes in at a 5.85. So Cole's lead stays the same. He's got a 15.5 heat total. Jack in 2nd, looking for that 9.25 to take him over. He's got 3rd priority, though. Julian with 2nd priority and 3rd. He's comboed, but the battle is for 2nd, like Jeff was saying, for the points, for the taller check. And Kai with priority out the back. He's comboed as well, looking for a heat total of 15.5. As we see some action brewing around, we'll see. Looks like Kai's going to commit to this one. Fades into it. Nice turn off the fade.
Oh.
Beautiful 10. Back to the 5.
That is a beauty of a wave. It might be a little too late, but there's 3.5 minutes.
Really good surfing right there by Kai. Great start. Good middle zone there, throwing a lot of spray. Those Wayne Richboards throw a lot of spray on those cutbacks. Pretty killer.
It's the wind. It's the wind. But he's had the slowest of the heat with a 4.25 and a 2.85. So finally, on a personal note, he got a wave that, you know, the way he surfs, straight away, a 5.27. Kai gets a 5.27. Now he's back in the game, not comboed, looking for a 9.75 if he wants to take the win.
Yeah, so Cole's still way out in front. Jack with priority. As we see Julian making his way into the inside here. For how little that wave is, a really nice little hang 10 there as he gets into the glare. Still milking it through. Little bash there to finish. So Julian's going to kick out there. He was in the combo land. Still in 3rd place, though. So Kai's still in 4th, even though he got out of the combo. Just behind Julian with 2:20 to go. And out the back, Jack with priority in 2nd. Needing a 9.25 to take over Cole. And Cole, with 2nd priority underneath Jack's, is going to grab another one. And this one's setting up pretty cool. A nice little underrun right. Nice hang 5. Gets around that section. Beautiful cutback. Wraps it around nice and quick. Brings it off the foam. The lip may have hit him before he could hit it. But still pulls it off. Kicks out nice and clean. So going to be another score in his book. He's just out there surfing, having a good time. Way out in front. Minute 45 to go.
Yeah, that was someone else's horn, whatever that was.
I think that was Pirate Steve's conks. And here we go. Kai, nice little setup here. Nice 5 and 10 through the foam. And just gets to the other side, but just the wave didn't have the power to keep pushing him through it. So 1:20 to go. It's looking pretty favorable for a Santa Barbara surfer, Cole Robbins, to take that commanding those 1,000 points towards qualifying for the World Longboard Tour. Julian, your last wave. Oh, a nice nose right there by Kai, picking up another one on the inside as Cole out the back behind him. Or sorry, that's Jack out the back in green. Looked at the white board, did the white color. There we go. Kai finishing his with a nice bash right there. And Jack way behind the foam on the nose, but right when it was about to get easy, he goes down. Made it through the hard part. 43 seconds to go. Cole out the back, sitting there in the lead. Julian out there, waiting for some scores to come across. So it's looking like Cole's going to take it, but we got the shuffling of the points and such. Julian's still out there with priority, and it looks like with 30 seconds to go, he's going to grab a ride in. See if he can up his positioning from 3rd to 2nd. And I don't think it's going to happen there. Down to 18 seconds. Looks like everybody's kind of just making their way in. Julian, a nice little fun backwards takeoff.
I'm going to count this final out right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is it. So we have 2 champions. Cole Robbins taking the victory here. Stop number 1, Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic in Pismo Beach. Thank you to the WSL for putting this on, and all 4 surfers in this final taking those points and rankings into the stop number 2, which I think you said, Bucky's Virginia Beach. So great for them. Congrats to Jack Van Wagoner, Julian Schweitzer, and Kai McPhillips. Yeah, thanks to everyone, the whole staff, Bucky, Carla Zamora. Pleasure working with you at this event. And I think I'm going to do the awards ceremony, and I don't know if you guys are going to wrap it up, how it works.
Yeah, I mean, just want to say thank you again. Congratulations to Cole and our rest of our finalists, Jack, Julian, and Kai, as well as Malia and our other women's finalists. Just absolutely putting on a show today. Thank you for having us, Pismo Beach. Good job. Great event, guys. Thank you, judges, for ripping it up, absolutely killing it. Did a great job. Everybody making it through the weekend. And Cole's just out there having a solo sesh. Well, this is what's cool about longboarding. All 3 guys that he smoked are sitting in here on the inside waiting to congratulate him.
They're Rochambeauing for who's going to chair them up.
Well, yeah, there's 2 guys, one for each leg, and then a guy to carry the board.
That's right.
That's the kind of approach there. That's what happens when you get these 4-man finals.
Hey, Kathy.
Double dip on the Wayne Rich Surfboard Champions. I'll take a glider, Wayne.
Yeah.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
SlowCal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SlowCal Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Just vibe one time for your mind.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
SlowCal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in Slow County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SlowCal Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Just vibe one time for your mind.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way, our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number
Do
of
a little
surfing-related
housekeeping, thank
community
everybody,
events
and
to
then
shine a
introduce
spotlight on
the
fight
competitors and
against cancer.
hand over those beautiful
Visit
trophies.
surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
SlowCal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in Slow County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. Slow Cal Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of
So once all the competitors are gathered around and maybe collected their checks, then we'll get the short, sweet award ceremony kicked off.
Beginner surf camps. And if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Just vibe one time for your mind.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace.
All right, well, when the surfers get ready or whatever that is, we're going to do the awards. We're going to get the women's final through here first, hand over trophies, then we'll go into the men's. So where's Bob now? We need Bob too. Well, I see the surfers. That's great. All the amazing athletes lining up. So just a quick note taking. Thank you to Surfing for Hope for putting on this 2024 Longboard Classic. We love it. All the surfing was amazing. Thank you to the City of Pismo, all the supporting sponsor cast, City of Pismo, Vespara Hotel, Midstate Containers, Cali Suisse, Peak Wi-Fi, Slow Cal Roots, Natural Healing Center, Crave Mini Donuts, Sex Wax, Alpha Fire, Unlimited. Thank you to Josh Smith and his family for making these homemade, beautiful trophies that they're going to be getting out of the old wood from the original pier, which is great. Thank you guys so much. Let's see, am I going over there? Bob, are you going to come in and help hand out the trophies? Bob Vogelin, Surfing for Hope founder, is going to hand the surfers their trophy. All right, look at these 4 longboard studs. Sorry, guys. So we're going to hand them over. 4th place, Kai Mikkelsel. Congratulations. You had a great run through the event up until that final, but amazing surfing leading up to there. I thought Bob was going to hand the trophy over. He's over talking to Pirate Steve. Kai Mikkelsel, congratulations. Moving into 3rd, Julian Schweitzer, up from Uruguay, ripping it up. Here we go. There we go. There's Bob announcing 2nd place. Jack Van Wagoner in the green, custom and local Benny Runamuck taking the photos that's on those Josh Smith trophies. Cole Robbins taking the victory Opens with a 7.5, backs it up with an 8. What a way for him to put the pressure and the squeeze on his friends, take home the victory. You guys all taking these points on to the next event. That's amazing. All right. Well, congratulations, you guys. I'm sure your toes are cold. All right. Well, congratulations. Now we will bring up the women's finalists. Another hard-fought battle between all four, making their way into the final. What a day yesterday, surviving the wild seas. And today, though, the conditions, ladies, were just as dreamy as it kind of can get. Pismo providing once again. In fourth place, Summer Romero. Congratulations. Nice final. Coming in third, Kaitlin Mikkelsel. Jumped out to the quick lead. Liv Stokes in second, fighting her way back up into that position. In the green, right there. They lined up backwards. Congratulations to Liv. And Malia Illigan taking that first place prize, 17 years young. Opens with a 7 and backs it up with an 8. What a way to win your first event here at Pismo. We hope to have you back. Congratulations to all four finalists taking those points into the next event. Thank you very much to the WSL Surfing for Hope Foundation and to the City of Pismo, all the friends and family. We've had a great time. Thanks to Pirate Steve, too. All right. Signing off. Enjoy. Be safe. Have a nice day.